It is Saturday, May 11th, 2013, and you're looking live in the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, where a shift handover has just been completed in a room that was expected to be very quiet this weekend, with preparations aiming for the homecoming and a Soyuz landing of 3 of the 6 residents of the International Space Station on Monday night. This room instead is a beehive of activity this morning, buzzing with anticipation for the start of an unplanned spacewalk a little over an hour from now by 2 of the Expedition 35 crew members to go outside and try to identify and, if possible, repair an ammonia leak that sprung in a key component on the Port 6 or P6 truss of the International Space Station just 48 hours ago. Here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, the Orbit 2 team has just taken its handover from the overnight shift, or the Orbit 1 team. The standing and configuring his console is the flight director for today's spacewalk, Flight Director Ed Van Cise. He is joined on console just to his right, seated, is spacecraft communicator astronaut Jack Fisher, who will be talking directly with the spacewalkers as they make their way outside of the International Space Station's Quest Airlock for a planned 6.5-hour spacewalk. We'll get into the details of the spacewalk in a minute. Seated just to Fisher's right in the blue shirt is astronaut Aki Hoshide from the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, who was one of the 2 crew members on Expedition 33 who conducted the last U.S. spacewalk out of the Quest Airlock back on November 1st, 2012, with Expedition 33 commander Sonny Williams. Williams is actually watching today's activities from the Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center in Star City, where she and a group of other NASA support personnel will be headed down to Karaganda, Kazakhstan on Sunday to set up for the homecoming of 3 of the crew members of the Expedition 35 crew on Monday night U.S. time, Tuesday morning Kazakhstan time. Chris Hadfield, Tom Marshburn, and Roman Romanenko are the 3 crew members who will be landing in their Soyuz TMA-07M spacecraft on Monday night southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, Kazakhstan, to wrap up 146 days in space, 144 days on the International Space Station. But first things first, and that's today's spacewalk. 48 hours ago, a ammonia leak sprung up from an area on the Port 6 truss, either at or near a device called the Pump and Flow Control Subassembly. This is video that was taken late Thursday morning of the flakes of ammonia emanating from either a crack or a hole somewhere in the system or around the area of the integrated electronics assembly that enables the power generation for the P6 truss of solar arrays. The suspect component that the crew, these 2 spacewalkers, will be looking at today is that pump and flow control system subassembly. We'll be talking more about that in a moment. But first, for the 2 spacewalkers. It is a serendipitous moment. If this leak had to happen, it couldn't have happened at a better time, actually, because our 2 spacewalkers for today are astronauts Chris Cassidy, who will be extravehicular crew member number 1. He will be wearing the spacesuit, the extravehicular mobility unit, bearing the red stripes. This will be Cassidy's 4th spacewalk in his career. His 3 spacewalks to date, totaling 18 hours and 5 minutes of spacewalking time. His spacewalking partner for today, Tom Marshburn, extravehicular crew member number 2, or EV2. Marshburn will be wearing the suit bearing no stripes. He also has 3 EVAs to his credit, 18 hours and 59 minutes of spacewalking time. All of those spacewalks by both crew members were conducted on the STS-127 mission of the shuttle Endeavour to the International Space Station back in July of 2009. It is also serendipitous that Cassidy and Marshburn know each other's movements like a book. They conducted 2 of their 3 spacewalks together during the STS-127 mission. One of those spacewalks was a complex EVA to replace batteries on the P6 truss right at the exact location at the worksite where the focus of attention on this ammonia leak will be concentrated today. So figuratively and literally, the crew is pumped up for today's activity as they prepare to go outside a little bit over an hour from now for their spacewalk. This was the scene earlier this morning as the crew began suit-up procedures. wearing masks to begin the process of breathing oxygen to cleanse nitrogen out of their bloodstreams and prevent a condition known as the bends or decompression sickness from occurring as they step out into the vacuum of space. Subsequent to that, Chris Cassidy on the top of your screen, Tom Marshburn on the bottom of your screen. They were assisted in all of this activity by Expedition 35 Commander Chris Hadfield of the Canadian Space Agency. Hadfield and Marshburn, as we said a moment ago, two of the three crew members who will be landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan near Zhezkazgan a little less than 72 hours from now. This spacewalk was quickly put together, however, is one of the so-called Big 12 spacewalks, one of the spacewalks that the crews train extensively for to perform a rapid response to any issue of a technical nature that might crop up that is of a significant system on board the International Space Station. Ammonia leakage, identification, and isolation certainly among those Big 12 tasks. And again, this is video. You see Tom Marshburn inside his extravehicular mobility unit. There's Pavel Vinogradov, the Russian cosmonaut, soon to become the commander of the Expedition 36 crew. In fact, the change of command ceremony in which Hadfield hands over command of the station to Vinogradov is scheduled at 2:40 p.m. Central Time, 3:40 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. Then the crew, about an hour or so ago, conducted what is called the in-suit lightweight exercise protocol. This is basically a movement of their arms and legs with Cassidy on the right, Marshburn on your left. In the equipment lock section, the innermost section of the Quest airlock, closest to where the crews move about. You can see the hatchway to the exterior portion of the Quest airlock called the crew lock, which will be depressurized and which the crews exit for their spacewalk in the U.S. segment of the International Space Station. This exercise protocol that you're looking at from about an hour ago is designed to essentially stir up the crew's metabolism and reduce the amount of time required to pre-breathe pure oxygen and cleanse the nitrogen out of their bloodstreams. That pre-breathe has been going on for about an hour and 17 minutes from now. We're expecting the green light to go for depressurization of the Quest airlock in a little bit less than 30 minutes. Today's spacewalk is identified to try to isolate and perhaps repair, if possible, this ammonia leak that cropped up unexpectedly on Thursday morning. If you recall, the last U.S. EVA conducted by Sonny Williams and Aki Hoshide back on November 1st, that was designed to replumb a radiator system on the P6 truss that was suspected of leaking ammonia. They successfully conducted that replumbing to at least reduce, if not eliminate, that leakage. However, the leak that is in question that Cassidy and Marshburn will be trying to identify and perhaps repair today is expected to be a different issue than the one that was tackled by Williams and Hoshide back in November. If you look at this particular graphic, the blue box is the box associated, the pump and flow control subassembly box for the 2B power channel, one of 8 such power channels that provide electricity for all station systems. There are other components that could be culpable in having created this ammonia leak that we're trying to identify and perhaps repair later today during the spacewalk. In the 2B integrated equipment assembly worksite, you can see the yellow box is the pump and flow control subassembly. The basic nature of this spacewalk will be for Cassidy and Marshburn to exit the Quest airlock with all of their tools and tethers, to move about 150 feet from the Quest airlock to this worksite. You can see the batteries, these other boxes that are surrounding the pump and flow control subassembly. You can see 2 spares, one spare that is highlighted in the red. That is the one of the 2 spare pump and flow control subassembly boxes that are located at the P6 worksite. There is a 3rd spare that is located on one of the other external stowage platforms on the International Space Station. Cassidy and Marshburn will be taking photos. They'll be using helmet cam video to try to see if there's anything that is very obvious, such as a crack or a hole in either the pump and flow control subassembly box or in the vicinity of that box that could be the cause of the dispersion of this ammonia that we noticed first on Thursday, and which prompted the quick construction of this spacewalk that we will be conducting today. What Cassidy and Marshburn expect to do is to release a pair of bolts called H-bolts, very similar in pedigree to the bolts that Williams and Hoshide wrestled with during the replacement of a main bus switching unit during one of their spacewalks back in the fall of last year. They will remove the suspect pump and flow control subassembly box that you see in this picture. They'll park it on a stanchion, and they will look underneath into the guts of the integrated electronic assembly, into the bay under that box, to see if there's anything obvious in the quick disconnects or any of the tubing that is associated with the flow of ammonia through this box. The pump and flow control system, each external loop, there's a cooling loop for the port truss of the station and a cooling loop for the starboard truss of the system. Each contains a pump and flow control system that contains most of the controls and mechanical systems that drive the early external active thermal control system. There are 2 pumps per PFCS, as you will hear it referred to throughout the course of the day, which circulate ammonia throughout the external cooling loops, and a flow control valve which mixes cold radiator flow and the warm return flow of the interface heat exchangers to regulate the temperature of the ammonia in that loop. The pump and flow control subassembly also contains the primary ammonia accumulator, which provides limited ammonia leakage makeup, basically to compensate for any normal leakage of ammonia, and there is some in all of these loops, protection against thermal expansion of the ammonia, and the proper pressures inside the lines to prevent any cavitation of the pumps. So Cassidy and Marshburn will be removing this box, parking it on a stanchion, taking a careful look underneath. If there is something obvious, something that is a smoking gun as to the cause of this ammonia leakage, they will install that spare pump and flow control system box into the receptacle in the integrated electronics assembly on the P6 truss, and return the failed PFCS, if you will, into that slot. If nothing is obvious, if they just can't find anything that jumps out at them that would be the cause of this ammonia leak, then the plan is to install the failed or suspect pump and flow control system box back in its slot, back in its original slot, and call it a day. The spacewalk, again, is timelined for about 6.5 hours, and we'll be keeping close tabs on how the crew is progressing against the timeline that has been set up for them. The big picture, again, is the highest priority task for today's spacewalk is the inspection of the possible leak areas, mainly this pump and flow control system box. The next priority would be a replacement of that box if there is something obvious that is causing the ammonia leak. The inspection will be performed after the crew arrives at the worksite, and again after it removes the box from its slot and temporarily parking it on a nearby stanchion to inspect the bottom of the box itself and the truss where the box is installed. And then we'll take it from there and see how things develop as the spacewalk progresses.
Station in step 7.
Some other statistics. Today's spacewalk is the 168th spacewalk in the support of International Space Station Assembly and Maintenance since assembly of the station began in 1998, coming up on the 15th anniversary of the station's inception. And again, for both Cassidy and Marshburn, this will for each be their 4th spacewalk. We will have each crew member wearing helmet cameras today for wireless video as we get an up-close and personal view of the activities outside of the International Space Station's Quest airlock. The helmet cam designations for today: Chris Cassidy is wearing the helmet camera, and you'll see the number on your screen when we get the views from the helmet cams. Cassidy's helmet camera has number 20 designated for it today. Marshburn's helmet camera is number 18. So that'll be a good way to help identify whose view you're watching as we move along during the course of the spacewalk.
We just finished this last bit of inventory for them.
Sounds good, Chris. We'll get that information shortly.
Two fish, that you?
Sir, yes, sir. And we got Spanky and Aki ready to support.
If Hal and Courtney and company are still there, please thank them for the great work to get us to this point. And with such a short fuse, we've been going really slow and careful, and we appreciate both your patience and their accuracy with us. We're happy to be at this point at this time.
Absolutely, sir. Courtney says thank you, and the whole team appreciates all y'all's hard work to get us to this point.
Expedition 35 Commander Chris Hadfield, who today will serve in the capacity of the intravehicular or IV crew member. He essentially helped Cassidy and Marshburn suit up in the Quest airlock. He will be choreographing their movement into the crew lock section, the outermost portion of the Quest airlock, a short time from now, close the hatch and set the stage for the depressurization of that outer section so that the crew can open up the hatch and begin their spacewalk. A U.S.-based spacewalk, the elapsed time is measured from the time the crew puts its suits on battery power until the time the airlock is repressurized at the end of the spacewalk. Chris Cassidy is also scheduled to conduct two planned spacewalks in July, targeted for July 9th and July 16th at this time, with European Space Agency astronaut Luca Parmitano, who is gearing up to be launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on May 28th U.S. time, early in the morning of May 29th Kazakhstan time, along with Fyodor Yurchikhin and Karen Nyberg of NASA, the next trio that will join Pavel Vinogradov, Alexander Mazurkin, and Chris Cassidy to form the Expedition 36 crew. Expedition 36 formally begins at the time of the undocking on Monday night of the Soyuz TMA-07M spacecraft that will bring home Chris Hadfield, Tom Marshburn, and Roman Romanenko to wrap up 146 days in space. And even as this spacewalk is ongoing today, the activities to set up for that Soyuz landing are ongoing in Kazakhstan as we speak. A NASA and Canadian Space Agency delegation of support personnel arrived at the staging city of Karaganda, Kazakhstan, about 6.5 hours ago. They flew on a NASA jet from Ellington Field here in Houston, arriving in Karaganda earlier this morning. They'll be joined by additional support personnel who will be flying on a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft on Sunday down to Karaganda. From there, Russian helicopters will be deployed on Monday to the town of Zhezkazgan, and in the wee hours of Tuesday morning, Kazakhstan time, from Karaganda, forming up at the landing site to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan to meet the Expedition 35 crew members, Cassidy, Marshburn, and I should say Hadfield, Marshburn, and Romanenko, who will be returning to Earth in their Soyuz spacecraft. The weather forecast, by the way, for the landing early Tuesday morning in Kazakhstan, which will be Monday night in the United States, the weather forecast appears to be ideal, just some broken clouds and temperatures around 60 degrees Fahrenheit for the landing that is scheduled at 9:30 p.m. Central Time Monday night, 8:30 a.m. Kazakhstan time on Tuesday morning. This is a rundown of our landing coverage, which actually begins tomorrow on Sunday at 2:40 p.m. Central Time. We'll have live coverage of the change of command ceremony, in which Chris Hadfield, the first Canadian to command a spacecraft, let alone the International Space Station, will hand over the reins of command of the complex to Pavel Vinogradov. That change of command ceremony tomorrow on NASA television at 2:40 p.m. Central Time, 3:40 p.m. Eastern Time, and there you see the rundown of all of our coverage of events on Monday afternoon and Monday evening for the return home of Hadfield, Marshburn, and Romanenko. Marshburn has other things on his mind today, though, and that is the spacewalk, as we are nearing the time for a go for depress, which is expected to come about 15 or so minutes from now.
Where it is He has one waist tether. It's on the waist D-ring on the right side.
Copy, right side. And was that on his D-ring extender?
Okay, next page for the... sorry, he has a D-ring extender, but his waist tether is attached directly to his waist D-ring.
Copy that.
In this exchange, Chris Hadfield is talking to Capcom or capsule communicator Jack Fisher here in Mission Control as they review the inventory of the tools and tethers and other support equipment that Marshburn and Cassidy will be taking outside with them in support of today's spacewalk.
Beautiful, thanks.
Okay, and now on to the next page for the bags.
Ready?
Okay, the two bags are tied together. It's sort of listed in there that there are wire ties through the eyelets, but the two bags via the mutts are tied together just in general. Okay, so starting on the left one, crew lock bag 1. The adjustable tether that's listed there, that goes and attaches externally to bag 2. And then further on down, they're only listed as one long-duration tether attached by an adjustable. In fact, we have a total of 3, and 2 of them are in this one, in bag number 1. So there are, in bag number 1, there are 2 long-duration tethers, both with an adjustable each.
Copy that.
Okay, for crew lock bag number 2, the first item, it's adjustable tether. It is a second adjustable then that is over to bag 1. So between the 2 of them, they have 1 adjustable tether each attached to the other bag.
Copy.
The EVA ratchet is not via a ret, it's via an integral tether.
Copy. And just out of curiosity, the adjustable, is that the integrated tether on the crew lock bags or a separate adjustable tether that's tying both of them together?
There are 2 adjustables, separate adjustables, tying the 2 bags together. The 2 integral adjustable types are just floating free.
Copy that.
Okay, all the way down to the mutt ball stack. It does have the wire ties as listed, but there are also 2 small rets. And one of them is going from mutt to mutt, and the other is going to bag 2.
Copy mutt to mutt and 1 to bag 2.
And that's everything. Did you have any other questions?
We're checking. Stand by.
And 2 fish, I haven't restowed those PBAs. Pasha just took them out and stuck them in node 1 temp stowed, so we'll get them later if you could make sure we don't forget.
You bet, I got it on my list. And can you check the config on Tom's BRT? We heard he had 2 long wire ties and 2 short wire ties.
It's too long.
Just too long. Copy. And all else is per the config list, it sounds like.
Affirmative.
Again, this discussion between our intravehicular crew member for the day, Expedition 35 Commander Chris Hadfield and spacecraft communicator Jack Fisher, standing up in the white shirt in the Mission Control Center here. This all has to do with an inventory, a checklist, if you will, of all of the equipment that Cassidy and Marshburn will be taking outside with them a short time from now.
Last quick question. The 2 long-duration tie-down tethers that are in crew lock bag 1, How are those attached? We assume one of them is probably on an integral ret. Are they just tied together, or do you have another ret holding that second one down?
And they're all in their own adjustable.
Copy, they use adjustable. Thanks.
And with your concurrence, I've shut off the O2 monitors, and so now we're getting into installing mini workstation tools and tethers.
Sounds great. Thanks.
And here in Mission Control, standing up is our lead spacewalk officer for today, Jacqueline Kagi. She is a veteran of spacewalking activities in the EVA office here at the Johnson Space Center. She will be choreographing from the flight control team personnel standpoint today all of the activities, making sure the crew is on the checklist and on the timeline, working closely with Flight Director Ed Van Cise that you see in the far left portion of your picture there. Jackie Kagi, again, our lead spacewalk officer for today, and will be receiving quite a bit of guidance about how the spacewalk is progressing from her perspective throughout the course of this EVA. Once again, this will be the 168th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance, the 4th spacewalk each for Cassidy and Marshburn. In anticipation of the depletion of ammonia from the so-called 2B power channel that the ammonia supplies coolant for, that 2B power channel was shut down in a seamless fashion yesterday, and all of the power that it supplies for the systems it controls on the International Space Station, all of that went over to the 2A channel on the P6 truss of the International Space Station and its solar arrays. So the reconfiguration of the power channels continues, the seamless operation of all of the functioning of the equipment that had been powered by the 2B power channel. So at the moment, we're operating on 7 of 8 power channels on the International Space Station. No impact to station operations. I think if you watched yesterday's briefing, International Space Station Program Manager Mike Suffredini indicated that the only impact at this point is a bit more of a workload on the flight control team to be managing and monitoring the power levels for the systems, since the 2A channel is now doing double duty, if you will, to carry power loads for the equipment that is required to be powered from the port truss of the International Space Station. However, it is hoped, although not guaranteed by any means, that today's spacewalk activity would not only identify where the ammonia leak is coming from, but the installation of a new pump and flow control subassembly box will fix that leak, stop it, to enable the ammonia that remains in the lines to be able to recharge the system and to repressurize the lines to get back into a normal configuration. Time will tell throughout the course of the day whether or not we're successful in doing that. If not, then we will live with 7 of 8 power channels, and the creative folks in the flight control team will go back to the drawing board to figure out a different approach and to psych out other means of identifying where the ammonia leak is coming from, and come back another day to tackle that activity. And now we're back inside the Quest airlock. As you see, Chris Hadfield, the Expedition 35 commander, in the foreground, Pavel Vinogradov, the veteran Russian cosmonaut who just conducted his own spacewalk with Roman Romanenko back on April 19th outside of the Pirs docking compartment airlock to retrieve and deploy a number of science experiments. Vinogradov documenting the activities. You see Tom Marshburn on the left, Chris Cassidy on the right. Here in the flight control room, Flight Director Ed Van Cise is now polling the flight control team to get a go for the depressurization of the airlock. As soon as the many workstations and all the tools and tethers are configured on each of the spacewalkers, they will move out of the equipment lock into the crew lock, where you see Vinogradov at the moment, and that hatch will be closed. Cassidy and Marshburn will be isolated there in preparation for final communications checks, the depressurization of the crew lock, and the start of today's spacewalk. All positions polling in the affirmative. We are go for depress and go for EVA. This unplanned spacewalk mounted in just 48 hours since the identification of this ammonia leak on the P6 truss in the vicinity of where the pump and flow control subassembly is located on the port or far left truss of the International Space Station. Assisting Cassidy and Marshburn there in the Quest airlock, you see in the foreground Chris Hadfield, the first Canadian commander of the International Space Station, and of course no stranger to spacewalking activities. He was the first Canadian astronaut to walk in space, 2 EVAs in his book for 14 hours and 50 minutes of spacewalking time, and with the spacewalk that was conducted about 3 weeks ago by Pavel Vinogradov that you see there in the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. Vinogradov has now acquired 7 spacewalks in his dossier, 38 hours and 25 minutes of spacewalking time. So you have 15 spacewalks of experience base in the 4 individuals you see in the Quest airlock. Quite an experienced crew, and again, as we mentioned earlier, a serendipitous moment. If this ammonia leak had to occur, it occurred at the right time to permit Cassidy and Marshburn, who conducted 2 spacewalks with each other on the STS-127 mission back in 2009, to go outside yet again in an unexpected moment to try to identify and perhaps fix this ammonia leak.
Who's safer on which person?
Doesn't matter to us, Chris. Just let us know which one you put where.
Okay, and which 2 are we using?
And that's 3 and 5, Chris.
Yeah, and 5. Thanks.
The reference there are to the 2 units called the SAFERs, or Simplified Aids for EVA Rescue. These are jet-powered backpacks that the spacewalkers wear. They will be outfitted with them here momentarily. These are used in the highly unlikely event that they would become untethered during today's spacewalk as a means to propel them back into a safe area of the International Space Station to grab on to a handhold and prevent themselves from floating away. If you recall back to the spacewalk that we've referenced earlier, back on November 1st, 2012, that was conducted by Sonny Williams and Aki Hoshide, that was to identify a growing leak in the 2B power channel's photovoltaic thermal control system that actually has been leaking a small amount of ammonia since 2007. Nobody knew why. There were various theories. The most likely theory that was developed was possibly in the radiator for the thermal control system. So during that spacewalk by Williams and Hoshide back in November, the last spacewalk to be conducted out of the Quest airlock, they replumbed the radiator system and deployed a radiator on the P6 truss called the early external thermal control system radiator that had previously been folded up once the permanent thermal control system was activated during the STS-116 mission several years ago. Well, the leak that was identified was checked to some extent, not completely arrested, but the ammonia leak that cropped up suddenly on Thursday was not considered to be similar in nature. This leak that we're dealing with today is considered to be a different source, possibly some relationship, but coming from a different source. And again, you see this video from Thursday showing the snowflake effect of the ammonia that is leaking from the area around the pump and flow control system box on the P6 truss. That may or may not be related to the radiator system. It is not thought that it is related to the radiator system at all. Today's activity is associated with a leak that is either associated with this pump and flow control subassembly or some fluid lines inside the truss itself and the integrated electronics assembly underneath the box. So that's what the data is leading us to on this detective chase to try to hunt down the ammonia leak and, if possible, repair it either through the replacement of this pump and flow control system box or some other repair methods that could be apparent to Cassidy and Marshburn once they arrive at the work site. The last time we checked, we were told that we're running about 15 minutes behind the pre-spacewalk timeline for preparations. The spacewalk is scheduled to begin at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. We might be running a few minutes behind schedule there, but we'll keep you posted on what we're hearing from the spacewalk officer here in Mission Control and her associates as we continue preparations for a planned 6.5-hour spacewalk by Chris Cassidy and Tom Marshburn. Good view of Hatfield with his back to the camera and Pavel Vinogradov installing the simplified aid for EVA rescue, this jet-powered backpack, onto Chris Cassidy. You can see the red stripes on his suit, designated as EV1 or extravehicular crew member number 1 for today's excursion outside of the Quest airlock. Tom Marshburn as EV2 will be wearing the suit bearing no stripes, pure white. The bird's eye view of Pavel Vinogradov at the top of your screen, working with Chris Hadfield in the very lower right-hand portion of your view to install the bracket onto the extravehicular mobility unit of Chris Cassidy for the SAFER unit, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue unit. They'll do the same for Tom Marshburn, who's basically hanging on the wall on the equipment lock on the left side of your screen, awaiting his turn. Once these devices are installed, the two spacewalkers will be moved into the crew lock section that is behind Vinogradov, and the hatch will be closed. They'll hook themselves up on umbilicals and prepare for communications checks and the eventual depressurization of the crew lock down to vacuum that will set the stage for the start of the spacewalk that is marked officially by the time that Cassidy and Marshburn will put their suits on internal battery power.
And Station Houston on 2, if there's any problems putting the SAFER on, just remember to preload the latches fully counterclockwise before trying to seat that.
Москва МКС, канал СГ-2. Houston Station on 1, you're probably watching KU, but if not, we have the Chris is safer on fine. We're putting him in the airlock. I have a question about SCU covers.
We're listening.
Yeah, they're the covers are just loose in the airlock, and are they normally supposed to be tethered somehow, somewhere?
And Chris, each one of those SCUs actually has an adjustable. It's marked SCU only that should affix it to the wall.
Okay, the two SCUs, sort of the little triangular-shaped covers that go over the end of the SCUs, they have no adjustables on them. Both of them are just free in the airlock. So those adjustables, if they must have migrated somewhere else.
And Chris, if you have...
Yeah, two fish. I think Tom spotted them. They're sort of flush mounted along the SCU itself, and so we'll take those adjustables, pull them out of the flush mount, and attach them to the covers.
You guys are rock stars. Thanks. Hey, and Chris, we think those might not be the right ones. The ones that are flush mounted with the SCU are supposed to hold the hose against the wall. So if you guys can't find the ones that say SCU only for the covers themselves, any adjustable will do, and we can take care of the paperwork afterwards as far as where those other ones are.
Copy. I'll clean that up once we get Tom with his safer on, and just don't let me forget.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. Vinogradov and Cassidy now applying the bracket for the simplified aid for EVA rescue jet-powered backpack to the suit of Tom Marshburn, with Cassidy having moved into the crew lock, or the outermost portion of the Quest airlock. Marshburn, once equipped with his safer unit, as it is called, will join Cassidy in the crew lock, and then the hatch will be closed to begin the process of depressurizing that outermost compartment in advance of the start of today's spacewalk. Once again, the highest priority task for Cassidy and Marshburn in this unplanned excursion outside of the International Space Station today will be the inspection of the possible area where this ammonia leak sprung on Thursday, mainly in the area of the pump and flow control subassembly box for the 2B channel of the electronics for the P6 truss of the International Space Station. They plan a detailed inspection to take high-resolution photographs, to use their helmet cams to focus in on the possible areas to see if anything is apparent, if there's any smoking gun that would be easily solvable in terms of a replacement or a repair. The plan is to remove the pump and flow control subassembly box from its slot in the integrated electronics assembly grid on the P6 truss of the International Space Station, to park it on a nearby bracket, to conduct an inspection of the bottom of the box, as well as a number of quick disconnects and tubes and cables that are associated with the functioning of that box. Again, trying to see if there's anything apparent or obvious that could have happened to this component or any associated hardware in the neighborhood that could have caused the leak of ammonia that was first detected late Thursday morning by the crew and confirmed by data received by flight controllers here in Mission Control. If there is something that is glaring or apparent that would make this box culpable of either contributing to or the cause of the ammonia leak, the box will be replaced with one of the spare units that is parked nearby. And the failed box, or the suspect box, would be parked in the slot where the spares are currently located. If nothing is apparent and there is no smoking gun for the leak of this ammonia, then the failed box would be replaced in its original slot that you see there marked in yellow, and will be done for the day, and we'll go back to the drawing board for another day. a wave from one of our spacewalkers for the day, Tom Marshburn, as he is maneuvered into place and will now be guided by Pavel Vinogradov and Chris Hadfield into the cramped quarters of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. That's the outermost compartment. The Quest airlock was delivered to the International Space Station on the STS-104 mission. STS-104.
This is where we are. We've got the safers on both. Chris is in position. I took Chris's rebeta on. I took Tom's rebeta on. And Tom, we're ready to put you in position in the airlock.
Copy all. Thanks for the status.
The Quest airlock, tried and true, was delivered to the International Space Station again on the STS-104 mission in July of 2001. It was installed on a spacewalk by Mike Gernhardt and Jim Riley on July 14th, 2001, and oxygen and nitrogen tanks were mounted to the outside of the Quest airlock on subsequent spacewalks during that mission.
Next step is push button EMU TV power press and green LEDs. I'll do you both.
Copy that.
Both spacewalkers now in the crew lock. They'll be maneuvered into their proper orientation. That'll be followed by Hatfield and Vinogradov working together to close the hatch. That will isolate Cassidy and Marshburn and begin the process of depressurizing the crew lock in advance of the start of our spacewalk. We're just about on the timeline, a few minutes down. Nothing significant, however, and nothing that would inhibit the proper execution of today's spacewalk that was put together in the last 48 hours in an almost unprecedented fashion to respond to one of the Big 12 tasks, as they are called, the identification and hoped for isolation of an ammonia leak on the P6 truss of the International Space Station.
Okay, both TVs are on. We have two good green LEDs.
Copy.
And I'm going to check finger pull test on all four white buttons.
And Chris, we did a good pull test earlier. That might not be required, but we do need to confirm those adjustables on the SCU pouches when you get a chance.
Sounds good to me. I'll do that now. And the two fish, why don't you just read me the steps rather than me flipping back and forth here?
Copy that. Okay, next up is going to be to check the depress pump man ISO valve closed.
Again, Hatfield and Vinogradov have now positioned Marshburn and Cassidy in the crew lock, just double checking all of their equipment before we close the hatch, isolating them in the crew lock. Hatfield and Vinogradov will continue to monitor activities and talk to the spacewalkers through the space-to-ground system from the equipment lock section, the innermost portion of the two-section Quest airlock. Spacewalk Officer Jacqueline Kagi here in Mission Control, reporting to Flight Director Ed Van Cise that we're running about 20 to 30 minutes behind the schedule here. The start of the spacewalk had been anticipated for about 7:15 a.m. Central Time, so we'll be starting a bit behind schedule, but nothing significant as we begin the 168th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance.
We've got them onto D-rings on the wall now.
Sounds fantastic. Thanks.
So I think we're in step 37. Tom, if you can check that the depress pump manual ISO valve is closed. I'm going to come in and remove your water switch guards.
And Chris, just to gain a little bit of time, we can skip step 40. We'll come back and do that later.
Roger that. So we got those two pulled. We're out of the crew lock. Okay, so we're skipping step 40.
One thing to note near the end of today's spacewalk will be that the crew will be observing each other to see if any ammonia has accumulated on their spacesuits. They do have equipment that they'll be taking outside, including brushes, to try to brush off as many residual ammonia flakes as possible. There will be some ammonia that is expected to accumulate on their spacesuits. They also are prepared to perform what is known as a bake-out once they get back into the equipment lock or the crew lock section of the Quest airlock to make sure that they don't bring any ammonia back inside the International Space Station that would be either toxic or of a hazardous nature. This is a known procedure. We've done this many, many times before when dealing with fluid lines and quick disconnects and things of this nature. So there are procedures that will be built in to the timeline at the end of the spacewalk, and there are bingo points, if you will, marks along the timeline that are set up to ensure that the crew members have enough time to disposition any issue with ammonia near the end of the spacewalk without extenuating the time that they spend outside.
Okay, Houston, step 46 is all verified on the hatch, and step 47, the emergency MPET is closed.
Sounds good, Chris. And we had a bit of a handover there. Can you confirm step 37 that the depress pump man ISO valve is closed?
Affirmative. Tom checked it.
Copy that.
So I think we're ready in step 48.1, if you agree.
Affirm, and that's in work. And we're doing that
so for Chris
from the
and
ground.
Tom, we are now in the 10-2 ops initiated from the ground.
So the crew lock hatch now closed, as you can see behind Hatfield and Vinogradov. The two spacewalkers now isolated as we set up for the start of the depressurization of the crew lock. That will be the scene setter, if you will, for the start of today's spacewalk.
Step 48 is complete, Chris. You can press 49.
Okay, Tom, if you're ready now, checking again that the depress pump power switch is off, that the depress pump enable LED is on. Okay, and Two Fish, if everybody at Houston agrees, we're ready to go to the crew lock depress cue card. We're going to pick up on page 1 of 2.
We concur.
Once we begin the depressurization of the crew lock, it will be done in a two-step fashion. We'll go down to about 5 pounds
Okay, the first thing is
5 pounds per square inch of pressure and hold. At that point, the crew will conduct systems checks on their extravehicular mobility units, the U.S. spacesuits, as well as communications checks before we resume the depressurization down to vacuum.
Mode fry on 2. Mode fry. EV1, com mode fry. EV2, com mode fry.
read you loud and clear, Hami.
Loud and clear. Loud and clear for 2.
Next is on the UIA, Tom. We want to switch depress pump power to on. Wait 10 seconds for the startup.
Coming on. Now. Okay, ready on the isolation valve.
I'm going to take the depress pump manual ISO valve to open.
Coming to open now. It's open.
Detect an alert tone.
There's my alert tone, EV1. Alert tone, EV2.
And we have reports here in Mission Control that the depressurization of the crew lock has now begun.
Copy that.
Next action is going to be when the crew lock is at 6.0, you'll get an alert tone, and then when it's at 5.0, we'll take that pump ISO valve to close.
Copy that. Closed at 5.0. EV2 suit gauge holding steady at 4.
Say again?
Suit gauge is holding steady for EV2 at 4.
Yeah.
Once Cassidy and Marshburn move out into the void of space, they'll check all of their equipment, make sure that their tethers are properly configured. They have a short transit over to the worksite, just about 150 feet, that's it. And they'll reach the worksite in short fashion, beginning to set up for their initial work that will be the inspection of the area near the pump and flow control system box, part of the subassembly that contains the mechanical systems that drive the thermal control system for the port truss of the station. There are 2 pumps per pump and flow control system subassembly that circulate ammonia throughout the external cooling loops, and a flow control valve that mixes cold radiator flow and the warm return flow of a heat exchanger to the radiators that enables the regulation of the proper temperature of ammonia coolant in the loop. It is suspected that the ammonia leak is coming from the 2B channel pump and flow control system box, or somewhere in the vicinity of that box.
That probably means we'll be getting to the work site in the heart of that start cycle, so just keep that in mind. Okay.
Show us approaching 6 psi.
EV1, 7.1 on my GPS. EV2, 7.3.
The crew lock section of the Quest airlock now down to about 6.5 pounds per square inch of pressure. And again, we'll take a pause at around the 5 psi mark to check out the systems for the spacewalkers who are inside behind that hatchway to check their suits. And then we'll resume the depressurization down to vacuum.
DB1, cruise 6 PSI. There, DB2 is passing through 6.0.
When we get to 5.0, Tom, you'll be taking the depress pump man ISO to closed and expect an alert tone.
Copy, closed at 5. ISO 5 now. Crash at 5.2. Split the difference. I'm saying 4.7. Okay. I'm taking mine to closed. Depress pump manual isolation valve coming to closed.
Yes.
It's closed.
Okay, you should get an alert tone.
Copy.
Get an alert tone. We want to switch your display status until leak check is displayed, and then yes and hold to follow the instructions.
It didn't work. DV1 in the leak check.
Cassidy and Marshburn now performing leak checks on their suits as we are holding at about 5 pounds per square inch of pressure in the crew lock section of the International Space Station's Quest airlock.
DV2 in the leak check.
Peace.
Leak check complete. Got 15 seconds left for EV2. O2 actuators coming to EVA for
Okay,
EV1.
for the first time in a few years, affirmative, Chris. Take your O2 actuator for EVA.
In work. complete for 2.
Tom, and you also. The last time you did this has been a few years, but take the O2 actuator to EVA.
Good work. Mine is real tricky going through, from off through press. Expect mine will be too.
Very stiff. Just take your time and put them over there. Remember the little tab you're going to lift up.
Yeah, coming through off. I can't get past, I can't even get to press. Tom, let's help each other. Okay. Sounds good.
Chris, your left foot is under Tom's left arm.
Copy. Okay, can you rotate your belly towards me?
If you rotate your body counterclockwise, looking down at your feet a little bit.
All right. I'm getting that classic O2 actuator message. Can you pull your BRT up towards you? Oh, yeah. My goodness. Okay, I'm over. Okay, you should be in EVA now. Yep, I show EVA. Okay, get to where you are. Are you in EVA? No. Okay. Mine's real hard to go through press. Can you come, yeah. Let's see. I can push this all the way. All right, are we sure yet? Okay, if you can click that tab up. All right, the tab. Yeah, you don't need it yet. Okay, we'll pass it through off. Just friction on that press. Close to it. It won't get into press. There you go, you're in press. Keep going. Shows indeterminate. Yeah, that tab up. Get that on. Yeah, hold on, let me double check them all. Tabs up. There should be an EVA. Okay, thank you very much. A lot of friction on the slide. A lot of friction going through, from off through press on EV1, but we are both in EVA.
Well, that's really good to remember for afterwards, but also if we have to move those at all later on here. Mm-hmm. Okay, that completes step 8. Next, Tom, once you get squared away, back on the UIA, I want to take the depress pump manual ISOL to open and expect a tone.
Copy that. Okay, depress pump coming to open.
Okay, once you have confirmed you have it open, Tom?
It is open.
I'm taking my emergency MPEV to open. And both the again monitor.
And with everything in order, the depressurization of the crew lock has resumed. This will take it down to vacuum, at which point the crew will conduct final communications checks, a final check of their suits before opening the
Tom, next action is
hatch to the crew lock and stowing it. The official start of the spacewalk, however, not marked until they put their suits on internal battery power. Once the crew is on internal battery power and with the hatch open, Chris Cassidy, who is EV1, extravehicular crew member number 1, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes today. He will be the first out of the Quest airlock. He will set up his position outside of Quest, and then he'll let Marshburn know when it's okay for him to exit the crew lock to join him outside. They will verify the configuration of their helmet lights, their wireless vision system, basically the helmet cams that they are wearing, to provide us with a bird's eye view of the activities that they'll be performing outside during the course of the day. They'll make sure that all of their tools and tethers are in the right configuration before they make their way about 150 feet over to the work site on the P6 truss of the International Space Station to begin their inspection of the area of the integrated electronics assembly, the grid on the P6 truss, if you will, which houses the pump and flow control system box that is at least suspected of being the cause of the ammonia leak that cropped up on Thursday, prompting the rapid response preparations for today's spacewalk.
Red hook, gate closed, slider lock. Goes to an unlocked Irkham body with a white anchor hook, gate closed, slider lock, into another unlocked Irkham body, which has a blank hook back to my mini workstation. And I'm showing 2.4 in the airlock pressure. I've got 2.6.
We hit 2.0. Tom, you're going to take the depress pump man ISO to closed.
Copy that. I'm at 2.4.
Looking ahead, there's an action to attach waste tethers to the crew lock D-ring for egress.
And that is complete, 3V2.
Copy.
So Tom, I think if you just verbalize from your red hook through you to the airlock D-ring will be... Yeah, none of that's visible to me. Roger that. The most important action right now is 2.0. Yep. I got an alert tone at 2. Understand there's a 2.
Chris Cassidy and Tom Marshburn displaying the sublime choreography of having conducted a pair of spacewalks together, 2 of the 3 spacewalks in their dossier that they conducted together during the STS-127 mission of the Shuttle Endeavour to the International Space Station back in July of 2009. And here's a view now from external cameras on the International Space Station of the venerable Quest airlock and some of the oxygen and nitrogen tanks, those doghouse-style tanks that surround the circumference of the Quest. The external hatch will be opened a short time from now after the crew lock is in a depressurized and fully vacuumized state, and will be set for the start of the spacewalk at the time the crew puts its suits on internal battery power.
Copy that.
Chris, you'll be looking on the EV hatch delta P gauge. When you see less than 0.5, you have a go for the EV hatch open and stow.
Copy all, Chris.
Currently, we're about a little under halfway through a long day pass.
Roger that. We're coming off the airlock D-ring. There's a D-ring extender, which I see connected to your waist tether, gate closed, slider locked, and going back to your right gate.
The International Space Station is currently flying 255 miles above the Earth, about to approach the west coast of France on a northwest to southeasterly track that will carry the vehicle and its 6 crew members, including our 2 spacewalkers for the day, just to the south of Marseille and to the south of the boot of Italy.
Maybe I have good access to it. It's just out there.
Space station flying 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator, its systems in good shape in support of today's spacewalk as Cassidy and Marshburn begin the process of trying to investigate and hopefully fix an ammonia leak on the P6 truss of the complex.
Through you to me. Chris, you concur?
Yes, I concur. And Houston, are you listening in and copying on the tether as well?
I can double check mine, and I agree, Chris.
And we're copying Chris's, and this is Spank and Tom. We copy all, and we're just double checking, see if we're checked off the boxes on that. That was a good idea to read them early.
Joining spacecraft communicator Jack Fisher on console is veteran astronaut Mike Fink standing up in the blue shirt. Fink has 9 spacewalks to his credit, and as is always the case here in Mission Control for a spacewalk, a veteran spacewalker joining spacecraft communicator as a second set of eyes on the complex tasks that are associated with conducting an excursion outside in the vacuum of space.
Thank you.
Let's see, let's put. All right.
I'm happy with the camera.
Put that guy right. Put the big one right there where you left. Your right-handed.
And this is. Okay.
Okay, so the large, small rets are both pre-positioned on the left and right side of the forward and aft side of the airlock. You have your camera and a config you like it. I have my bag pair and a config I like it, both of which are tethered. I've got my BRT to the bag. I think we're in good shape, Tom.
I do too. I've got my BRT to the bag. I see the hooks closed on the camera. So I'm connected to the camera.
Roger that. On the gauge that goes outside to the vacuum of space, it's about at 1.
Copy that. Thanks. We're doing our best to pressurize the universe. When you do get that valve or that below 0.5 and the hatch is open and stowed, of course I'll be closing my emergency MPEV inside. And then just looking ahead, we'll be taking staggered powers to battery, doing a check, and then SCUs will be the next physical action.
Copy all.
Copy.
And Tom, where we stuck that adjustable for your SCU cover, is that all going to be okay for you?
Checking. Yes, it'll be a little low.
You might want to, here, let me make it longer for you.
Okay.
That'll help a little bit.
Thanks. Yeah, that does it. Thank you. Good position, Chris.
Oh, Tom, I see one thing here. Let me check. Your SCU line might be pinched in by the safety tether. Here, let me just, for everybody listening, I'm disconnecting Tom's waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender, routing it around an SCU line. So it's no problem at all, for sure. All right, Tom, your waist tether is now back on the airlock D-ring extender with a gate closed and a lock slide. So you shouldn't have any problem with that SCU line.
I copy inside too. Thanks, Chris.
Copy. Thanks. Yep.
Through 1 on the gauge and on the DCM as well.
Copy.
The crew lock of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, housing Chris Cassidy and Tom Marshburn, clad in their extravehicular mobility units, is approaching vacuum.
Yeah, my head's up against the hatch, but
Can you put your...
what do you want me?
Yeah, just sort of belly to the forward as best you can, I think.
Okay.
You don't have to do it right now, just that's the kind of motion we're
How's that?
Yep.
Open it up.
Yep, perfect. That's the motion we need.
The International Space Station now passing over the Mediterranean, nearing the northern coast of Africa.
Imagine what it was like when three guys went out together.
I know. Yeah.
Hard to believe.
The three guys referred to by Chris Hadfield were Pierre Thuet, Tom Akers, and Rick Heeb during the STS-49 mission, the maiden flight of the shuttle Endeavour, that resulted in a three-man EVA to manually grab the wayward Intelsat satellite. That occurring almost 21 years ago to the day.
I've got a nice stable gauge pressure.
32.
Everything looking good. I've got a sublimator pressure on my DCM and it went blank. I think I just changed X beats, which is a nice thing. Camera's blank with no fight.
My DCM just went blank.
Okay, there's a 0.5 on the gauge, Chris.
I copy, and my digital value is pretty close to that as well. So as soon as it shows less than 0.5 on your gauge, you have a go to open and stow the EV hatch.
Copy all.
And as we prepare for the opening of the hatch to the Quest Airlock's crew lock section, everything is go for EVA. We're set to begin an unplanned spacewalk by Chris Cassidy and Tom Marshburn to inspect and hopefully repair an ammonia leak on the P6 truss of the International Space Station.
Chris, opening the hatch.
Copy.
Second in, Chris.
Okay.
Do you need to move some more?
It's sunlight. I am putting my visor down.
Copy.
And
Over the Sahara Desert at an altitude of 255 statute miles, Chris Cassidy putting his visor down, peering out of the hatchway. Now with the hatch open to the Quest airlock, we're standing by for the crew to put its suits on internal battery power to mark the official start of today's unplanned spacewalk.
the hatch is open. The stowing part is in work.
Okay, I'm taking my emergency MPEV to close. Let me know if you close that hatch again.
Roger that. The hatch is open and stowed.
Gentlemen, that completes the depress, and now we can just get into the post-depress. Let me know when you're ready on your DCMs.
EV1 is ready.
EV2 is ready.
These are going to be staggered switch throws. Expect the warning tone. Chris, you first. Want to take your power to battery.
EV1. Like no bite.
And the time is 12:44. 12:44 in EV2.
EV2's coming. EV2s and that.
Okay, we have both powers and battery. Next, on the UAA, Tom, you're looking for the power EV1 and 2 switches. Take them to off, OFF.
The power for EV1 and 2, and I have blank note on my DCM, Chris.
Copy, thank you.
Power EV1 coming to off, OFF.
Try to get out of your way, Chris.
Power to EV2 coming to off. That's complete.
Okay, all 4 LEDs should have gone out.
They did.
Okay, guys, you disconnect your SCUs, put the cover on, and stow the SCUs.
I just wrote a water off message. And inward.
So the SCUs comes off of your DCM, and you put on the little DCM cover, of course, secure with the Velcro, and then stow the SCU.
This is Mission Control Houston. Both suits now on internal battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk at 7:44 a.m. Central Time, 8:44 a.m. Eastern Time. Marshburn and Cassidy now have their suits on internal battery power. So the spacewalk is underway, the 168th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance.
Here's your mitten.
Okay.
It knew you were reaching for it. How do it know? No. Over the top of that guy. Over the top of the safety. There. So, you know what I mean?
I didn't see it. It's all blind.
All blind. Copy that.
With the two spacewalkers preparing to exit the Quest airlock. As luck would have it, of course, we're out of range of a television downlink signal from our tracking and data relay satellite system. We should be back in range, but not for about 21 more minutes.
Hey, the cover's on for 2.
Okay, so you got your DCM cover on and your SCU stowed in its pouch?
A-firm, EV1.
A-firm for 2.
Tom, check that the depress pump manual ISO is enclosed.
It is closed.
On your DCM, the temperature, what you're going to do is take the temperature control valve to max hot, switch the water to on.
EV1, max hot, water on.
Check that the DCM is blank, the bite is off, and then you can take your temperature control valve between 3 and max cold.
All complete, and EV1 is set at
EV2, max hot. Say again, next step.
Okay, take your water to max hot and switch your water to on.
To max hot, EV2 going to on.
Chris, I understood you to say yours is at 3. Tom, you should have checked your DCM is blank, your bite is off.
DCM is blank and bite is off.
Temperature control valve between 3 and max cold.
Temperature control valve is at 4.
Copy that. Becky, you ready to record in step 11?
Hey, Chris, on step 11, we just need gauge pressure from each guys, and on step 13, we'll do that from the ground.
EV1 gauge 4.3.
Marshburn and Cassidy checking their systems on their suits one final time before exiting the Quest airlock. Once again, you'll be seeing, once we get a television signal back, wireless video from the helmet cameras mounted on each of the spacewalkers' helmets. Tom Marshburn's helmet cam designation will be 18. Chris Cassidy's view marked by helmet camera number 20.
And we're ready, Chris. We think we are finished with the crew lock depress card, and we'll move on to the task procedures. Thanks for your service, and I'd like to do a quick comm check with both Chris and Tom.
Mike, hello. This is Chris, loud and clear.
Loud and clear also.
Mike, EV2 has you loud and clear. Tell me.
And Tom, loud and clear also. Boys, we're about to send you outside. The thermal analysis at the work site says it's going to be colder than usual, so try to stay ahead of any glove heaters. That being said, there's a warning I got to read to you that says turn off the glove heaters when comfortable temperature is reached to prevent bladder damage, and don't pull your fingers out of the gloves when the heaters are on. And also, the uncovered trunnion pins may be hot. How copy?
Copy all.
2 copies.
All right, and with that, there's a, on the airlock circular handrail, there's a sharp edge hazard on the port aft portion. You guys have been trained with that. That warning is, I had to read to you, and now we're ready to, for Chris to open the hatch thermal cover.
It's open. It opened by itself.
Yes, that's a great cover. Ready to, when you guys are ready, Chris, you can egress the airlock, and I think you're bringing your crew lock bag with you, and that's it. Go ahead.
Reading off of the checklist, one of our 2 spacecraft communicators, astronaut Mike Fink, who has spent more days in space than any other U.S. astronaut in history, joining Jack Fisher on console today as the spacewalking or EVA expert. Both will be talking to the crew periodically throughout the course of the spacewalk as we stay along the timeline with everything in order. The spacewalk officially beginning at 7:44 a.m. Central Time as the International Space Station passed 255 miles above the Sahara Desert.
Good, my friend.
Welcome back.
Yep. A little bit of bliss on the back of the hatch. You got it now. Just kind of more vertical will help you out.
Yeah, getting there.
A little more vertical. Back to your bliss is sitting.
Okay. A little more vertical.
There you go. BGT is clear. I see a mini workstation. Tabs are up. BRT tab is up. Green LED. Paper handles 1 and 2. Maybe scooch that. Oh, no, it's all the way down on the left. You're looking good. Papers, mini workstation, BRT, helmet light.
I see your WS. And I see your tabs are up. Paper handles. And let's see. Paper handles down. Okay, your left handle is up.
Okay. How do you like that?
Just down. Looks good.
There we go. Thank you. And how do you like the checks, Frankie?
Hey, those are good checks, guys. And just to give you a heads up, we do not have KU at this time. We won't get it for another 10 or 15 minutes, and we may have a small LOS for a minute or so somewhere in our comms, so just expect that. It's kind of a long handover. Chris, there's sharp edges on the CETA spur. Be careful. And also multiple strikes on the CETA handrail. With that being said, you are good to translate to P1 Bay 12, and at Bay 12, give me a call, and we'll give you further instructions. And Tom, make sure your reel's unlocked, and you can stow your crew lock bag on the BRT and wait.
Copy that. Good work.
Copy all. Good words.
My visor's down as well.
Headed out.
Passing just to the north of the island of Madagascar, the 2 spacewalkers, Chris Cassidy and Tom Marshburn, now outside of the Quest airlock, getting their tools and tethers and their workstation implements in order as they begin to make their way about 150 feet from the Quest airlock over to the P6 truss to begin the inspection of the area around and the actual equipment associated with the pump and flow control subassembly box for the 2B channel of the electrical system of the P6 electronics that is suspected to be the site and the origination point for the ammonia leak that sprung on Thursday, prompting this unexpected spacewalk that we're conducting today to try to isolate the leak and hopefully repair it.
Hey, there's one more caution, guys. Just for both of you. MBS, SS, RMS, SPDM taped radiative surfaces, don't touch them, as well as the BDU, MCU, CER, PCMs. TUS cable, watch out for it, both the Zenith and Natus cedar rails, and don't kick the radiator beams. How copy?
2 copies.
1 copy.
The alphabet soup of NASA acronyms offered by Mike Fink to the 2 spacewalkers, cautionary situational awareness so that they can stay away from sensitive areas of equipment, particularly some of the hardware on the space station's Canadarm2 that was maneuvered into position near the work site a couple of days ago to take camera views of the ammonia leak as it was beginning to emanate from the area near the pump and flow control system box.
It looks like an FHRC going down.
Okay, we copy. You're looking for 2 handrails, 3650, which is the lower one, and 3651, which is the vertical one. 3650, you're going to put your anchor hook.
Okay. My anchor hook is gate closed slider lock on handrail 3650. Unlocked Irkham body. White hook remains locked. The green Irkham body, the next Irkham body is unlocked, and the red hook remains gate closed and slider locked. The green hook is temp stowed intentionally unlocked. A little bit up.
That's a great config, Chris. The next is for you to take Tom's anchor hook, and that goes to the vertical 3651.
Okay. This is a little bit front with peril if I'd let go, so I've got to tether to his anchor hook. .3651 now has Tom's anchor hook on it with a closed gate and engaged locking mechanism. And it goes all the way back to Tom. I think that's a good config.
That's a good config, and if you're happy, then you can give Tom a go to release his waist tether, and then Tom, after he does that, he can close the thermal hatch cover. And after you guys do that, I got something for you, Chris.
Okay, go ahead with what you got for me.
Do I have a go, Chris?
You have a go, Tom. Sorry about
Copy that. Releasing my waist tether. And closing the thermal cover.
And we're copy. Tom's working on his airlock D-ring extender, and we heard earlier that his reel was unlocked. And Chris, just to let you know, we're not getting your biomed, so we're going to ask you every hopefully every 15 minutes or so how you're doing. And at any time, if you're not doing well, just let us know.
I think the answer to that is I saw the suit was in EMU data EMU, and I think it should be in data combo. I'm happy to switch that once I get to the work site.
Chris, I'm coming your way.
Roger, Tom.
The cover is closed.
So, Chris?
I'm on an IEA that's one short of where we need to be.
Chris, combo is what we're looking for, and yeah, when you get to the work site, that'll be a good call. And we are about, I don't know, 7 to 10 minutes to a night pass, so be a heads up.
Roger that. Can you tell me once again, remind me, Spanky, the handrail for the laydown of the greens?
That's 5309, Chris.
5309.
Yeah, that's the perfect.
For me?
Where your green hook goes, and after that, you'll give us a glove check.
After that, I give you a glove check. Copy that. Okay, I confirm my hand is on the green hook. Green hook is laid down on the inboard stanchion of 5309. Absolutely nominal left hand and nominal right hand. Good gloves.
Copy. Good gloves. Next, you're going to go between the ticker radiator and the sticker, and at the corner of the IEA, there's some handrails if you need them. And then you're going to fair lead on handrail 5327.
Cassidy and Marshburn are wasting little time making their way handrail by handrail, fixing their tethers in the proper places on those handrails to make their way as they translate to the work site of the P6 truss of the International Space Station.
And Tom first, and then Chris, I missed giving you, asking you for a gauntlet check. You guys got to the work sites a little faster than we were keeping up with.
EV1.
Hey guys,
okay.
We're still in ready comm. We didn't catch any gauntlet checks if you sent them down to us. Sorry.
Gauntlets are good for EV1, and I believe
good for 2.
Roger that. And like I'm leaving my tether in between handrails 53, 31, 2, and 3.
That's a very good call. Your next handrail, Chris, is 5327, and there's a sharp edge hazard out there near 5333 with 15 and with 19. So watch out for it.
I think we know the guys that dealt with those rifts, Tom.
I think so, yeah.
Hey guys, also big picture. Go ahead, Chris.
Nothing but important. I'm at 5327.
All right, that's your adjustable tether fair lead place, and while you're doing that, I have more warnings to read to you guys. Sorry, the BGAs except for 2B are all rotating, so watch out for them. Avoid contact with the sequential shunt units, the ECUs, the beta gimbal platforms, mass canisters, and solar array blanket boxes, especially the radiators are out there. You have the PVR as well as the ticker, so just don't kick.
Okay. Hey, Spanky, can the equipment hook of an adjustable go on to the wire cable of the safety tether, or does the fabric have to be touching the safety tether?
The series of warnings, cautionary warnings from spacecraft communicator Mike Fink, a veteran spacewalker in his own right, to Chris Cassidy and Tom Marshburn, essentially situational awareness to make sure that they don't inadvertently touch or come into contact with any sensitive electronics or hardware on the port truss of the International Space Station as they make their way to the work site. The ticker that was described by Fink as the acronym TTCR for the trailing thermal control radiator, that was deployed on the last U.S. spacewalk by Sonny Williams and Aki Hoshide back on November 1st of last year, part of the early external thermal control system that was rewired, if you will, replumbed to help expel heat from the systems on the port truss of the International Space Station when a rapidly growing ammonia leak of perhaps an unrelated nature to the one we're tackling today surfaced in the late fall of last year.
Just 1 second and I'll be mentally with you.
You can see the heart of mission control there on the right, Flight Director Ed Van Cise. In the white shirt, spacecraft communicator Jack Fisher, Mike Fink standing as they're talking to spacewalk officer Jacqueline Kagi at the rear console. She's choreographing today's activities outside by Cassidy and Marshburn. Once again, this spacewalk quickly put together to tackle an ammonia leak that developed on Thursday morning, noticed by the crew, confirmed by data on the ground, emanating from the 2B power channel of the International Space Station in the vicinity of a box, if not the box itself, that is called a pump and flow control system package. That box contains the controls and mechanical systems that drive some of the functionality of the thermal control system. Ammonia is the coolant that provides the proper thermal conditioning for the cooling of all of the electronics on the International Space Station on both the port and starboard trusses of the complex. The flow control valves inside this pump and flow control system box mixes cold radiator flow and the warm return flow from an interface heat exchanger to regulate the temperature of the ammonia in the loop, as well as provides the circulation of ammonia through the external cooling loops themselves.
How you doing, Tom? Where are you at?
Down at the Sarge, coming across.
Copy that.
With the International Space Station now flying in darkness over the southern Indian Ocean, Cassidy and Marshburn have reached the work site at the P6 truss. They will be retrieving a camera from their crew lock bag to begin photographing the integrated electronics assembly, particularly in the region of the suspect pump and flow control system box.
Other words for me too. Copy.
We should be reacquiring a television signal from our KU band communication system just a minute or two from now. That will assist greatly in situational awareness for the flight control team and should provide us our first helmet camera views from Tom Marshburn and Chris Cassidy. Cassidy's helmet camera once again will be numbered 20, Marshburn's helmet camera number 18.
Spanky, I'm coming up to my handrail here for a green hook.
Yeah, your handrail's 5312, and we're looking for your green hook to go there, and that's should be just outboard of Chris's tether.
Copy, 5312. Run there.
Okay, my first bag is temp stowed. Ready for bag 2. Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Bag 1 is temp stowed where you said. Now I'm working on bag 2, which is going where?
And Chris, that's going to the battery outboard of the PFCS.
That's where I am. That's good. Here we go.
This view, albeit pixelated, is coming from MPC, or multi-protocol system, or HD video, that is being downlinked by Chris Hadfield of the 2 spacewalkers as they set up shop in the vicinity of the work site on the P6 truss of the International Space Station.
I'd like to take you up on your offer, especially since Tom is just coming there to help us out with your data mode and see if we see what it says and see if we can get back into the combo special.
Absolutely great reminder. I had forgotten. And here it comes.
This is familiar territory for Cassidy and Marshburn. One of the 2 spacewalks they conducted together during the STS-127 mission in 2009 was the installation of batteries on the Port 6 truss, a very complex spacewalk that upgraded the power generation capability from the port truss arrays on the complex.
It says data combo. Now.
Okay, great. We'll see if that helps us out, and if not, we'll just go with the previous plan.
Now our first helmet camera view from Tom Marshburn's helmet camera. We are expecting upgraded views from the helmet cameras today in terms of quality. One of the benefits due to the recent KU band communications unit upgrades installed on the International Space Station.
Second for him, and then you can take the picture. You can take the camera with the flash from him, and then we'll have Tom work with the MUT ball stack. How copy?
Okay. Happy to do that. Or he's got it on it. He's able to do that too, and I'm right here with a MUT ball stack. But either way, I'm looking just at first glance, looking all around the box in question. I see no smoking guns or any evidence of drips or anything.
Yeah, I've not seen a flake yet.
Me either.
Thank you. Say again, my which man's spare leak, 5306 or 5305?
Almost, Tom. 5304.
5304. Okay, we'll get in board, copy.
Our first verbal description of the scene at the P6 truss worksite. No smoking guns or flakes of ammonia apparent, at least at the moment.
All right, yeah, we were trying to buy a little bit of time there, Chris. So get the mutt ball stack, and that's going to go to 5353, and set it up there. There's a you want to be on the outboard edge of 5353.
Copy.
And by the way, guys, we just got KU back, and we see WVS good from both of you guys.
Excellent.
Copy that. Cool.
This is the view from Chris Cassidy's helmet camera as he begins work to retrieve a camera from a crew lock bag. He'll be photographing the entire vicinity of the integrated electronics assembly around and at the point where the pump flow and control system box is located.
And we can see that. And 5353 is your handrail. It's on the outboard side near the PVR.
Okay. On the outboard, 2/3 of that.
Affirmative.
Location. And how would you like the how would you like the tether? Big.
Okay, there are several tethers. There's two ends of the tether. One end of the tether, we want to take it from the crew lock bag and put it onto handrail 5353.
Yeah, that's complete.
All right, and then the other end is going to eventually go to the ORU. Eventually.
Eventually to the ORU. Copy that. Okay.
And Chris, real quick, double checking the jaws are closed, paddles are out, the mud is locked.
So you're talking about on the 5353 end, we have jaws closed,
yep,
paddles out, locked.
And
let me just go right up the stack. Yep, locked from the first mutt to the ball stack. Second mutt to the ball stack is also locked. And the top mutt is open, jaws open.
Okay, and we want the jaws, I think I'm seeing it this way in your WVS, but you want the those jaws to be pointed inboard and kind of horizontal, kind of like an alligator.
It is the alligator ready to munch on a scoop.
Copy that. Tom, how you doing?
Coming down the outboard, coming up next to Chris.
I see you there, Tom. I'll scoot in. And I'm sort of in your real estate here.
Before you get too comfortable, Tom, we're going to look for a glove check from you. Haven't gotten one for a while. And then also for both of you guys, I have some more cautions, sorry. Avoid inadvertent contact to the radiator center bolt tip pin, which is near handrail 5348. It's not rated for kick loads.
Copy that.
The two crew members will take a glove check and provide a verbal assessment of the condition of their gloves, a periodic check of the gloves conditions that take quite a beating out there during EVA work.
Copy.
How's the designated spot there?
Well, I heard a thing to be outboard a little bit more, but let's see how it goes with this config.
All right.
Once again, Cassidy and Marshburn now 34 minutes into their spacewalk, setting up shop at the worksite of the P6 truss. They'll be looking into the guts of the truss's bay at the integrated electronics assembly, a veritable curly queue of wires and tubes and piping in which any one of those items could be the culprit that has resulted in the springing of an ammonia leak that was first detected on Thursday.
Okay, we're happy with your glove check, Tom. Thank you. Now for a quick sync point, we're going to have Chris photograph the IEA with the flash camera. So get the camera out and photograph the 2B IEA. And if you see anything, I know you looked at it already, let us know.
There's a camera right next to you.
Roger. APFR would be good.
Say that again?
I think APFR would be good.
Yeah, you got it.
I'm rated to it.
Okay. You just keep my red on if you'd like.
Get locked.
Good view of Chris Cassidy from the helmet camera of Tom Marshburn as they begin the process of taking a number of photos of the integrated electronics assembly at the P6 truss. This is right in the neighborhood where the pump and flow control system box is located and the suspected site of the ammonia leak.
And Chris, while you're taking nice, beautiful photos in the dark there, any more reportage would be appreciated.
It looks like a nominal IEA.
I agree.
I mean, there is. Now, what I do see, look up on the DCSU, Tom, right above the PFCS. See that brown smoke?
Looks like a coffee stain.
That could be a stain from something. Why is the flash not coming on?
You have it powered on?
Flash is on. Power cycle it.
And push the black button down below. I did not see a flash.
I didn't see a flash either.
Did the internal to external switch get bumped?
Hey guys, we're
could you double?
we're looking into seeing if we have any ideas on how to get that flash working.
What's the internal external switch position supposed to be?
Copy. Stand by. Words we got on that is internal, external switch doesn't matter.
Okay. Flash ni roboted. The camera is taking pictures, as indicated by the green light.
And
this is, I don't know if it's helping or not to do these in the dark.
Real.
Here, can you get some from your angle? Are you still tethered to it?
Yeah, what do you need?
Try some from your angle down that gap right there.
Okay.
Hey guys, we have some ideas on the flash when you're ready.
Okay, ready?
Go.
Yeah, there's a flap you guys can pull back, and you see it'll show you the status of the flash, and you can read that to us, and we can determine if it's a flash problem or a battery problem.
Flash delta, flap delta. Okay. I see it in standby. Let's keep you eye with the little circle.
Okay, we copy standby.
Thank you. While you're talking, can I go get the APFR?
Standby. We copied the question. We got to talk.
Okay, I'm up here just looking visually. Okay, I see nothing off nominal. Just these smudges on the DCSU.
So, Chris, I think Tom has a camera now. Before you get the APFR, we would like you to close the PFCS FQDCs, which is the first main step we need to do. So let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
You're going to be handrailing to the BRT or BRT to the handrail 5342, head facing inboard.
I copy. Oh, sorry to get ahead of you, Mike. Not my intent.
Chris Cassidy continuing to provide verbal reports that he sees nothing out of the ordinary or off nominal, as he put it, in the vicinity of the integrated electronics assembly. He did note a possible brown stain somewhere at the top of the pump and flow control system box, which is the leading candidate as a suspect for the ammonia leak that developed on Thursday, but again reiterating that he sees nothing out of the ordinary. The crew will now start to work, Cassidy in particular, on the closing of fluid quick disconnects. That will set the stage for the demating and retraction of those quick disconnect connections as the precursor to the unbolting of the pump and flow control system box and its removal from its slot in the web of electronics and metal that consists the P6 truss.
Give you where to put the camera.
Hey, Tom, before you put the camera away, we can do a quick check for troubleshooting on it if you want to spend a few seconds.
Sounds like a good idea. Let me put my BRT back. Okay, ready to copy.
All right, for Tom on the camera, you pulled back the flap and you saw the standby. Take a look at that while pushing down the button halfway and then full way, and then during that time, that standby should change. That'll tell us if it's a cable issue or something else. How copy?
Copy. Copy. Didn't work. Get the flap back. Button press halfway does nothing. And button press all the way does nothing. You know the little clock circle that spins under the standby? It is not spinning. It is static.
Okay, that's a good feedback for us, Tom. We think that's probably going to be a cable issue, and that may not be fixable. So I think that's it for the troubleshooting for now. We'll wait till the day pass to take some good pictures.
And I can feel actuation just through my fingertips when I press the button halfway. You can feel the mechanism.
Oh yeah, I think the camera's working fine. It's just the connection to the flash.
Copy.
Tom Marshburn having problem with the flash on his camera for pictures of the integrated electronics assembly during this night pass. This is not a showstopper by any means. They'll simply wait for daylight to capture good imagery of the integrated electronics and associated equipment at the work site where the ammonia leak began back on Thursday morning.
Fluid quick disconnect coupling, FQDCs, and that can be done with the PGT. You will eventually need the ratchet wrench for later, so if you want to put that on your mini workstation now, that's not a problem.
Roger that. That's in work.
So Chris, I don't see a good BRT location for you, but I can stabilize you if you like.
Oh, there's a good one right down here. My feet are probably going to be towards you a little bit. The one thing that concerns me is the location of your fair lead. I think it should be outboard more.
Outboard more?
Yeah, and if you don't mind taking the time to do that, I think it's important.
Okay. On my way, I'll see if I can drop the camera off. That's my BRT.
Hey guys, we heard your comment about Tom's fair lead. We agree. Great idea. Just let us know, Tom, when you put it more outboard, where you put it. Thanks.
Copy that.
All right. All right, to get in sync with you, I have a square scoop on me. Outside of the bag, I dangled the camera and the ratchet. So they're accessible quickly.
Okay, Chris.
And say again the hand. the handrail that you recommended, I think you said 5342.
Affirmative on 5342. Copy your configuration. You want your head inboard, and you're going to be working with H1 and H2. There's nothing magic about 5342. That worked for us in the pool. If it doesn't work for you, we have some alternate ideas for you. But basically, you're going to need to demate and retract FQDC with the PGT.
I understand. Nothing magic about 5342, but there is magic that happens with these bolts.
Affirmative.
The discussion of bolts referring to these H bolts, a series of bolts that holds the pump and flow control system box in place in its slot in the integrated electronics assembly of the P6 truss, the same type of bolts that gave Sonny Williams and Aki Hoshide fits during a change-out of a main bus switching unit during their last series of EVAs back in the fall of 2012.
We can see that in the WVS. That's great. Hey, I want to give you a quick pre-brief. We're going to be driving counterclockwise and on H1 and H2. You're going to monitor for an ammonia leak. If some reason a flowing leak is observed, immediately stop turning, change to clockwise 2 that is, and drive to hard stop. And we think the leak would most likely occur between the PFCS and truss, so you may not see the flow may only be seen around the edges of the PFCS. And just for your information, the QDC has a 1 cubic centimeter ullage of ammonia during the valve close, so you're going to see you may see a few ammonia flakes. That should not be considered a flowing leak. How copy?
Okay, a few flicks I can expect, and as I drive the bolt, if I see a non-stop flow of ammonia, I'm going to unsqueeze the trigger, rotate the collar a couple clicks over to clockwise 2, and drive back in all the way to hard stop, as I understand, or do it just a couple turns? I think I read something about that.
All the way to hard stop is what we'd like.
All the way to hard stop. I understand all that. Great brief.
Okay, good. In that case, get your PGT out, Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Chris Cassidy now beginning to work to demate and retract a series of quick disconnect connections holding these bolts in place to begin the process of unbolting the pump and flow control system box on the P6 truss. The spacewalk now 48 minutes in duration, being watched around the world, actually, including a team of NASA and Canadian Space Agency landing support personnel who arrived earlier today in Karaganda, Kazakhstan, for the staging of the landing and recovery of Tom Marshburn, along with Roman Romanenko and Chris Hadfield on Monday night U.S. time, Tuesday morning Kazakhstan time, the landing being staged out of Karaganda and Zhezkazgan, Kazakhstan on Monday night, the southern zone for landing operations, as opposed to Kustanai and Arkalyk, Kazakhstan for the northern zone.
I appreciate you moving that.
Oh, sure.
I know it wasn't the most convenient thing to do.
That's all right. Got it.
Where are you in that process?
It's complete.
And if you can stop from that and look down from that upward angle, you might see stuff flowing better than I can.
Okay.
And I'll wait here until you're in a position where you can put eyes on.
Okay, not quite down that low yet.
Roger.
I thought I was, but I crank around and see what I wanted to. Coming on down.
Roger that.
I want to tiptoe this camera, but I'll wait for a sec.
All right, perfect. You ready?
Stand by one.
Okay.
And yeah, let me go ahead and get rid of this camera. It's in the way here. Let's see, I need to tiptoe, so it looks like it, okay, that's good. Okay, ready.
All right. Okay, Mike, if you're ready, we are. We've got eyes on two different angles. Maybe you have video as well. I am set with Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2. I understand. If I see or Tom sees non-stop ammonia, I will stop and drive it back to a hard stop clockwise 2. Here we go.
And we're ready, watching.
2 turns for 18.
Cassidy using a pistol grip tool, a high-tech screwdriver, basically to
18. Nothing visible.
unbolt the first of the quick disconnect connections, seeing nothing visible coming out of the pump and flow control system box.
What we're looking for, 16 for full stop at 18-ish. I felt it too. Okay. That was I felt that mechanism that we did in the we talked about in the pre-brief.
Yep.
And I got a red expected torque message, and it is at a hard stop at
We copy.
19.3 turns.
19.3.
19.3 turns.
There should be a status indicator. It should say demate.
It sure does.
All right, I didn't hear the last of it. If it says demate.
It does not. It looks like it says mate. My fault for not watching that slider move as the bolt was going. I was looking for the ammonia. It looks to me like it's in mate.
Okay.
I definitely felt the actuation though.
We copy. Stand by.
And Spanky, nothing, no crystals, nothing's coming out from behind, both the Chris's upside or Chris's right side of the PFCS.
Okay, Tom, we copy. Good report. Thank you.
Tom Marshburn reiterating no crystals, nothing visible coming from the pump and flow control system box.
Hands on your left hand, are those in your way at all?
Actually, they do want to flop over here, so we'll have to be careful when we...
Okay.
They're pretty loose, look, see?
Yeah, just like in the pool.
Yep.
And guys, while we're waiting, it's about 2 minutes and 20 seconds to daylight.
Roger.
Copy.
The International Space Station flying from southwest to northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator over the South Pacific, soon to cross the terminator and move into an orbital sunrise as it approaches the west coast of California.
Okay.
They look very similar.
All right, copy symmetry.
Their demate is outboard in both cases, huh?
Yeah.
And over on Chris's left side, down, I'm able to look down the canyon, the very base of the IEA, and it looks clean.
Copy.
Yeah, everything looks clean there.
Copy, guys, on the report, and we got a good message from our back rooms here. We don't expect that. It turns out that the mate-demate won't change till we finish our next step. So we're ready for a different PGT setting for you, Chris, and then we can proceed.
it's Alpha 7 clockwise 2, but I'm ready to hear your words.
If I would have said anything, it would have been Alpha 7 clockwise 2. So you're going to drive H1 to a hard stop now, and that's going to be about 18 turns. Again, the hard stop is what we're looking for.
Okay. And if I understand the mechanism correctly, the chance of ammonia was the last rotation. This is actuation of the bolts coming back. The connectors are demated already. Correct?
That's affirmative. The ammonia valve is closed.
Roger that. Driving now. Three for hard stop at 18. In for hard stop, no motion on the indicator.
Copy.
15 for a hard stop at 18. Again, no motion on the indicator.
Copy. Hard stop around 18, no motion.
19.27 turns. Actual torque is 9.0. Green light.
9.0 and 19.7.
No motion on the demate indicator.
We copy.
Yeah, we might see something, as it warms up, so.
Yeah, very true, Tom. Good point.
All right, guys. Chris, we're going to have you get into position but not turn. Stand by. We are going to give you permission to start with H2. We think H1 is probably okay. We're going to go think about it, but in the meantime, we'll start working on H2. So PGT is going to be Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2. Set.
Thank you for what it's worth. The base of
The flight control team here believes that the first of the bolt quick disconnects has been demated and retracted. They're going to proceed on now for the
that's a really good
demating and retraction of the quick disconnect, the fluid quick disconnect connections for the so-called H2 bolt that is holding the pump and flow control system box in place in the integrated electronics assembly of the International Space Station. The crew has reported on several occasions now that everything looks clean from their perspective, no ammonia flakes and nothing out of the ordinary.
There's 5 for hard stop at 18. No motion on the indicator, no evidence. I see a few flecks like they talked about, that 1 cubic centimeter amount.
Yeah, we can see some of those in the WVS also. Copy, just a few small flecks.
Well, actually, I haven't seen any, but what I have seen is a reflection off the PGT whipping around. Are you sure it's not that?
Okay.
I didn't see any flakes.
19.2 turns, 9 foot-pounds, green torque light at a hard stop. No motion on the indicator, no gushing ammonia.
Copy all. Ready for the clockwise 2 and keep it at Alpha 7.
Alpha 7 remains, clockwise 2 is set. Driving.
Our 2 spacewalkers working in tandem. You can see the red stripe on the backpack of Chris Cassidy on the left, Tom Marshburn on the right, in the guts of the integrated electronic assembly of the P6 truss of the station, again reporting no apparent flowing ammonia, possibly 1 or 2 flecks of something as they continue to undo the fluid quick disconnect connectors on the bolts holding the pump and flow control system box in place.
How's the running torque on it?
It's like almost nothing, 1 foot-pound.
Great.
Turns 9.4 foot-pounds, green light, no motion on the indicator.
Copy all. Standby 1.
You see stuff right in there, those little guys?
Nothing at all. Yeah, you thought you saw some lakes?
Little tiny things like he talked about. There was that ullage pressure in the back.
Okay. You're sure that wasn't the light? Because I thought I saw that, but for a second, but it was the reflection off the rotating.
No, I saw things with velocity, you know, like just a little movement coming this way.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't switched over the camera off of that yet.
That's okay. So it's light. If you want to get some pictures, Tom, maybe you can move around.
Yeah, that's a great idea for Tom to take any pictures that you guys couldn't take in the dark. And for both of you guys, it looks like we're happy. We think we saw enough good indications that the FQDCs are successfully disconnected. And Chris, the moment you've been waiting for, you can go get the APFR, put away your PGT.
Copy. All right, Tom, I just got to tend your safety tether a little bit over.
Okay. Getting down here. I can take some pictures. I want to get my BRT in so I can be stable.
All right.
The quick disconnect connectors are now demated. The crew now will retrieve an articulating portable foot restraint to put in place to begin the work to release structural fasteners holding this pump and flow control system box in place on the P6 truss.
For what it's worth, Mike, I could definitely tell a difference in temperature out here and that night pass.
A little bit cold, huh?
Yeah, it was a little bit chilly. NECOP Houston.
Here in Mission Control, the thermal systems specialists are monitoring ammonia in the P6 truss, making sure that the passage from a night pass into a day pass sometimes can stimulate the expansion of the ammonia just because of thermal expansion and contraction characteristics, making sure that that doesn't stimulate any flow of ammonia in the vicinity of the spacewalkers who have reported nothing out of the ordinary so far. Now 1 hour, 3 minutes into today's spacewalk.
And Tom, while we have you, did you tell us the handrail for your new fare lead?
I did. I've forgotten it. I will. It's 2 further over from what you told me. 2 further outboard.
That's all we need from you, Tom. Thanks. Sorry we missed it.
What? This gap spanner is rated for EVA translation, right?
Yes, I was there myself, and it was a little flimsy, but they say it's good.
Yeah. I trust your life with it, Mike.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said it's good. Copy.
Yeah, it looks like you made it. Hey, Chris, before you do that, BMEs would like to get a quick status check on how you doing.
I feel great. Is there anything I can give you from the DCM that you're not getting, or just asking overall how am I feeling?
Nope. The docs are happy. We're just going to check in with you periodically. We're not getting the telemetry, so we're fine. Good to go for the PFR.
Okay. Yep. Appreciate you checking. I feel fantastic. And commencing PFR.
And copy, Tom, that you're feeling good. And just to let you know, we are getting suit data, just not the biomed.
Well, it's Chris saying he feels good, but Tom feels good too.
Copy. Everyone's feeling good.
First-hand report from a former flight surgeon, Dr. Tom Marshburn, that he and his spacewalking partner, Chris Cassidy, are in good shape. An hour and 5 minutes into today's spacewalk, the International Space Station flying 255 miles over San Diego.
I've got a really good view for the other settings besides the clocking. You can maybe give me those.
We can do that. You're going to be looking for Mike Alpha 1.
Mm-hmm. Mike is closer to A than O. Okay, got it. Mike.
Thank you. The sun angle is not the best. So in about 5 minutes, I think I'll be able to get better pictures here.
Okay, yeah, we're doing great on the timeline, and pictures do matter. So, and then Tom, in a few minutes, we're going to have a few more words for you. I think there's one more trouble setting step we can do to see if we get the flashback.
Copy that.
Mike Alpha 1 set.
Those are good numbers.
Ready.
Yeah, you know how it searches for a focus until we get some sun on it. Kind of going through that cycle.
Copy. So, Chris, you're going to translate back across the gap spanner to the corner of the IEA. You're going to be looking for WIF 19.
I copy.
And while you're doing that, steal the comm to talk to Tom for one last chance for the troubleshooting, if you're ready, Tom.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm just doing a survey of the PFCS and the little, one more picture here, I'm ready to copy.
Okie doke.
Okay, ready to copy.
All right, there's a thing called a flash sync cable. It runs between the top of the camera and the front of the flash. There's a camera end of the cable, and it's a square cube sitting on a hot shoe on top of the camera. Make sure it's pushed all the way towards the front of the camera.
That entire box, huh?
Yep.
There was some play in it. And there was some play in it.
All right, so maybe that puts the hot shoe a little bit better connected now, and the flash may work. I don't know if you can see the flash working if you try to take a picture, but it wouldn't be bad to try to check.
Okay. The locking mechanism, so it doesn't happen again, is now there's a big end and a shorter end. The big end is at the 10 o'clock position. I can't read whether that's locked or not. I'm thinking that's not locked.
That's unlocked, Tom.
Yep. Okay. Right,
And
it came unlocked.
Chris, clocking is 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
And the flash is working, Spanky. Great job, you guys.
Nice.
Okay, copy, flash working, and Chris, looks like you have the good checks, black on black, and a good pull twist test. We saw that in your WVS.
11, black on black, I concur, Mike Alpha 1. All good settings.
Yes, we agree, good settings. So those solar array blanket box launch restraints, those big gold things that could get in the way, move those out of the way. They look like they were free moving before, and then you can get into the APFR.
Okay.
So Tom Marshburn has fixed the problem with the flash on his camera. That's good news. He'll be able to take quality photos during night passes during today's spacewalk, now 1 hour, 10 minutes in duration.
So keep them coming.
The crew is now preparing for the final preparatory steps prior to releasing structural fasteners on the pump and flow control system box on the P6 truss of the International Space Station, carefully moving launch restraints from the solar array blanket box that the P6 arrays were folded up into in an accordion-like fashion. They're making sure that they're clear of the removal path of the pump and flow control system box once they have unbolted it and removed it from its slot in the bay of the integrated electronics assembly on the P6 truss. And we're handing over communications between our tracking and data relay satellites. We should be regaining our downlink television signal momentarily. The International Space Station is currently flying over southwestern Minnesota, not far from the hometown of Vining, Minnesota, the home of Karen Nyberg, who's in the final stages of preparation for her launch with Luca Parmitano and Fyodor Yurchikhin on May 28th U.S. time from the Baikonur Cosmodrome to join the remaining Expedition 35 crew members, Pavel Vinogradov, Alexander Mazurkin, and Chris Cassidy.
Meantime, Chris, you can start thinking about getting out your ratchet wrench.
Okay. Copy that. Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
Okay. Getting pictures also.
And while you guys are still thinking pictures, we got a quick question for you. Did that brownish marking that you guys saw from before, did you guys get some good shots of that?
I did.
Oh, Tom, I just saw the flash go on. Maybe we should turn. Is battery life an issue for those old batteries?
Well, I was taking them down inside the crack there.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
So, but yeah, good call.
No, if you need it, you need it, but I just didn't know.
I'll switch over. I'm going to start taking some of the turn the flash off, and I'll go taking some pictures of the external surface of the.
Hey, while you guys are there, do you mind taking a picture quick of the PFCS that has that plate on top of it, the serial number, part number, and stuff?
Yeah, I got it.
Got it.
Like a pair of tourists,
Okay.
Marshburn and Cassidy collecting photo after photo of the area in and around the pump and flow control system subassembly on the P6 truss of the International Space Station.
Okay, Chris, we copy that you are ingressed and you have the ratchet, and we are going to start with Hotel 3, which I guess is near the bottom of your local bottom of the box, or nadir, or near your knees. And you're going to use the 7/16 with the 6-inch wobble and just break the torque on H3. Hotel 3, go ahead.
Hotel 3, one of the two remaining bolts holding the PFCS, or the pump and flow control system subassembly box in place on the truss.
And Chris, we're getting words for both H3 and H4. We want to minimize the wobble deflection. So, and you want to keep the wobble tip fully inserted. So you're going to try to get straight down on the bolt with some good pressure in breaking the torque.
I copy.
So as they break torque on these bolts holding the PFCS box in place, once again looking for any kind of evidence of a leak of ammonia. So far, no joy in that regard, nothing out of the ordinary being observed by either Cassidy or Marshburn. They'll be looking at the bottom of the subassembly box once it's removed from its slot in the integrated electronics assembly of the P6 truss, as well as all the tubing and associated plumbing that resides beneath the box that it is connected to for its functionality.
And less than one turn.
That one was a charter, and it is torque broken.
Copy, torque broken. So you can temporarily stow your ratchet on your mini workstation.
Okay.
We need to have a second scoop.
It's actually tending back to the bag, crew lot bag, and I understand you said second scoop.
Affirmative.
So I got the bag here. You want to scoop out of here?
It doesn't matter if you got it really handy. Otherwise, got my hands on the bag too.
And Tom,
you going in yours?
We're going to need you to help us with the ret from the ball stack.
You got it. Copy that. And I have one scoop here I can put over on the battery.
Okay, that'll be great. That's what we'd like, Tom.
Okay.
2 scoops are installed, Mike.
Say again, please.
Kind of like.
Scoop is installed on H3 and H4.
Copy, 2 scoops.
I see this locked. Is that on purpose?
Nope. There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So, I don't mind this position here, although now the safety tether is crossing the path a little bit for the handover.
Mm-hmm. We can put that back here.
Crew like bag.
Safety tether.
And thank you, sir, again for the ret.
Yeah, the ret.
On the mutt ball stack.
Yeah, the red on the mutt ball stack, that one comes to the PFCS, and you just hand it to Chris, and he'll put it on.
Copy that. Sounds great.
And then, Tom, we can get you in a good position too. I think you said you put a scoop on the PVR side battery. If you did that on the
That was just Frankie, I think that was just for me to BRT to. But I don't mind where I am right now. It doesn't look like a bad spot.
Okay, we defer to your expertise on that one. No problem. We are going to hand over. You're going to help with the windshield wiper and all the rest. So if you're in a good spot, you're in a good spot. Once you get the ball stack ret onto the PFCS, we're ready with PGT settings.
All stack ret is on H3 scoop, ready for PGT settings.
Stand by.
Yeah, that's.
All right, ready for PGT settings. We're looking for Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 7. I have a healthy respect for Bravo 7. Counterclockwise 2. Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2.
Okay, we're going to work on H3. Go ahead.
H3 is where I'm at. We don't expect Bravo 7 loads, if I understand this correctly.
That is correct. And we're expecting, though, 10 turns at the minimum, and we want to see the status indicator go on lock.
Okay, ready?
Chris Cassidy now about to unbolt the 2 bolts holding the pump and flow control subassembly box in place. He and Tom Marshburn then will lift it out of its slot in the bay that it resides in the integrated electronics assembly very carefully, photograph the bottom of that box and focus on the sealing surfaces of the fluid quick disconnect connections to see if there's any evidence whatsoever of a smoking gun for the ammonia leak.
Those are good words. Now is H4's turn, minimum 17 turns. Looking for the status indicator also.
Resetting PGT. Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2 remains.
Good words.
You ready, Tom?
Let's see, you got that. Jaws are open. I'm ready to take it, yep.
And then,
I'll take photographs first.
yeah, so that's the next thing, right, Spanky? I'm going to hold it, present it to Tom for photos.
That's affirmative. Once we're going to have to do a MCC go on that one once you're done with the turns, and then you're going to actually hand it over to Tom and Chris. You'll take the pictures.
Okay, we can talk about that. I think I'm in a really good spot to hold it solidly for him, take the pictures, and I can move it around very easily. But let me get this bolt driven.
All right, let's do the bolt,
4.
and we're ready. 17 turns.
It's turning. Started out low running torque. Running torque's increasing a little bit. 4 turns for about 17. I can tell I'm very close to the electrical connectors coming out. I see the box rising, indicator moving, 10 turns, 11 turns, running torque eased up. You think it feels like the electrical connectors are off. Box is still riding up. There's 18 turns, running torque dropped off to nothing. Red light, the box is released, indicator is unlocked.
Excellent news. We're going to take a poll down here, but Chris, we heard your words, and you can hold it. Tom can take pictures. The main thing is to get some good pictures, and especially even getting pictures down in the ditch there. Stand by for our go before you release. And we have a go.
Sure.
MCC is ready to go for you to pick up the failed FPCS, and let's see what we see.
I'm ready, Tom. Are you ready?
I'm ready with the camera.
Here we go.
Okay, just visual inspection, Spanky. Not seeing ice on it.
Copy.
The well looks good.
No ice.
Yeah, no mechanisms have ice on them.
Right.
Taking pictures.
The pump and flow control system subassembly box out of its slot. The initial look, no ice on it. That would clear the fluid quick disconnect connections for the installation of a replacement box.
That was good. Pull your right hand towards you a little bit. Back it away from you a little bit.
Okay. Away from you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Flip it around this way. Not a very... You need to pull it towards you.
Pull it towards me, copy.
That's going to be too close.
How's that?
That's great.
Yeah, I wish I had a camera to take a view.
Yeah, I've got the back of it covered.
One over here.
And I've got the connectors.
And guys, we are getting great WVS. We copy everything you've seen so far. Can you confirm that you haven't seen any flakes?
I have not.
I have not either.
Okay, copy. No flakes. That's good information for us. Guys, we're looking good for the procedure. We'd like to take the FQD, or excuse me, the pump package and put it on the ball stack. And then we'll take more pictures of the well.
Copy. Just a sec, Tom. I'll get it in this. Okay. All right. All right, so this is coming over to you.
Yeah, I want to
Are you squared away with the camera and everything?
Yeah, I just want to get myself pulled up here. Get away from the
Radiator.
So let's see. There. Get the red out of the way.
I have control.
Copy. Getting the red out of the way.
Getting the red out of the way. How does it know?
Okay. I have control.
You have control. The red is to the ball stack, which is structure. Okay.
Okay, the jaws are closed. Paddles are out. I'm locking the jaws.
Tom Marshburn is in the process of locking the removed pump flow control sub-assembly box into place. There are more photographs required here of the bottom of this box, as well as the fluid quick disconnect connections and other associated plumbing in the bay of the integrated electronics assembly from which the box was removed.
No mice. Thank you. Looks really, really clean. Surprisingly so.
Yep.
Only thing I can notice is a little bit of metallic debris on the H4 bolt shaft.
We see you taking pictures of it, and we can see the shaft that you're talking about. It's the one between the FQDC receptacles.
H4, I think, is what the number is.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like you get pictures down in the hole there?
Yeah. You lift your visor up. Okay. What else can we get you?
How about the mirror?
Yeah, the mirror. Good call.
And while you still have the camera, Tom, there's that flap that's covering the flash sync cable kind of on top. If you can bat that back down, that'll be appreciated. I don't know if it's that camera or the one that Chris just had.
Okay. Yeah, I've done it a couple of times. It seems to want to.
Yeah, Space Velcro.
Mike, is inspection mirror the next thing in there?
Stand by.
The inspection mirror referenced by Chris Cassidy is a tool that will enable them to see in the crevices in the integrated electronics assembly bay from which the pump and flow control systems or sub-assembly box was removed. So far, no smoking gun an hour and a half into the spacewalk, but there is plenty yet to investigate by Cassidy and Marshburn as they attempt to find any evidence of the ammonia leak that cropped up on Thursday, prompting today's spacewalk.
Good photos, so yeah, you can get out the mirror. There's something to read for you, Chris, when you guys are ready, but if you want to take a few more flash pictures, that's fine. Yeah, this is the best view that we're going to have of this work area for a long time, so the engineers really want to see it.
Yeah. Concur. All right, ready for your words on what to be careful for inside the hole.
All right, while inspecting the IEA access point, do not touch or snag inspection mirror on tubing and contingency cord.
Copy.
All right, you're going to look inside the tubing access windows for anomalous conditions, Chris.
Tubing access windows for anomalous conditions. Understand.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get two cuts in a hole at the same time.
This is almost like arthroscopic surgery, as they use a mirror inside the crevice of the bay to take a look at the tubing and the other plumbing associated with the coolant, electronics and loops associated with the functionality of the pump and flow control subassembly.
Anything glaring. I don't know if you can see on my TV in there.
We can see a bit there, Chris. If you move your head a little more to the left or right, we see better. Yeah.
All the pipes look shiny, clean, no crud.
And so, Chris, we'd like you to be careful not to put your hand inside that window, and also the seals on the FQDC are no touch.
No touch on the seals. Don't penetrate the window. Copy all.
But we do appreciate your reportage.
Well, I can't give you any good data other than nominal, unfortunately.
Yeah, those data are good data. If you guys can get the flash camera and get inside those windows with the flash as best you can, we'd appreciate that.
You're in a good spot to do that, Tom?
Let's see. Yeah, you were able to just get down in there.
I can hold you in. Maybe it's kind of hard to not flop up. I was having a hard time staying in.
Yeah. Turn it on. Important. Can we get that other one over there, Chris?
Yeah, I'll hold you.
Oh, okay.
I've got your hand on you, Sue. Keep you steady.
A multitude of photographs being shot by Chris Cassidy as he looks inside the windows, as they are called, in the integrated electronics assembly into the tubing and other plumbing down below where the pump and flow control subassembly box was removed, trying to ferret out any evidence whatsoever of an ammonia leak or any other off nominal or odd configuration.
3 feet deep.
But no flakes.
No flakes at all.
No ice, no flakes.
What else can we give you there, Houston?
We copy, stand by. We'll see if we have any more ideas. We're about, 7 minutes away from a KULOS, so that's about as much time as we were going to donate to the cause anyway. Stand by.
We kind of lucked out with this lighting in the KU, I think.
That was skill on our part.
Yes, very well played.
The thermal systems expert here in Mission Control reports that we've just passed orbital noon, which is the peak time of heating, that we would see any evidence of dispersion of ammonia flakes if we were going to see any at all during this particular phase of today's spacewalk. And the crew continues to report nothing out of the ordinary and no flakes in evidence.
All right, guys. Good news and hearty thanks from the team down here. What we're seeing is really helpful in diagnosing where the problem may be, or in this case, we know it's not here, or it looks very good. Thanks for all the photos. Thanks for the good WVS. I think we're done here for now. We're going to start setting up to get the spare PFCS. So that means out of the APFR for you right now, Chris, and then Tom. We got a few words for you in a second. How copy?
Copy all. 2 copies. I'm going to go ahead and get this camera off my BRT.
Good plan.
Inch
So, with the photographic documentation of the receptacle in the integrated electronics assembly slot for the pump and flow control subassembly box having been completed, the crew will now reconfigure their tools and tethers and begin the work to remove a spare pump and flow control subassembly box from a nearby stowage location, and they'll replace it into the slot that the old PFCS was removed a short time ago.
Whatever the big bolts that are that may be getting in the way, you guys can hand tighten them to keep them out of the way. There should be a quick bolt on there to help you with that. If not, we definitely want to keep them out of the way for the install coming up.
Copy all. I'll work on it.
Yeah, and then also there will be some obvious things like safety tether routings and stuff to watch out for. Tom, we're going to ask you to kind of follow your safety tether path back and kind of go back towards the ticker side of things away from Chris, and then come at the shroud box from the other side from where Chris is, and then you're going to release the 3 Velcro sides from that side and then hand it over to Chris, who will batten it down. That's a little different than I think we talked about midday yesterday.
Yeah, it's a little different, but I copy. It seems to make sense.
Yeah, we didn't see too many great handholds for you, Tom, but there is a few places for you to grab on with square conicals and such. You can bring a scoop with you if you think that's going to help. We don't think the Velcro should give you too much of a hard time, but you never know.
Copy.
Never know. All right, Mike, those big 5/8 bolts are engaged, a couple threads on the blanket box brackets.
Okay, copy. From your WVS, it looks like they're looking good.
I'm going to give up a personal ret that is going to really keep them out of the way.
Okay, we copy, and we'll give you a friendly reminder to bring it back.
Yeah, thank you. And it goes. You're still at KU?
Yeah, we have it for another 3 minutes, and we're watching.
It's holding them back. They're very loose, and they want to flop over into there, so that rat is going to keep them back.
Okay, good call, Chris.
All right. Hey, Mike, tag me up, please, on the big picture of things. What's our PET? How are we looking? Consumable lines?
Put my safety tether up from there?
Yeah, you bet.
Thanks.
And we copy. We'll get your words in a second, Chris. Now's a good time to talk about it.
I concur. All right, Tom, that's all.
Thank you.
I wasn't paying attention or listening well. Where are you? How are you getting back down into that corner?
I'm about to ask that again. Thank you. I was Tim still on that camera with your last call.
Okay, after Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the last call is that you were going to follow your safety tether path back and then inboard, and then you will then go towards the spare PFCS, towards Chris at that point, and then you'll work the shroud from the opposite side where Chris is, and there's 3 Velcro flaps that you undo and then hand it over to Chris. Does that make sense?
Copy that. Makes sense. Chris,
All right.
what do you think? Safety tether, is currently fair lead.
You're good. You can just come back towards itself, and it'll flop over.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not going to...
I have it off.
Oh, no, I'm talking about up here, the rich man's spear lead I've got up here.
Yeah,
I'm going to stay out of your way.
And Tom, for your rich man's fair lead, you shouldn't have to undo that. You have plenty of safety tether to work with.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about length. I'm concerned about dragging it over Chris's work site, but...
I think you're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that was me.
And feel free to do any poor man fair lead as you need to, Tom. And I'm ready for a quick tag up on big picture and timings and things like that when you boys are.
EV1, gloves, dirty but nominal.
Copy. Dirty but nominal. We have about 15 seconds to LOS. It'll be a short 10 or 15 second LOS, so I'll meet you on the other side.
Oh, all right. Roger.
We're about to lose our downlink television signal through our tracking and data relay satellite system as you take a look at Chris Cassidy on the left with the red stripes, Tom Mershburn on the right, an hour and 42 minutes into their spacewalk. The crew is running about 30 minutes ahead of the timeline at this point as they continue to investigate, like 2 CSI investigators, the source of an ammonia leak that occurred on Thursday on the P6 truss in the integrated electronics assembly in the vicinity of the pump and flow control subassembly box, which was removed from its slot in the bay on the P6 truss. Mounted, it is parked temporarily on a stanchion, and a spare PFCS box will be removed from its location nearby and installed in that slot a short time from now. No evidence of any ammonia leakage, any flakes, no smoking gun at this point to indict any hardware on the P6 truss at the moment.
Good job. Right here.
Looks pretty squished.
Okay, guys, we're back with you, and hear you guys talking about the shroud.
You back?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
And when you guys happy to talk about the shroud now and or the big picture?
Let's take 20 seconds and talk big picture real quick.
All right. We are 1 hour and 43 minutes of elapsed time. That makes us about 30 minutes ahead, which is good news. We are still holding to a 6-hour EVA based on our consumables, and it flips back and forth, but right now CO2 removal is the biggest factor. How copy?
Copy all.
2 copies.
And as far as how things are going, everybody's really happy with the data, what we're getting so far.
Roger that. In the big picture of task, we got to put the new guy in the hole, put the bad guy in the temp spill location, pack up and go home.
In short, yes. Yes.
Okay.
So,
I'm in sync with that, Tom. Are you good with that plan?
Yeah.
All right. We're all in sync. Thank you. Thank you very much.
all right, in sync with Fink. Got it. So
Chris,
now,
I'm ready to talk details on the shroud.
yeah, so shroud, the big picture on the shroud is we just need to move it out of the way. We think it's going to go towards Chris's feet, and we just need to get it to Chris. Chris needs to put it out of the way so we can take one PFCS out and put the bad one back in to that empty spot, and then we're going to put the shroud back over when we're all done. So when you batten it down, it doesn't need to be, just needs to be good enough. How copy?
That all makes sense.
2 copies.
So, Tom, I don't think you need to come down.
Yeah, Chris,
The shroud referenced by spacecraft communicator Mike Fink here in Mission Control is the cover over 2 spare pump and flow control subassembly boxes that are out on the P6 truss. There are actually 3 in all on the exterior of the International Space Station. 1 will be removed from its location in a bay, in a slot, if you will, in the integrated electronics assembly of the P6 truss and placed into the empty slot now that was occupied until a short time ago by the old pump and flow control subassembly box that is parked on a stanchion now nearby, and which will be put back into the slot that the spare is currently located, as we install a spare box basically to see if that is going to alleviate the flow of ammonia, which has not been detected at all by either spacewalker during the course of today's spacewalk.
All right.
I'm coming back over.
All right, so you guys are working with the shroud. We'll have some APFR movement steps for you when you're ready, Chris, and also we have some scoopage words for you before the LOS.
Ready.
All right, if you're ready for APFR.
Ready on the APFR.
11, Mike, Hotel 12.
11s and Mikes stay the same. Going to hotel.
That's affirmative. So Alpha goes to hotel, and then the last setting is 12 instead of 1.
Chris, I'm thinking about my next best position. You're going to be over there. I almost need to come up under you, if that helps at all, to see the other side of it.
I didn't quite follow that. What? Say that again, Tom? I'm sorry.
Well, just, I mean, you have the APFR position. You're going to be doing the scoops, BGT ops, ratchet ops. So I can hand you tools. Or what else you can tell from your position that you might need.
Spanky still with us? Did we lose him?
I think that's the LOS he's talking about.
Hey, Chris, are you there? Chris Hatfield?
I'm with you.
Is this the LOS that he was talking about?
Yeah, I'm hoping
here. No, we still show good comm.
Oh, okay.
And we are having good comm. We have another
station on 1, you there?
Yeah, go ahead. And Station Houston on Space to Ground 1.
You guys were just wondering where you went.
Okay, we're still here. Go ahead with the message.
Frankie, we're wondering about EZ2's position while Chris is working there. Best way to help out.
Okay, we copy now the question.
All your tools?
No, I think we just need to tag up on scoop needs.
Yeah, scoopage. We're starting a period of Radicom with you guys, so we'll try to get in the calls as best we can. We need to have scoops on H3 and H4, and H3 needs to point towards the tether point, and H4 any direction that you see fit.
Copy and understand.
Hey, Chris, I'll move over towards you.
All right, I just need to grab those scoops, I guess.
Where are they? In my crew like bag?
One is, yeah. Unfortunately, we're split ops.
Copy that.
Mike, how long till the LOS? Not quite totally in sync with where you are, where we are with that.
Yes, sorry about that. It's really hard to say because it's a period of RADICOM followed by a true LOS. So at any minute we can be losing comm for about 7 minutes.
Okay.
And we'll do our best to answer your questions. Go ahead.
I think right now we're just working on getting the scoops on my workstation, and then I'll get in the APFR, and when you come back, we'll be swung over.
Yes.
Actually, no, we got to drive full. You want to get any words on that, or you want to?
No, we just want you to get in position. We'll get a really good compass in just a few minutes, and we'll be synced up with you. So if you can get the H3 scoop pointing towards tether point and H4 scoop any direction except not pointing out over the box, on the outside of the box, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes all kind of sense, and that can work.
All right, two things.
Do you have the scoops you need, Chris?
I just have one.
Sorry about that. Two more things before we may or may not lose comm. We'd like you to confirm that there's no ice at all that you saw today at all.
I haven't seen any. Yeah, none at all. The only thing I saw that represented it at all was the small little indication of the ullage burping when we initially drove H2.
Okay, we copy that. Also, what we can do during the LOS is if you can take a good picture on the spare PFCS, its serial number point. Take a good picture of that, and that'll check off a few boxes for us.
Okay. Chris, I'm getting out a scoop for you. Is that what you wanted?
Yeah, that's the next thing for me is a scoop, and then I can get all set up at the box.
You're waiting on a scoop?
Waiting on a scoop. Sun's low on the horizon. Soon to be dark. Let's see, let's look at our tethers. I like how yours is tending. I see your red hook's locked. My helmet lights are still on. Houston, if you're still there for BME, I feel great.
Hey, we're still here, and we copy, feeling great.
Hey, Chris, I got a scoop. I'm going to come over to you with it. Yeah. Bags, you really want to keep them closed, huh?
Yeah, they're a mess. I'm right here.
Oh, you're right there. Closer to that.
Here. If you can just have it dangling outside of your bag if we need it, then.
Okay.
I think this MLI situation is good. Have you seen it?
That was pretty amazing, huh?
Yeah. You see the moon?
I did.
And the
Translating
star? Oh my God! Burn that in your memory. Glad to be doing it with my friend.
Same here.
Chris Cassidy reflecting on the view from 255 miles above the Earth. The moon in full illumination as the International Space Station and our two spacewalkers fly over the southern Indian Ocean on a northwest to southeasterly track that will carry the spacecraft and the Expedition 35 crew to the south of Australia and back out over the Pacific Ocean. We're approaching the 2-hour mark into today's spacewalk, a hurriedly put together spacewalk in the wake of an ammonia leak that developed on Thursday. No smoking gun yet found by the two spacewalkers in the wake of the removal of a pump and flow control subassembly box from the P6 truss of the International Space Station.
It's the new one, and there's some label on it that says manufacturer serial number. That's what they want.
Now, this is the Ratchet without the socket on it, Chris. I could take my PGT socket and put it on there.
Don't do that until we know that it's needed.
Okay, because my PGT is not being used much, that's for sure.
Okay. H3 scoop towards the middle.
Let's see.
At this point of the spacewalk, Cassidy and Marshburn are working to remove a spare pump and flow control subassembly box from its location, its stowage location on the P6 truss, just a few feet away from the work site in which they removed the old PFCS box a short time ago. The yellow box is the one that was removed earlier today. No evidence of any damage to that box. In fact, the crew indicated it was looking extremely clean. They also looked inside the tubing into a pair of windows at the bottom of the bay where that box resided and reported no damage and no evidence of any ammonia flakes or anything out of the ordinary. The spare pump flow control subassembly box in the red on this diagram is the one at which Cassidy and Marshburn are now working to put scoops in place and other equipment before they begin the demating and retraction of its fasteners and the bolts holding it in place before they move it over to the its new location as a functional box to replace the one that was removed. Once again, we are almost 2 hours into the spacewalk with no evidence of any leakage of ammonia having been reported by Cassidy or Marshburn, and no continuing evidence of the ammonia leak to any extent being provided to us by the thermal systems specialists here in Mission Control. The problem of what may have induced the ammonia leak on Thursday and where it is coming from continues to be a vexing problem for the flight control team.
Over. So Chris, just to tag you up, we've got the scoops on. I'm ready to the box, in position. Tom's ready to do motion on the APFR, and we're just waiting on getting back together with the ground.
Copy all. They're sort of in and out.
Roger that. How's your cooling, Tom? You feeling the temperature differences?
Yeah, the cooling's good.
I can definitely tell when it's nighttime. It's a lot colder.
Oh, yeah. But I'm in a happy place on my temp control valve. So.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, guys,
got cold last night.
we're back with you.
Copy that.
And
let me tell you what we've done.
Go ahead, we're listening.
The scoop on H3 is secured, and it is pointed towards the tether point. The H4 scoop is also in place, and it's sort of pointing at an off angle, but not any, not over the edge or anything. I am tethered to the H3 scoop. APFR is in position. I am in the APFR. Tom is at the WIC 19 area. Yep. And the hole where this box goes is clear of those blanket box brackets.
Okay, that's a very good report, and also I copied from Two Fish that you got the serial number photograph for this spare PFCS. So I think we're in good shape.
That's one thing, Mike. We did not do that just because of where the flash camera is. We'll get that once it gets in its position. We owe you the picture.
Okay, that'll be good. That'll keep everyone happy on the ground. We'll make a note of it. I'm ready to read you about a pre-brief, because the first next steps that we're going to be doing is working with the PGT to demate the FQDCs, that's H1 and H2. Let me know when you're ready for the quick pre-brief. All right, so same thing as before.
Ready.
Counterclockwise, monitoring for ammonia leak. If there's a flowing leak, stop, change to clockwise 2, and drive to hard stop. And a leak would likely occur between the PFCS and the truss, and there is that all-age expectation that we saw from before. A couple flakes is okay. That should not be considered a flowing leak. I think you'll know a flowing leak if you see it.
Yep, I understand. Copy all.
All right, we're back with you on with KU and good WVS. We're ready to demate and retract FQDC on Hotel H1.
Hotel H1.
And get your PGT out. It'll be Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2 is set.
The view from Chris Cassidy's helmet camera as he begins to demate and retract a pair of fluid quick disconnects on the spare pump and flow control subassembly box that will be removed from its spare slot on the P6 truss and will be inserted into the slot in which the old box resided. Once again, no smoking gun yet, no evidence of any leakage of ammonia or any damage to any of the hardware, tubing, or plumbing associated with the integrated electronics on the P6 truss.
Feedback, sir. We understand each other, and you're going to go. You're clear to go to hard stop on H1, about 18 turns. Hard stop is the magic thing we're looking for. Go ahead.
Okay, 5 for about 18, and the demate indicator is moving towards the demate.
Copy.
10 for about 18. $19.4 turns. Green light on the torque.
Okay, 19.4, green light. And your demate indicator, you said moved, so that was good. Does it say demate?
It does say demate.
The philosophy of the spacewalk to replace the pump and flow control subassembly box with a spare is driven by the fact, as long as we are conducting this spacewalk, to try to narrow down the piece parts that could be culpable in the leak of ammonia that prompted the spacewalk in the first place. There's nothing to lose by putting the spare in place in the P6 truss's integrated electronics assembly, and then press ahead to try to do additional detective work to find the source of that ammonia leak.
indicator is remaining in demate. There's 5.
And that's expected.
Well, for about 18. $19.5 turns, 9.2 foot-pounds green light. Indicator remains demate as expected.
And copy.
I move the PGT to Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2.
That's a good read, because now we're going to H2, and Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2 is the right number. And we're ready to drive QD H2 to hard stop.
Same pre-brief.
Same pre-brief.
Seven for about 18, no motion on the indicator.
Here in Mission Control, the thermal systems specialists are reporting that they are seeing good accumulator readings, nothing out of the ordinary from the thermal systems associated with the 2B power channel at this point. So the mystery mounts as we continue to postulate and analyze the data, or the lack thereof, of what may be responsible for the ammonia leak that occurred on Thursday.
Okay, 19.3 turns. It was 9.1 foot-pounds. Hard stop. Indicator remains in mate. Interesting.
Okay, we copy all, and we're okay with the indicator remaining in mate. Tom, did any of those flakes hit you? We heard that they were coming your way.
One went right straight in front of me. Another one came up by my right light. I do not think it hit me, but I lost it as it went past the light on the right side. One went directly past me, certainly.
Okay, copy. All right, we're going to continue.
Right.
So now, Chris and Tom, we're going to work on H3 and H4. You're going to use the Ratchet.
I think...
Go ahead.
I need to drive clockwise to 18 turns on H2.
You passed the test, sir. We do want to drive clockwise. It's Alpha 7 clockwise 2, about 18 turns.
Alpha 7 clockwise 2 is set, about 18 turns. No motion on the indicator. Very low running torque. $19.3 turns, 9.2 foot-pounds. H2 complete.
Okay, we copy the numbers, and now we can start talking about H3 and H4. We have that same caution. You guys are going to be using a Ratchet with a 6-inch extension. We don't think you're going to have too many wobble issues, but we do want to keep good axial force and no more than one turn. We're going to start with H3. And we're just breaking the torque.
Okay. All right, Tom, so...
Okay.
I do need that Ratchet. My mistake for not getting it.
So the one that's touchstone, huh?
Yeah, it's right there. Thank you, sorry about that. He left the ratchet wrench back at the crew lock bag. Tom's going to up.
Cassidy and Marshburn pressing ahead to release the structural fasteners holding the spare pump and flow control subassembly box in place.
And
we are 2 hours, 10 minutes into the spacewalk, the crew running about 35 minutes ahead of the timeline. After beginning the spacewalk 30 minutes behind schedule at 7:44 a.m. Central Time, everything proceeding in swift fashion as we continue to attempt to identify any potential source of the ammonia leak on Thursday that prompted this spacewalk. The original pump and flow control subassembly box was removed by Cassidy and Marshburn, parked on a nearby stanchion, a bracket, where it is temporarily stowed. The spare PFCS box is being released from its slot. One of 2 spares on the P6 truss, one of 3 spares in all residing on the International Space Station.
While you're waiting, I got some interesting words for you.
Mm-hmm.
So when we installed this PFCS at the Cape, we also installed some small metal bumpers. It's kind of a flange around the edge of this particular PFCS. The good news is that it keeps the PFCS really tight. It's a tight fit. The bad news is it's going to be a tight fit for when you put it into its new location. So we're going to we'll work with you on that to get it to fit into the new location. But just wanted to give you a heads up. It's going to be tighter than you may have expected.
The bumpers are fixed to the box, or the bumpers are fixed to the temp location place?
Yes, they are fixed to the box.
Copy. So the bumpers come with.
Right. And they keep it
place.
Nice and tight in the new place too. So we want to make sure we're going to get good alignment all the way around with this particular PFCS.
Copy all.
And as the final end note to the story is that the PFCS that you took out did not have these bumpers. So this is something different.
Roger. Hey, Tom, you can just reach over towards me. Your left hand. Are you that close? Yeah, here. Just don't even transfer your... Oh, my gosh. Sure.
The original configuration of the PFCS box and the entire P6 solar array truss structure in of itself, born out of its launch on the STS-97 mission aboard the shuttle Endeavour in November of
a local tether here.
2000.
Yeah.
Kind of hold them on at the same time.
I understand that predicament. Okay, so we, Becky just transferred the ratchet wrench from the crew lock bag number.
The P6 truss that we're discussing and have been discussing for the past several days was the first element of the station's backbone that was launched once again back in November of 2000 and installed and activated during a trio of spacewalks by Joe Tanner and Carlos Noriega back then.
That's inward. Okay. On there nicely. Ready. Left. H3 torque broken.
Copy. That looked good to us. Looking for H4. Same thing, less than one turn.
I'm going to get back in the APFR real quick.
There you go.
Okay. H3 and H4 torques are broken.
Copy. H3, H4 torques broken. Temp stow that ratchet on your mini workstation, Chris, and we're going to need a ret onto the PFCS tether point.
That's complete. It's on H3.
Okay.
The tether point you want it?
Yeah.
Do you specifically want the tether point?
Nope. H3 will work fine. Thanks for the clarification. And then also we're ready for the PGT. You're going to be Bravo 7 counter 2.
And Chris, your right heel has flipped out, looks like.
Okay, thank you. Let me get that.
No, not yet. There we go, that looks good.
That feels good on both. Can you?
Yeah, it looks good.
You good?
Yep.
Okay, I'm switching from Alpha to Bravo. 7 remains a 7. And counterclockwise 2 is set.
Okay, that's a good call on the numbers. We're going to start with Hotel H3. 10 turns is what we're expecting. That'll take us to the unlock.
Okay. All right. It's really high in my work envelope. That might not have broken the torque.
Can I roll you a little bit? I could pitch you up a little bit.
And Chris, we think we might have seen something that wasn't counterclockwise 7 or counterclockwise 2.
Yes. My mistake. It's absolutely true. I drove it. I gave it a red light torquing of Bravo 7. I didn't quite achieve Bravo 7. So, do you like me to break it again with the ratchet or continue counterclockwise 2?
We think that you should be able to break it with the PGT, so let's try the PGT first.
Okay, counterclockwise 2. There we go. Sorry about that, Houston.
We like it.
5 turns. I can see the indicator hopping, which it tells me that it's loose, and there's 8 turns. Red light on the torque. I saw the indicator hop 3 or 4 times, and it's in the unlock position.
Okay, we agree with you, Chris, so we're going to go to H4 now, and it's going to be about 17 turns.
That's 17. The re-ingress.
Chris Cassidy, once again using a high-tech screwdriver, basically a pistol grip tool, as it is called, to unbolt a series of bolts, structural fasteners, if you will, holding a spare pump and flow control subassembly box in its slot on the P6 truss at the International Space Station. It will be inserted into the slot in which the old PFCS was removed a short time ago and parked temporarily on a bracket at the work site that Cassidy and Tom Marshburn are conducting their spacewalk at, now 2 hours and 20 minutes into the EVA, the 168th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance, and the 4th spacewalk for both Cassidy and Marshburn.
In for about 17. Okay. There's 17 and a half turns. The box feels like it's wants to hop out. It does. Indicator latch is almost unlocked. It's not all the way over to unlock. And that's because it's not all the way off. I'm going to continue.
Yes, we would like a few more turns.
It's 20 turns. Oh. It's out. I think what happened was the friction of that padding stuff. Because the indicator did not budge in those last 4 turns.
We copy, and it looks like it's unbolted now, so we're happy.
It is definitely unbolted now. I'm still on my PGT, Tom. Yep. PGT stowed. Leaning back a little bit. So let me know when you're ready for a roll. Yep, ready.
Let's
ready for a roll.
Stand by, guys.
Nice. Standing by. Standing by. I got nice good grip on it, Tom. Local down, we got safety BRT down. Nice clean surface there.
Okay, yeah.
If you have KU.
Sorry to make you stand by. Okay, we can see. We also just wanted to make sure you guys did some good clearance checks before we do the maneuver, the windshield wiper. So please make sure your ingress aid's not in the way, safety tethers are out of the way, and then Tom, you're going to be in a good position, sounds like you are, and you're going to roll and yaw the boot plate. How copy?
Copy all. Yep, copy all. Everything is clear. Yep. You'll have a safety tether this week with you, fine, Chris, but that'll be easy to do. Roger.
And just for your heads up,
Tom, ready?
We have about 6 minutes until it gets light again, so that'll help with visual clearances and things like that. So you guys are go to roll from hotel to alpha and yaw from 12 to 1.
Copy. Well, I'm going to start with the roll, Christy. You're right.
Roger that.
Actuate that guy.
Let me know if you need me to wiggle to offload the mechanism.
Yes, sir. Okay. Look that way. Here it comes.
Good motion.
Stop for a second. I'm continuing.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see my safety tether coming up?
Yep, I see it.
Are you still moving there?
Still moving.
Okay.
I stopped right now. That's stopped.
Yeah, went into a detent, so come back here again. Check safety tethers as soon as you get over there.
I'm hopping over it.
Okay, you on in alpha, you want to wiggle?
Does it go any farther, or is that as far as it goes?
That is half a click further. Let me give another push here.
Maybe the yaw will help.
Yeah, that'll definitely help, but the arrow's not totally lined up right now.
Okay.
There we go. Give it a good wiggle. Should be in place.
Roger that.
I'll give you a yaw. And you want to yaw to your right.
To my right, yeah. Oh, wonderful.
How's that?
I drifted back, but what you did, yeah, there you go. Just click that one in right there. Perfect. Nice. Very nice.
Okay, your tether looks clear. Do you like the position?
I do. If you want to just, are you going to go outboard so your tether comes with?
Yeah.
I'll just hold off here.
Okay. I'll get my VRT and I'll start moving outboard.
Yep, no problem. I'll present this to you. Give some eyeballs on the backside.
Copy.
Okay, while Tom's moving over, we have a few big picture things for you guys. First, 3 minutes till sunlight. We're gonna before we install the the PFCS, we're gonna try to take some pictures of the bottom. We think it'll be light enough to use either camera, and we'll also probably have one or two more words for you to make sure we're good down here before we install it. This installation's kind of a big deal, so we just want to make sure we have everything all organized.
Copy all. So we're moving outboard, and camera is the kind of the next two things for you, right?
Yep.
Roger that. And I'm in a good stable config here.
Okay. Local down, got my BRT on. And see, my camera's up there, your camera's on the crew lock. We need pictures of the back of the...
Yeah, so can you reach that splash one?
I'll get it.
And Chris, I think it's right in your face. There's these the silver things with the line on them, that black line. Those are there should be 3 of those bumpers on the side. So those are the things that are going to make things a bit tighter for us.
Understand all.
Let's see. Need to get down a little further so I can lean back and...
Your feet are well clear.
Thanks, that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, you're good. Is close enough to you?
Yeah, it is. Just my BRT location is set
like your BRT knuckles are what's causing you to move.
Yeah. That's just on.
I wonder if your safety tether is photobombing your...
No, it's off. Yeah, it's there.
And Tom, we see the flash working.
What view I've got.
And looks like you got some good photos. We're satisfied down here if you guys are, and we're ready to press on.
Yeah, the field of view is so tiny here that I'm just want to try to get it covered.
All right, guys, nice sharing a sunrise with you. Make sure your tethers are clear, and then we're good to put in the spare PFCS.
All right. Give the crew lock bag a vector away from...
Yeah. Yeah, your riser down?
Yep.
Okay, and get mine. I'll get the star away.
And stand by, guys. We had a few more quick things to ask you. First is we'd like to do a quick glove check for you guys. And Chris, you still feeling good?
I feel terrific. So do my gloves.
Thank you, my glove. EV2's gloves are still good.
Okay, copy.
No
Good
change from before.
Good glove checks on EV1 and EV2, and I think we are good to install the PFCS. You're going to put it on the soft dock. The H4 scoop is going to be recommended in your left hand, Chris, away from the PFR, and the top of the PFCS should be in a parallel plane to the nearby ORUs.
Up, Chris.
Understand.
Okay, you're good. Up and down.
Okay. This half is soft dock, those ball detents on the H4. Doesn't feel like it.
Doesn't look like it. It looks kind of bouncy.
Kind of bouncy. Okay, it's there. Mike, ready for your words next.
Good news so far. All right, can you tell us what H3 and H4 say? They should say unlock.
Yes, on H4. The unlock on H3.
It says.
Okay. We have a caution to read to you before we work with H4.
Stand by.
Okay.
Caution says that.
Now
Go ahead.
Not on unlock. It's over to the right of unlock a little bit, but go ahead. For H3.
Yeah. We are happy with our status indicators.
Okay, copy that.
The caution says attempting to mate the QDs H1 and H2 before H4 could lead to jamming, so we're not going to do that. Acme screw H4 must be fastened before H1 and H2. This is a good reminder for both you, the dithering technique during H4 install, and the failure torque, just for your information, on H4 installation is 27.8 foot-pounds. For H3, it's 22.8, so don't over-torque with the ratchet wrench. And we're going to be using the ratchet for this, Chris, and it's going to be the 6-inch extension, of course, and we're going to start with H4, and you're going to give us to 16 to 17 clockwise turns until resistance is felt. And we're ready for that.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. 2 hours, 33 minutes into the spacewalk. Chris Cassidy and Tom Marshburn are about to complete the installation of a spare pump and flow control subassembly box into one of the bays on the P6 truss of the International Space Station, replacing a similar box that was removed a short time ago and parked in a temporary stowage location on the P6. The plan here is that once this spare is installed and hooked up, the quick disconnects will be open. This spare box contains about 10 to 20 pounds of ammonia. The opening of the quick disconnects will allow that ammonia to flow back into the cooling system on the P6 truss to recharge the system, if you will, and then the pump inside the subassembly box will be activated to see whether or not there's any discharge of ammonia from this location that would further implicate the leakage site from which ammonia began emanating on Thursday to prompt today's spacewalk. So we are in the process of installing the spare. Once it is locked down in place, quick disconnects will be opened. Ammonia will recharge the cooling system associated with this box on the 2B power channel that it provides cooling for, and we will then see whether or not there's any evidence of any leakage of ammonia. So far, during the course of the removal of the original pump and flow control subassembly box, no evidence of any ammonia leakage or any flakes of ammonia have been noted by the spacewalkers Cassidy and Marshburn.
Clockwise 2.
I really want to double check this one because we don't want to break it. Alpha. He flicked off. Delete. 1.
Does that look like it went down nice and smooth?
Yeah, it was really smooth. Okay, Alpha 3 clockwise 2 is set.
That's good number.
Tightening this.
Yeah, you're just going to
keep
torque.
It nice and square. Going to a torque. That is complete. We got 0.14 turns, 4.7 actual foot-pounds with a green light. H4 is mated.
That's very good news. We copied the numbers.
Great.
So the first of the bolts reported engaged by Chris Cassidy.
We're going to start with the ratchet and kind of do the same thing. So get out your ratchet wrench again.
First up, the engaging of these structural bolts, and then the engaging and mating of the fluid quick disconnects, which then will be opened to allow ammonia to flow from this sub-assembly box, this spare, through the coolant lines associated with this pump and flow control box.
H3 and H4, he's going to take the scoop. So right now he's in a good spot.
And at the point at which that is initiated, we'll be watching very carefully for any dispersion of any ammonia.
And Tom, we can actually ask you to take some pictures, if you can, of the whole area and of the PFCS.
Yeah.
That'll be helpful, as well as we still need that serial number plate if that's easy for you. I can't tell from this view.
Okay, copy that.
And Tom, we're also looking for pictures of the whole IEA, so go for it.
In work.
Chris, we see you turning.
Okay, that was about
5 to 6 turns is what we were expecting.
I think I did 4, and it's hard stop.
Okay. What does the status indicator say?
It says it's sort of can't make its mind up in between unlock and lock.
Stand by.
The bar is halfway between.
And Chris, we're investigating. We'll let you know in a second.
Roger that.
So good news is we're going for the going to go for the go for the PGT. So set up your PGT for Alpha 3 clockwise 2.
Alpha 3 clockwise 2, and we expect green torque. Okay, we got it. 0.15 turn, 5.3 foot-pounds, green torque light.
We
H3
copied
complete.
5.3 and green, and H3 is complete. So same PGT, different setting, Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2, and we're going to start working on H2.
Roger that. Hey, is the ratchet wrench needed over at this when we install the spare guy? I mean the failed guy? Or is that all PGT?
We will not need it at this time.
Okay, if it's okay with you, I'm going to put it back in the crew lock bag.
Hey, Chris, stand by. We may have a different answer. So, Chris, we're going to definitely need it when we do this similar operation at the spare when we put the failed PFCS back. So if you want to, you can keep it on your
Not a problem.
MWS.
Not a problem at all. That's where it remains. And now back in the APFR. Almost. Okay. All right, I am with you in the APFR, looking at H2 and H1.
Okay, and we're looking for Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2.
Alpha's already set. 7 is set. Counterclockwise 2. Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2 is set.
Those are good numbers, and we're going to H2. We're going to drive QD H2 to a hard stop, and that's going to be about 18 turns, and at the end you'll give us torque turns and light.
Counterclockwise, driving. There's 9, about 18. Houston, com check.
Yeah, sorry guys, we had a small handover, and we got another one coming up in a couple minutes. We don't have KU at this point. We expect to get it back, so go ahead with your words.
19.4 turns, 9.1 foot-pounds, green light on the counterclockwise rotation. And I've reset my PGT to clockwise to Alpha 7.
Those are good words all around. So now drive H2 to hard stop around 18 turns, and at the end, torque turns and light, please.
Okay, and if I see gushing, I stop and back the QD out, correct, with the clock or the counterclockwise?
Stand by. I'm not sure we're expecting that to be a case in this situation. Let's stand by for just 1 second. We should get a quick answer for you.
Roger.
I'm back with you to watch this.
Okay.
See anything coming out of the sides there?
I've got a good view up here of this doghouse edge, and you can kind of see this edge.
Oh yeah, I got that completely.
Okay, Roger.
That's to cover the IEA, but we'll need to do it with the other camera.
Okay.
That one is so zoomed in. There's a lot of covers of batteries on it.
And Chris, we're still scratching our heads on that problem. One thing you can do, if it's handy for you, if not, no worries, but we're going to take those scoops back, and one's going to go in the crew lock bag, and the other one's going to go back to the outboard PVR battery.
Okay, Tom, you can put this one if you want in your crew lock bag.
Yeah, I'll get it right.
So, Chris, we got words for you on ammonia.
Yeah, ready.
Yeah, so you were right. If we do not expect the same kind of ullage or flowing ammonia. However, if we do see it, reverse direction and undo what you did, and then we'll talk about it. So pretty much the same brief as before. So in this case, you're starting at clockwise 2, and then if we do see something anomalous, go to counterclockwise 2. How copy?
Understand all. Here we go.
We're with you. Go ahead.
So another key moment here in today's spacewalk as the crew begins to engage in mate fluid quick disconnects
I felt some sort of
on the spare pump package that has been installed in the P6 truss of the integrated electronics assembly of the International Space Station.
We're at about 10 turns.
Okay. Again, the plan is once these quick disconnects are mated, We will open them up, allow ammonia inside this pump to recharge the tubing and the cooling systems and the cooling lines in the heart of the integrated electronics assembly, and then turn the pump on to see whether or not it's operating normally and whether any ammonia leaks from its point there in the bay of the P6 truss. If no ammonia is seen leaking, then the submission would be that the old pump that was removed a short time ago might have induced some sort of a failure that would have caused the leakage of ammonia on Thursday, prompting today's spacewalk.
Mate, demate status indicator on the bolt. Mate? Okay.
Mate.
Okay, that looks like a really good FQDC operation. Everyone's really happy down here. We'd like to do the same thing for H1, starting out with PGT setting Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2. Set.
Chris, that other scoop there, that's going to go the other crew lock bag, is that right?
That's where its home is. I don't know where it goes next.
Well, it goes next to the, back to the PVR side battery. I think that's where it may have come from. If not, the crew lock bag will be fine.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Chris,
do you have any
go ahead.
scoops in your bag? Just one right now, Tom?
I just got one. So
you can take this one and put it in there then if you want.
Okay.
All right. Mike, here we go. Driving counterclockwise. Very, very low running torque.
And we're expecting about 18 turns.
Roger, there's 7. It feels like there's little bumps. Both bolts have felt, there's like little, it's like almost like it's going over ball detents or something, or the tongs bumping along. There's 15 turns, still very low running torque. 16. Okay, there's 19.3 turns, 9.2 actual foot-pounds, green torque light.
That's a good report. Before we get to the next action, we can confirm now that we have put more ammonia into the system. So, Chris, while you're working on that, Tom, if you can look around and see if there's any signs of any kind of flowing ammonia to the outside along the anywhere on the IEA. How copy?
I copy. I'm looking.
Copy. We'll look.
Okay, Chris,
There's been no signs at all.
We're looking for Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
Alpha 7 clockwise 2 is set. Ready to drive. And I will
18 turns.
Undo what I did if I see.
Copy.
Yep. Driving. Okay, there's a turn.
This is good news. Ammonia flowing from this new pump package, and accumulator quantities are rising. No ammonia leakage is being detected as Cassidy and Marshburn continue the installation process of the spare pump and flow control subassembly box.
In the 11, 12 turn range. Okay, at 13.5, I got increased running torque. 16, higher running torque. It's about 5 pounds of running torque. And we got 18.8 turns, 9.2 on the torque with a green light.
Status indicator?
And the indicators, mate.
Those are good. Those are good words. We're going to talk about a few things here, but we would. The next step says give us a go down here to restore power to PFCS. So if you guys think we can restore power, let us know. In the meantime, we'll talk about it down here.
I don't see any reason not to. Do you, Tom?
No, not at all.
Okay, Houston, you have a go to restore power.
Just thank you. There's been nothing flowing in between the battery and the PFCS at all.
Okay, copy on the restore power. We'll let you know. We'll let you know when we do, and we'll also copy all your words, Tom, that we're not seeing any signs of ammonia leak. And when we do restore power, also we'll let you know to keep looking outside in case there's something leaking.
Okay. And thank you. I retrieved my dropped off ret that was holding the blanket box brackets at bay.
And Spanky, those square scoops, the H3 and H4 square scoops are back in crew lock bag 2.
Copy, Tom. And Chris, if we copied, you took your ret back that you were using to hold things out of the way.
Affirm.
Okay, we're going to start moving towards installing the failed PFCS back to the spare location.
Copy that.
Copy.
And we see you taking a picture of the serial number of that box we just installed, right?
Yeah, I got one also.
Fantastic. Do you guys remember, could you guys see what serial number it was?
This guy here?
Yes.
Oh. Manufacturer part.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, the spacewalk continues by Chris Cassidy and Tom Marshburn. Now 2 hours, 52 minutes into the spacewalk. A spare pump and flow control subassembly box has been installed in its slot in the integrated electronics assembly of the P6 truss of the International Space Station. Its quick disconnects have been opened, and ammonia inside that new pump is now flowing into the system to recharge it. This pump will be turned on a short time from now, and that'll be another moment of truth to see whether or not there's any leakage of ammonia. So far, the spacewalkers have detected that it's tight and clean in the entire area in which they are working. No leakage whatsoever.
So reposition your MUT ball stack and PFCS as required. And then Tom is going to BRT to the scoop.
The next step for the two spacewalkers, directions now being read up by spacecraft communicator Mike Fink, is to install the failed pump and flow control subassembly box. Failed in the pejorative word. It is assumed that it failed into its spare location that the spare was just residing in. So we've done a swap, removed the original PFCS, installed a spare that resided on the P6 truss. Ammonia now flowing from it. It contained about 10 to 20 pounds of residual ammonia as a spare, and that ammonia now recharging the cooling lines on the P6 truss for the 2B power channel. It still has not been turned on. Once it is activated and starts running, that'll be the next data point to determine whether or not we have an airtight seal for that valve and that pump package, and to ensure that no ammonia is leaking. So we may be on the hunt here for the suspect of the ammonia leakage detected back on Thursday that prompted the swift and rapid response spacewalk that we're in the process of executing.
Putting it on me.
Here in Mission Control, spacewalk officers are reporting that both spacewalkers are doing extremely well on their consumables and running ahead of the timeline. So we're doing very well today in terms of all of the timelined activities and the crew's workload, with the suits performing in excellent shape, the crew's metabolic rate in great shape, and plenty of consumables for the remainder of this spacewalk.
Okay. I am all set.
Okay, I'm going to release the failed from the MUT ball stack.
Roger.
Now we're hearing words that the crew is running over an hour ahead on the timeline. So we're in great shape in terms of the overall task list for today's spacewalk. The next step for Cassidy and Marshburn, the installation of the old pump and flow control subassembly box into a spare slot on the P6 truss of the International Space Station.
And Chris, we can see.
Control, Chris.
And is there anything particular you wanted us to look at? If you made the call, we missed it, but we saw good underside video.
Yeah, that's all I was showing you, that it was pristine, clean, no signs of funny wear or anything like that. All right, Tom, I'm readied and I have control.
Okay, you have control.
You can unret.
I'll unret.
Copy, pristine clean.
Unreaded in. Okay.
That was an up-close and personal view from Chris Cassidy's helmet camera of the underside and the sides of the old pump package that was removed from the integrated electronics assembly on the P6 truss of the International Space Station, suspected at least of inducing an ammonia leak on Thursday that created the work that has culminated in the spacewalk that is now approaching the 3-hour mark.
Any need for bakeout?
Good question. Stand by. So the good news, guys, is that we haven't seen any real chances of ammonia contamination, but because of the way we do things, we are definitely going to still protect for the bakeout, and we have plenty of time for that at this point.
So I understand protecting it, but right now we're not in that case, right?
Yes, we are doing the bakeout case. Whether we actually need to do more than that, we're still to be determined.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah, so the bigger picture is that this whole area is considered contaminated, even though we didn't see anything. So to protect the space station, we're going to do a bakeout.
Absolutely.
Sounds good. Let me see if I can get around to you now.
The bakeout procedure that was referenced between Chris Cassidy and Mike Fink here in Mission Control is a part of the nominal procedures when working with fluid lines or anything involving ammonia coolant out on the International Space Station. Essentially an opportunity for the sun to literally sublimate any residual, minor, almost infinitesimal flakes of ammonia that may have accumulated on the crew's suits. They also have a brush on hand to be able to brush themselves off and spend a bit more time in the crew lock section of the Quest airlock when they complete the spacewalk to allow any residual ammonia to drift away before they begin the repressurization of the airlock itself.
That feels better.
Yep.
Okay, the roll is in work.
Nice. Very smooth.
I don't want to give you a hayaka. Yeah, we're not there yet.
Yep, just a little bit more.
Yeah, that's where you were.
Oh, did I go past? It feels like I went past.
Yeah, you went past. Let's get you back again.
Okay, let me offload you a little bit.
Expecting it. Get out of the detail there. There we go. Okay, jiggle. How's that feel?
Yep, solid.
Looks solid. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Back at hotel.
Fantastic. What's next is that Tom's going to get in position to help watch for the alignment, and you guys are going to make sure that the safety tethers are out of the way, ingress aids out of the way, anything else that's in the way is out of the way. You're going to look for FOD on both sides real quick, and then install it to the soft dock, that is.
No 5 present. There's a little MOI on the other. That's the large blank.
The thermal systems officer here in Mission Control reports that the spare pump and flow control subassembly box is now powered up and is being integrated into the electronics on the P6 truss of the International Space Station.
Yeah. Under would be good, because then you have handrails.
And then I have handrails. But I got shroud in the way, that's the only
Not really sure what guarantees I'm lined up. Black lines, I guess.
Let's see. Oh, I really have to translate on their shroud so I can get over there.
Yeah, I'm going to need you there in that lower left corner.
Yep.
That's a perfect place to be. I see you working your way there. Here's a hand if you need a hand.
We need to see there's a handrail right there and a tether.
So, Mike, it's in the spot, but it's hard to tell if it's exactly in the spot. So Tom's working his way to put another pair of eyes.
Yeah, we copy all. We're watching. And just for both of your all information, we have successfully powered up the PFCS that you installed. So far, so good.
Great news.
Okay. I got a great view, so I'm looking directly at the connectors, electrical.
Okay.
So I can guide you right into the electricals.
Is it lined up?
It's really close, yeah.
Okay, then it won't go in any farther, so I think
okay, I think you're there. I'll watch the electricals coming.
3 hours, 2 minutes into the spacewalk. As you heard from Mike Fink, the new pump is up and running, and no leakage so far from its quantity of ammonia that is being used to recharge the coolant lines.
Okay, that would be the next step. I do have some cautions to read to you. Thanks for bearing with me. We have to do H1 and H2 before H4 is fastened, so we don't jam H4 or the breakage of QDs. Be aware of and dither the PFCS during H4 install as needed. And failure torque on H4, just so you know, is 27.8 foot-pounds, and H3 is 22.8 foot-pounds. And on the ratchet wrench, Chris, if you use the palm bar, it's not as helpful for getting the correct amount of torque into the system, and we're afraid if you use the palm wheel, it's not as good as using the ratchet handle, just for your information. And again, dither liberally the PFCS during H4 install.
Are you telling me not to use the palm wheel or just use it with caution? That's what I want to do, but I won't do it if you're telling me not to do it.
All right, better words are use it with caution and do not put torque into the palm wheel.
Good.
All right,
Okay.
so with
I
that,
understand that perfectly.
you are good to drive H4, 16 to 17 turns clockwise until resistance.
Dithering on its own. I don't know if I'm engaged. Oh yeah, I see the indicator turning.
Well, Chris is doing that. I've got a view I always wish I had when one of these are being installed.
Stand by one.
You see the WVS, but I can see the whole bottom.
Copy. Chris, we need to make sure your red isn't putting excess torque into the system. I know it doesn't look like that, but if you could lock it out, put slack in and lock it out, that'll ensure a good H4. We're extra sensitive about H4 these days. Thank you. Continue. Tom, we copy and we got good WVS. That's really helpful.
And you're right, I kind of wondered that about the RET as well. Because when I lifted pressure off the RET with the other install, it shifted the PFCS a little bit.
You see the box sucking down?
I do. It is. And it's nice and planar.
Yeah, it feels. It's dithering itself all by, it's figuring out its own equilibrium, zero stress point.
And I see the electricals, the EMI band on the electricals is almost covered up.
Yeah, I can tell it's got a little harder. Okay, That look down like it's down some?
It does.
Lock indicator is locked. I've gone as far as I feel comfortable given the caution words, and ready for the next step.
Okay,
The electricals look like they're flush.
we copied status indicator locked, copy electrical connectors, and what we need to do now is the PGT Alpha 3 clockwise 2.
Chris Cassidy in the process of engaging the final structural bolt to install the old pump and flow control sub-assembly box back into a spare slot on the P6 truss. The new pump, the spare pump that was installed a short time ago, is up and running. And ammonia is flowing from its quantity of ammonia, which amounts to about 10 to 20 pounds of ammonia, to recharge the system before it is fully integrated into the cooling system, the thermal cooling loop on the port truss of the International Space Station. But so far, absolutely no indication of any leakage. Accumulator quantities are holding steady and increasing by the minute. And this is all good news in terms of the replacement of what could wind up being the smoking gun, this old original pump and flow control box.
Starting with the Ratchet and then going to the PGT.
Okay, so Tom, I think you're done down there. If you
Show me your camera first, and then I'll...
Good. Right.
It'll work, and I'll put down the BOT real quick.
Okay.
Go ahead and go to work, finish up, and I'll put in the BOT.
Okay. This is H3 with a manual ratchet first, just like H4, right?
That's affirmative. And as far as we know, that's the last time you'll have to use the Ratchet today.
Keyword operative word being today.
All right, same thing with the Ratchet. You're going to drive H3 5 to 6 turns clockwise until resistance is felt.
Okay. Indicator is moving towards lock. Resistance felt, indicators locked, ready for PGT.
Stand by. And we think we see a BRT on this box, and we don't want to be driving H3 with the BRT on, so please feel free to move it to somewhere that is not H4.
Very good. No problem at all.
We just like to be very careful with our boxes these days. So get your PGT out. It'll be Alpha 3 clockwise 2.
Alpha 3 clockwise.
The BRT referred to in that discussion from Mike Fink to Chris Cassidy is a body-rigid tether, one of the multiplicity of tethers that the crew uses to place themselves in the correct orientation when working out in the void of space. Again, Cassidy is completing the engaging of a final structural bolt of the old pump that was removed from the slot on the P6 truss. It is being installed in a spare slot nearby. A spare pump was installed a short time ago. The quick disconnects were opened to enable ammonia residing in that pump to flow to begin the recharging of the coolant system for the 2B power channel on the P6 truss of the International Space Station. So far, no leakage has been reported.
Or you just want to keep it with you?
I can, hold on, let me get in the PFR. Are you in a spot where you can take your visor up?
Yeah.
This view of Tom Marshburn from Chris Cassidy's helmet camera. The crew will pull a shroud back around the work site where the one spare pump package and the old original pump package now reside.
Lean back.
The crew continues to run about an hour ahead of its timeline, operating with maximum efficiency in this spacewalk that was devised and is now being executed just 48 hours after the detection of an ammonia leak on the P6 truss.
You ready, Tom?
Ready.
All right, this is more of a medium picture, but basically you're going to clean up the work site, get everything off this PFCS. We're going to put the shroud back on it. We're going to stay in the local area and probably have some more pictures or surveys to do. Your PET right now is about 3 hours and 12 minutes, and you guys have done fantastic work. It's been fun.
Okay, Spike, we copy all.
All right. So it scoops off and then MLI, right?
Yep.
I think you put 2 scoops in bag 2, right? So these 2 scoops go in bag 1?
That's right. I can take one if you like.
Well, if that's bag 1, then it makes sense probably for me to take them.
Yeah, really got a lot of hardware on you.
It all goes in 1, though, I think, right? This does, yeah, let me just take it, because
Okay.
we don't have to transfer it back.
And once you've read, I think it's a good idea to stay here. Just make sure the shroud gets around this side.
That's no problem.
Also.
No problem.
The forward plan coming together by Flight Director Ed Van Cise and the lead spacewalk officer Jacqueline Kagi would retain the 2 spacewalkers at the current work site after they collect all their tools. This new spare pump, which has been activated, will be turned on to its full operational capacity, and then we'll continue to monitor to see whether there's any leakage of ammonia or not. Assuming there is no ammonia leakage, we may have solved the problem here, but there's still analysis and data collection underway, and will be, and the best source of that data collection are the 2 spacewalkers right in the vicinity of where the new spare pump is now in the process of being activated.
There's your local.
Okay, so that's good for me. All right.
So the upper left-hand corner we'll have to get.
That'll be, yep.
And we have to get that from the other side, I think.
I concur. So I think you need to go before me.
Okay, on my way.
Mike, where does this APFR end up at the end of the day?
Getting an answer stamped. Okay, big picture on APFR. It's going to stay where it is. You're just going to make it low profile. How copy?
Oh, copy. When you're clear, just let me know and I'll get out. I'm clear. You're clear.
And Chris, when you do make it low profile, if you can give us any settings, that just helps the next crew.
Absolutely. Happy to help Luke out.
This is Mission Control, Houston. The pump, the new pump installed on the P6 truss, of course, was activated a short time ago. They are actually going to turn the pump on to its full capacity a short time from now and let it run normally and take a look and see if any ammonia leaks out of the area. If no ammonia leaks, this would be an excellent sign. Whether or not it's too early or not to declare victory on this remains to be seen, but that's the next step.
Thanks for the numbers.
The crew will be in the vicinity once the pump is turned on to ensure that there is no evidence of any ammonia leakage whatsoever. So far, all the indications are we have a new solid pump installed on the P6 truss and no evidence at all of any leakage.
So Chris, how about if I go ahead and wire tie the ball stack back onto crew light back 2?
I think that's a great idea.
Does that work? Your plan? Okay.
Kind of quiet down there, Mike. You guys must be talking about the plan.
Yeah, we putting some good words together for you, but we're also just glad to watch you guys clean up after a good solid day of pumpage.
Copy. Well, whoever wants to go first, if you're in a good spot to start rattling off bag lists, you can.
For inventory, I'm still. He finished up his wire tie.
Oh, roger that.
Wire tie extravaganza.
Almost sunset.
Thank you. Ready for an inventory on crew lock bag number 2.
We are ready.
Okay. Attached to the outside, have one adjustable. That's just a temp still adjustable. Got 2 short wire ties. For that, I have wire.
This is Mission Control Houston, once again at the 3-hour, 23-minute mark into today's spacewalk. Cassidy and Marshburn successfully installed a spare pump and flow control subassembly box into the integrated electronics assembly of the P6 truss on the International Space Station, replacing what is suspected to be a failed pump, the original pump that was launched with the P6 truss back in November of 2000. So far, the pump is in the process of being activated and turned on with no evidence at all of any ammonia leakage, the same type of leakage from the site where the old pump resided that induced a 48-hour sprint to this EVA, the 168th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance. All the reports so far from the thermal systems officer here in Mission Control are good. It will take some time, however, before we can fully declare victory. However, all of the preliminary indications, at least, are that the spare pump, this one of 3 spares on the International Space Station, is functioning normally, at least in the initial startup process.
What was that on, Tom?
The pry bar is on. Okay. Is on a ret, a not integral ret.
Thank you.
Everything else is on an integral ret. How's that jive?
Analyzing, Tom. I think we're still thinking about one adjustable ret. We'll see if we can track that down real quick.
Copy. How's it going, Chris?
I'm ready for inventory.
Okay, stand by, Chris. We'll be right with you.
No problem.
Tom, we're happy with your config, and Chris, we're ready to copy.
I have crew lock bag number 1. On the outside is an adjustable. On the inside, attached to one integral ret is a ratchet with a wobble socket. Another integral ret has a long duration tie down tether and an adjustable. Another integral ret is a long duration tie down tether with an adjustable. The 4th integral ret has a square scoop. There's also another square scoop that's connected with a ret. There's an inspection mirror connected with a ret. There's a trash bag connected with a ret. And a wire tie caddy connected with a ret.
Here in Mission Control, the Thermal Systems Officer is conferring with Flight Director Ed Van Cise on the precise timing of the commands that will turn the new pump on, the spare pump that was installed a short time ago by Cassidy and Marshburn, and to make sure that the 2 spacewalking crew members are on the right location, to keep their eyes on the location of the spare pump, the new pump that was installed, to provide any visual evidence of any leakage of ammonia that might be coming from the new pump, although it is suspected that everything is going to operate as planned.
Okay, I'll just get set up. Oh, actually, you know, it's tied with an adjustable. here. I can't bring it to you. Let me switch that out for a ret.
Oh, I see. It's hooked down. Yeah. What I can do is loosen, like kind of leapfrog over towards you. Is your lights on?
Yeah, lights are on.
The visor's going up.
Okay, yeah, guys, you noticed it turned nighttime. Chris and Tom, we like your bag configurations, except that we are tracking down and thinking about we heard that there were 2 adjustables on the outside of your bag package before on the way out, and now when we went through the tool inventory, there was only 1 adjustable accounted for. How copy?
Now there's 1 on the outside of Tom's bag and 1 on the outside of my bag, which will make 2 here in just a second.
Yep.
All right, thanks for helping us with that. And also on Chris, on your bag, we thought there were 2 adjustables on the inside of your bag that you didn't report.
Okay. You're not talking about the long duration tie-down tether.
That's affirmative. We're just going by the tool config from this morning. 2 AETs should have been inside, and we think you called down 1, so we're just checking.
Good to check.
So more specifically, Chris, there would be 2 AETs not attached to anything except just holding into the bag.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely right. Great catch. There are 2 in there.
Okay, yeah, we'd hate to leave 1 out there for Luca. He can get his own AETs, right? So put the bag back together, and we'll have some words for you. We're coming up on a LOS. During the LOS, feel free to take a look around. Make sure everything is cleaned up on the work site. We didn't leave anything else around. And we'll move you guys a little bit away from the PFCS, and then at the end of the LOS, we'll have some words for you.
So we are to remain here until then?
So bigger picture is, yeah, we're not going to rush back out of the ammonia zone. We're going to turn the pump system back on with you guys watching, and we'll see what we can see. So if you guys can move sort of back towards where your safety tethers came from, towards the ticker side of the IEA, and get up a good viewing position, start some popcorn, and we'll see you on the other side of the LOS. How copy?
Copy all.
Sounds good, thank you. We'll get the camera with the flash ready also.
Good plan.
I'm on adjustable, Chris. I can move it to a ret. You're on adjustable too, huh?
Yeah.
All right, I'll get a ret.
Sorry.
All right.
Here in the flight control room, Spacewalk officer Jacqueline Kagan has reported to Flight Director Ed Van Cise that the crew has now completed all of its tasks for this spacewalk that has just passed the 3.5-hour mark. However, the crew will be surveyors, if you will, as the new pump package installed on the integrated electronics assembly on the P6 truss is turned on. It was powered up about 30 minutes ago. Temperatures are getting up to speed, and other functionality of the pump is being assessed by the thermal systems officer here in Mission Control. Once the pump is turned on, then we will get the full flavor, if you will, of whether or not there is any ammonia leakage. We want the spacewalkers in the vicinity, not exactly on top of that pump, but in the vicinity of the pump, to be able to monitor for any potential leakage of ammonia or any flakes that may emanate from the vicinity of where the pump was installed, so that we can better determine whether or not we have a tight system for future activation of the pump and its integration back into the 2B power channel. That final integration to get the 2B power channel up and running will be a matter of days, perhaps. That will be determined by the thermal systems specialists over the next few days. But the first step appears to be in hand, that being the installation of the spare pump. And so far, there has been no evidence of any ammonia leakage. We'll determine its status further once the pump is fully activated and up and running to full speed.
It's released. Copy that. I think I can come up and grab the camera.
Yep. Sounds great.
All right, guys, we're back with you with audio, and we're expecting video in a little bit. How is your work site looking?
We're both on the away. Well, no, I think that Tom and I are just about both at the away edge of the IEA.
Okay. One thing we were curious about, we were, getting some shots in the WVS, and we wanted to ensure at this point was the cover, the shroud that we had over the spare PFCSs. Did that fully get installed with all four corners?
No, completely.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. We need to get to the other side of it before we can complete that.
Okay, good. No problem. Just we just had that on our list of things to check.
Absolutely. I owe you that.
So just to make triple, quadruple sure, you guys are close to, but not too close to the PFCS and in a good position for observing. Is that correct?
Hold on before I answer. That's true for me. How about you, Tom? You feel you're kind of Tom's one battery away from it, and I'm right a little bit, a half a battery farther away than he is.
Okay, we copy. We'll get words to you in a second. Okay, guys, in the next minute or 5 or 6 minutes, we'll have the pump started back, and we'll be looking for any reports. We'll let you know a little bit closer to the actual send command to get the pump running.
Okay. Copy that. Getting in your workspace there, Chris?
This is Mission Control Houston. The Thermal Systems Officer here in Mission Control is sending commands now to power up some of the systems on the new pump that was installed in the P6 truss. All of the functionality of that pump appears to be in excellent shape. The final act for the pump itself will be to turn the pump itself on and let it run up to full speed, and for the crew to remain in the vicinity of the pump to observe and take photographic documentation of any leakage, if there is any leakage, of ammonia from the newly installed pump, which contains about 10 to 20 pounds of ammonia in its own right. The quick disconnects at the base of the pump on the bay in which it was installed were opened up to allow some of that ammonia to flow into the cooling lines as a conditioning effect, basically to recharge the system and bring the pump up to full pressure to enable it to be activated and turned on. With that having been completed, the next step is to turn the pump on, have the crew members take a look in the vicinity to see if they see anything. If we have an airtight system with no leakage of ammonia, then the crew likely will be directed back toward the Quest airlock with all of its work for this spacewalk at an end.
Whenever you have KU, Mike, I think I'm in a good spot to give you EVS, the box.
Yep, we can see Tom's feet right now. But no, we copy Chris. Since it's going to take a few more minutes till Spartan is hit the pump on command, big picture words from the team is we want you to stay here and watch for a while. In fact, we're going to watch through sunrise. Sunrise won't be for another like 23 minutes, so you guys are lucky to have a chance to enjoy the view for that long. The next point after we're watching through sunrise to see if there's anything, we'll fix the shroud and then come on back inside. So keep our heads in the game, and we're on the home stretch now, and we'll see the results of your labors.
I'll go shroud out right now.
All of this spacewalk activity that was mounted within just a 48-hour period after the ammonia leak developed on the P6 truss on Thursday morning is drawing to a close. We are in the home stretch of the spacewalk, as you heard from Mike Fink, the spacecraft communicator, talking to Chris Cassidy outside the International Space Station. Cassidy will have 2 additional spacewalks that are planned spacewalks on July 9th and 16th as he teams up with European Space Agency astronaut Luca Parmitano to venture outside the Quest airlock on those days for a variety of assembly tasks that have stacked up over the past couple of years. Part of those tasks will include the initial routing of cables and Ethernet equipment for the next Russian module to be launched to the International Space Station, called the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, that will be launched no earlier than the end of this year on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. That multipurpose laboratory module, the MLM as it is called, will replace the Pirs docking compartment on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station, and will serve both as a research laboratory and as an airlock for future spacewalks. Parmitano is on tap to head down to the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan with his Soyuz crewmates, Karen Nyberg of NASA and Fyodor Yurchikhin of the Russian Federal Space Agency. They are going to fly to Baikonur on Thursday, next Thursday, to begin their final pre-launch training and preparations. Their liftoff is scheduled for 3:31 p.m. Central Time on May 28th. That would be 2:31 in the morning in Baikonur on May 29th. They'll be joining up with Pavel Vinogradov, Alexander Mazurkin, and Cassidy, who arrived aboard the on the International Space Station at the end of March, and who will remain on board the station until September 11th.
Oh, there we go. Got it? Yep. Thanks. Sure.
Yeah, this pin's got us again.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even gotten shots from this angle, so.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Photobomb.
You pretty much covered the IEA. Are you taking more too?
Yeah, just a couple. Houston, radio check.
And we are still here, and we are just finishing touches on getting the pump package going. So we've got nothing for you, except don't break anything.
Copy all. And Mike, did you copy that the shroud is fixed?
Yeah, we watched you do it, and I don't know if we heard it, but it's off our list of things to worry about. Thank you very much. Good work.
And the only thing I have left on the IEA is an adjustable that's been used as my fair lead down there at 5327.
Okay, we copy for the rich person's fair lead, and Spartan has just reported that they are ready to turn on the pump. So if anything were to happen, it would start in just a few minutes.
All right.
Copy.
Copy. Spartan.
Yep, we're on the opposite side of the IEA.
Roger that.
So.
How's my aim for the helmet camera for you guys? Thank you.
Looks good.
Okay.
All right, guys, they're flowing fluid through the pump, and let us know if you see anything.
Copy that.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. The thermal systems specialists here in Mission Control report that the pump is on. It has been turned on at 11:31 a.m. Central Time, so we'll stand by and see if there's anything out of the ordinary that emanates from this newly installed pump on the P6 truss.
Frankie, negative reporting probably speaks for itself. We're not seeing anything.
Yeah, negative reporting, I think, in this case is good. We have another 12-ish minutes of night, and then we're going to keep you out and see what it looks like during the day pass. But so far, so good, I guess.
Yeah, with the lights on it, or headlamps and stuff, it might be easier to see at night, but not.
The thermal systems officer here in Mission Control reports that everything is looking good internally within the pump itself, and the crew, as you heard, is reporting no evidence of any leakage whatsoever. Now approaching the 3-hour 50-minute mark into the spacewalk. We will be waiting until the International Space Station passes into an orbital sunrise. That will be about 12 minutes from now, providing a better opportunity for the spacewalkers to see whether or not there's any evidence of any leakage or any flakes emanating from the integrated electronics assembly or the newly installed pump on the P6 truss.
And for Tom and Chris, we're still with you. We're still watching your WVS. It's about 6 minutes till another sunrise. It looks like there might even be some changes. Pump package is working as expected. We see no anomalies on the data that we get. So it looks so far so good. And it looks like through your WVSs, we're not seeing any signs of a leak.
Copy. Good news.
Yes, good news. And Spanky, where the ammonia's coming from, it's being pressurized back up to the nominal pressure or still low?
It's been pressurized a little bit higher than it was the other day. So it has enough pressure that it should be showing things if there is still a leak as far as we can tell.
Copy that. That's great, nothing.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, are you there? Spanky?
Yep, we're here and we're listening.
Just thinking about the placement of this APFR, and one of the best vantage points to observe this PFCS from inboard is the gem windows. And that APFR is directly in line from the gem windows to the FCS. I'm happy to move it outboard a little bit or to another location, but I think if there is an reemergence of a leak, we would want as clean of a view through that alley corridor to get a big lens on the target area.
Hey, we copy that question. That's a very good question. We'll see if we can give you an equally good answer. So stand by. We'll talk about it a little bit. I think we have time. It's still another minute or two to sunrise, and we'll probably stay outside watching for another 10 minutes or at least to see what we can see.
Yeah. I can move that APFR in far less time than that, so don't hesitate to ask me to move it. I think the viewing angles would be appreciated later on.
And for you EVA guys, we'd like a glove check while we're waiting.
EV1, absolutely phenomenal. Just some grease smudges.
EV2, the same. Actually, they're a little cleaner than they were. So the grease I had on it rubbed off.
Copy, 2 good glove checks, and now that it's light, do you guys see anything?
Negative for 2.
Negative.
This is Mission Control Houston. The International Space Station has now moved into an orbital sunrise over the Pacific Ocean, flying from southwest to northeast on a track that will carry it to the northwest of the Hawaiian island chain a short time from now. 4 hours, 3 minutes into the spacewalk. No evidence at all of any ammonia leakage from the newly installed spare pump flow control subassembly, the pump package that replaced what is suspected to have been a failed component that triggered the release of ammonia from the P6 truss on Thursday, and which prompted the special spacewalk that got underway at 7:44 a.m. Central Time. Chris Cassidy and Tom Marshburn, each on their 4th spacewalk and their 3rd spacewalk together, 2 of which were performed during the STS-127 mission back in 2009.
Chris, in staggered formation, you can look back towards the gem. There's someone with a mustache smiling.
Yeah?
Nope. Wonder who it could be.
Novel.
Chris Cassidy wearing the suit bearing the red stripes, Tom Marshburn on the right. The old, or the original, pump and flow control subassembly box was removed by Cassidy and Marshburn, temporarily stowed on a bracket at the work site at the P6 truss, and one of 3 spare pump packages was removed from its slot at the P6 truss near the work site and installed in swift fashion by Cassidy and Marshburn. The thermal systems officer here in Mission Control and his team sending commands to turn that pump on a short time ago. It's been running for several minutes now and no evidence of any leakage of ammonia. The pump itself contains about 10 to 20 pounds of ammonia to prime or recharge the cooling lines in the integrated electronics assembly for the 2B power channel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Still no snow.
Yeah, we copy no snow. We're analyzing. While we're thinking, if you guys can point your WVS back towards interesting areas where there may be snow. We'd like to also talk a little bit about the, answer your question about the APFR.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we got a couple options. We're given a crew choice today. Kind of where you guys are on one corner of the IEA, kind of on your translation path back. There's WIFs, I think, 14 and 18. That could be a good place for it. Also, you could bring it inboard to P4, and that way it's inboard and may be more useful to us a little bit later. But at this point, it's all the same to us on the ground. But we copy your point about moving it out of the good window view.
It's all the same to you on the ground. I'll just move it here to 14 or 18.
Yeah, I think 18 was right close to your left hand a few seconds ago.
Mm-hmm. Eagle. Might be a good thing to get my air lead while I'm right here.
Yeah, that was going to have to happen eventually anyway, huh?
And Chris, we copy all. Right where your right hand was, you moved it since. There's a sharp edge, so do be careful. And we copy about getting your adjustable for your fair lead. That sounds like a good plan.
Y'all.
Once again, the newly installed pump and flow control subassembly box in the P6 truss is up and running, being monitored by the thermal systems officers here in Mission Control. So far, so good. No leakage of ammonia. Chris Cassidy reporting just a moment or two ago, no snow, referencing any ammonia crystals or flakes, similar to what was observed on Thursday morning when some sort of a failure, either in the old or original pump flow control subassembly box occurred, or some system associated with it. There has not been a final determination as to what could have caused that ammonia leak that prompted today's spacewalk, but the installation of this spare pump package, at least at the moment, seems to have done the trick, and we are not seeing any observance of any ammonia leak, at least at this point. The two spacewalkers, Chris Cassidy and Tom Marshburn, because they have been working for the past 4 hours and 9 minutes.
That was formerly known as my fair lead, now on my workstation.
Once again, the crew members staying in the vicinity of the newly installed pump for any other observations and photographic documentation of all of the hardware in that area that they can accumulate before they're directed to move back toward the Quest airlock to complete their spacewalk.
18 or 18, do you care? Houston?
No, we do not. Just tell us which one it was. Okay, 18 sounds like a good number. We love it.
F-18 clocked at 12 and made little.
Copy 12, and I assume the rest is the same X-ray, X-ray 12 hotel.
Yes, sir.
And also, we're not seeing, just to confirm, you guys are not seeing any kind of ammonia external indications from your excellent vantage points.
Yes, thank you. I've been eyes on it and haven't seen a thing.
Okay, copy, Tom. Yeah, we're watching through your WVS, and it looks like you've also been taking some good pictures, so we appreciate it.
And with continuing reports from the crew outside that we have a what appears to be a pristine pump in the P6 truss, they will be directed to head back to the Quest airlock to wrap up today's spacewalk. It will take some diagnostics still over the course of the next several days by the thermal systems specialists to fully determine that we have solved the problem of the ammonia leak on the P6 truss that sprung up on Thursday, prompting today's spacewalk. But so far so good with the installation of a spare pump and flow control subassembly box. This new PFCS, as it is called, has been running now for some 30 minutes and so far is performing solidly. The crew reporting no leakage whatsoever, no evidence of any leakage, even after sunrise, and they will soon begin to move back toward the Quest airlock with all of their tools to begin a bakeout procedure, since they have been working in the vicinity of the area that was evidence of some ammonia leakage back on Thursday. This bakeout procedure basically enables an opportunity for any ammonia flakes, if any were in the vicinity, to sublimate away from their spacesuits. They'll also be brushing away any residual flakes and double checking each other visually to make sure that they are not bringing any ammonia back into the Quest airlock.
Ready? Ready?
Okay, first, we are still technically within the ammonia danger zone. Although we haven't seen anything, we'd like to get you guys battened back up out of the work area and back to your green hooks. And then from your green hooks, we'll have some small tasks for you and then start working our way back home. So for Chris, if you can get your crew lock bags on the BRT, and Tom, I think you're going to stow the camera on your BRT. And if you guys want to switch around or change it anyway, just let us know. But the idea is to pick up your stuff and head towards your green hooks. Prefer that you don't take off your green hooks and just go to that area, and then we'll talk from there. And then again, one good eyes on the work site on your way out would be appreciated. Make sure we didn't forget anything or leave it. It's a long way back.
Understand all.
Copy, thank you.
You're the first guy to go, Tom, if you concur.
Yeah, just getting my air lead off.
And on your crew lock bags, Chris, we see one of the doors has the not fully closed, and we might want to put the lock on it just for the long ride back. Thanks.
Good eyes.
We might take this opportunity as the crew begins to wrap up its spacewalk for today that we will be conducting a post-spacewalk briefing originating from the Johnson Space Center at 3:30 p.m. Central Time, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We need to wait for the execute team here, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers, to complete a shift handover to the next team of flight controllers who will be coming on for post-spacewalk activities. Our participants for today's briefing will be Kenny Todd, who's the International Space Station Manager for Operations and Integration, Ed Van Cise, the Flight Director, who has been conducting today's spacewalk, and the Lead Spacewalk Officer, Jacqueline Kagi. So again, our briefing, our post-spacewalk briefing that is planned today is at 3:30 p.m. Central Time, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We will obviously be incorporating reporters at the Johnson Space Center and the Kennedy Space Center, and any questions that reporters would have on the phone bridge. And for that, they would be directed to call in to the Johnson Space Center newsroom at 281-483-5111, no later than 3:15 this afternoon. But we'll be reminding you of that as we go along here in the next hour or so.
Let's see, going over the top of that.
Yeah, that's good feet direction right there.
Okay. Thanks. I think my feet are clear of you.
Yep, clear of me, clear of everything else. Nice work.
Want to make sure my safety tether.
Here's the IEA.
Staying away of yours.
That looks nice and clean.
Not sucking up very fast.
Yeah, you guys left it in better shape than when you found it. Good work. And nice WVS.
Always nice to be able to do it if we can. Hey, thank you. I'm at my green hook.
Okay, and once Chris gets to his green hook, we're going to start the bake-out clock, and that's the next big picture words I got to talk to you guys about is ammonia. You guys ready?
Are you about to do an LOS?
And it looks like someone's safety tether is not reeling up. You guys might want to look into that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Mine, TV2s.
Yeah, Chris, you might not want to come too much closer so it doesn't get between your feet.
Okay, it's unlocked. Not reeling up.
There we go.
Yeah, just need a little tug. Thank you. I was playing with that safety tether. We're holding off on releasing our green hooks at this time. Is that right?
That's affirmative. Stand by 1 second, and I'll give you some more words.
Copy. look down.
The flight control team here coordinating words that will be sent shortly by spacecraft communicator Mike Fink to Cassidy and Marshburn about the bakeout procedures. Essentially,
big picture and then more medium picture for you. Big picture is now you guys are out of the ammonia concern zone, and we started a bakeout clock. The clock is, I think, needs to take about an hour, so we're not in any hurry to get back inside for about an hour. That's the good news and the bad news for you, so please take it easy going back. Along the way, we need to do a couple things, including a glove check as well as a suit inspection for ammonia. We're not expecting anything, but we're trying to be good at the, we're waving back at you. We're expecting, we're not expecting any ammonia, but we're going to go through the procedures. That means, including the 1 hour bakeout, we're going to do at least one. We think it's only going to need one Draeger tube in the airlock. How copy so far?
Copy all. 2 copies. EV1, good gloves. Is there any chance we can move inboard a little bit? I might buy this radiator.
Yeah, absolutely. We just wanted to start the clock as soon as we could for the bakeout. So we copy EV1 gloves are good. Once EV2 gloves are good, you guys can move inboard to a place where you think is comfortable to do a full inspection of each other's suits.
Okay, EV2 gloves are good.
Copy. EV2 gloves are good.
Good copy.
this is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 23 minutes into the spacewalk by Cassidy and Marshburn. Everything continues to go by the book. The crew ran well ahead of their timeline once they began the EVA at 7:44 Central Time this morning. They removed...
I didn't make it clear, so just to be crystal clear, yeah, you guys can take your green hooks with you until you get to your better place.
Copy. Roger.
And this view from Tom Marshburn's helmet camera, a stunning view of Saskatchewan as they fly over Canada. Inside, intravehicular crew member Chris Hadfield, the Expedition 35 commander from the Canadian Space Agency, the first Canadian to command the orbital laboratory. Hadfield and Marshburn will be returning home to a parachute-assisted landing in their Soyuz spacecraft along with Roman Romanenko on Monday night U.S. time, Tuesday morning Kazakhstan time, to wrap up 146 days in space and 144 days aboard the International Space Station. And what a finale for Tom Marshburn today, as he and Chris Cassidy collaborated to swap out a pump package for the P6 truss on the International Space Station. The pump that was removed from P6, suspected at least to have been implicated in the ammonia leakage on Thursday that precipitated this spacewalk with only a 48-hour time frame for preparation.
Check that they're both unlocked.
Absolutely. Good work. Yeah, it was unlocked the last time this happened. Just kind of hung up.
And again, the bakeout procedures, the crew essentially hanging out in daylight here, affords them the opportunity to be assured that no residual ammonia flakes in the area that the ammonia was dissipated from the P6 truss back on Thursday, to ensure that their suits are clean before they re-enter the crew lock section of the Quest airlock to begin the procedures to repressurize the airlock that would mark the formal end of today's spacewalk. So again, the crew removed the original pump and flow control subassembly package from its slot in the integrated electronics assembly grid, if you will, on the P6 truss. They inspected it, found no obvious evidence of an ammonia leak.
As you guys are getting near the beta gimbal assemblies, you'll notice that they're rotating. We just need you guys to be aware of that, that's all.
They parked it temporarily on a stowage bracket on the side of the truss of the International Space Station, installed a spare pump, which has been activated and is up and running, and no evidence of any ammonia leakage has been reported by the crew, or no evidence of anything anomalous by the thermal systems officer here in Mission Control. So, so far so good. It still will take some time to evaluate the functionality of the new pump and whether or not we have full pressurization and no loss of ammonia, but the early indications are that we may have climbed a big mountain today in solving the ammonia leak on the P6 truss.
The warmth and comfort of phase one.
Yep. I think that is still slow moving, slow reeling. I got a great view of the sunlight.
Any buddies down there in Jim? Look at that.
I can see the thread pattern all around you.
That's the number one clue, right? When you can't see the thread pattern?
Yeah, looking for a little pool where I can't see anything. Gotta know if you can rotate.
Yeah.
Okay. Look in the back of your flare. Okay. I want you to go back the other way now. And then just look at your right side. Hold on to me if you want. Those go. Nothing. You're clear.
Okay, thanks. Hey, look at you. Let me get your head.
You turn up.
Okay, head looks clear. All good on this, on the back and your right side. That all looks good. Let me see your legs. I see no evidence of anything.
Yeah, okay.
My legs.
Yeah, let's go ahead and bring them up here. Nothing. Thank you. We're not finding any evidence of any contamination on either EMU.
Guys, we've been listening to you, and about halfway through your inspection, we got our KU back, and we're watching along with you. Why don't you guys give us next a tool inventory, and while we're doing on your mini workstation, I think that's the only thing we got as a lien against you, and then that'll give us time to see if there's anything else we need for inspection, and after that we can head towards the airlock where it's warm and we can do bake out faster.
Roger that.
Yep.
You want to go or you want me to go?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and go. Just get numbers going on. Thank you. Starting from my right to my left, if you're ready for the NWS.
We are ready from right to left on the tool inventory.
Okay, PGT with the 6-inch wobble. There's a ret attaching it to the right swing arm. On the right D-ring, I've got the adjustable. That was my air lead. I've got a ret. And going from that D-ring to the other is another adjustable. I should say that red on the right side has a pit, is the one with the pit pin. Got another red on my left, and the other end of that adjustable is on that, going to that D-ring.
The crew is taking inventory of all of its tools and tethers as they continue their so-called bake-out, having moved away from the vicinity of the P6 truss where they installed a new pump and flow control subassembly box to replace an old one that is now stowed in a spare location. No evidence of any ammonia leakage whatsoever. We have an airtight system at the moment, while data analysis continues on the functionality of this new pump, and more analysis and investigation will be ongoing by thermal systems experts and mechanical systems experts on what may have triggered the ammonia leakage from the P6 truss back on Thursday.
With your mini workstation end effector, you might want to put that somewhere else, but if you're happy with it, that's fine too. And then after that, Chris, we're ready for your call.
And we might reiterate that our post-spacewalk briefing today out of the Johnson Space Center on NASA television will originate from here at 3:30 p.m. Central Time, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, one briefer change. Joining Flight Director Ed Van Cise and Spacewalk Officer Jacqueline Kagi will be Joel Montalbano, who's the ISS Deputy Program Manager.
With no pit pin, a normal rep. On my right swing arm, there's a PGT with a wobble socket and a ret. Also to that same location where the ret is, there's another ret that's going to the camera, and that's on my right side. And then on my BRT, I have an adjustable tether at the base of it, 2 long wire ties, and a ret at the jaw end. And then an integral tether from one of the crew lock bags is put to my BRT and to my mini workstation.
We copy. Analyzing. Stand by. And for Tom, near your right hand, there look like some interesting discolorations in that beam. We saw it through your WVS. If you could take a picture of that, we sure appreciate it. If you know what we're talking about, yeah, right in there. There looks like one color is different than the other color in there. We'd appreciate a picture. Chris.
Yeah, it just looks like some schmutz here. Oxidation. Yeah. What's up?
Can you hold me?
Yeah, let me get let's see if I can hold. How's that? Good.
And a quick question for Chris. There's on your flash camera, I think there was we reported a small ret to start out with. In addition, do you have the flash camera ret accounted
I do not have the flash camera.
Yeah, maybe let's get these pictures checked, Frankie, and I'll take a look at that. Just
okay.
1 second.
Yeah, thanks. No, sorry, I thought Chris had it. My bad.
Okay, picture's complete. Thanks, Tom.
Like somebody spilled some coffee there.
Yeah.
My bad, Frankie, I didn't call it, but yep, there's the extra ret still on the handle of the camera.
Copy. Thanks for looking. And I think that's all that we were wondering about. Everything else looks like a really good review. If we have any other questions, we'll let you know. With that, you guys are clear to slowly and gently work back towards the airlock, and we'll talk to each other at the circular handrail there.
Okay, copy that.
Copy that.
So the so-called bakeout continues as the crew ensures that they have no residual ammonia whatsoever on their suits before re-entering the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. This spacewalk that began at 7:44 a.m. Central Time is drawing to a close.
Chris, I guess you'll stay here.
Yeah.
And I'll keep
on chugging.
Chris Cassidy and Tom Marshburn will be parting ways in about 60 hours or so, as Marshburn on Monday night will be buttoned up inside the Soyuz TMA-07M spacecraft that is docked to the Earth-facing port of the Zarya module of the International Space Station on the Rosviet module docking port.
In the bad boy list, got it.
He and Roman Romanenko, the Soyuz commander, and Chris Hadfield, the departing Expedition 35 commander, will be buttoned up inside the descent module, the center section of the three-section Soyuz vehicle, for an undocking on Monday night at 6:08 p.m. Central Time, a deorbit burn of 8:37 p.m. Central Time, and a landing on the south-central steppe of Kazakhstan, southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, at 9:30 p.m. Central Time, 8:30 a.m. Kazakhstan time on Tuesday morning. We will bring you all of that coverage on NASA television, beginning with the farewells and hatch closure on Monday afternoon at 2:30 p.m. Central Time.
drop a local here. It's stop coming on again.
It's going to start paying out now. You're at the point where it's going to start paying out.
Okay.
I'll deal with. You and I can communicate as I come back with it.
Okay. I just don't want to get tangled up in it as I'm coming back.
True enough.
Felt it on my leg. It didn't look like it's a clear sound to you, Chris?
Yeah, you're all clear of it. It's just slack. But you're aware of that.
Yeah, it's behind my leg.
Behind your leg. Sorry about that. Bad report. It's exactly between your legs. Hold on, I'll be right there. Did you get it? Oh no, it's still behind you. Okay.
The solution would be for me to move on out.
Yep, that's the. Just wanted to give it. Come here.
Gonna give you a hard time though.
Okay, lift your feet. Go up. Zenith. Straight zenith. Okay. You can come back down. Once you hold that, okay, start going.
Let's see, let's get rid of my hold it with this hand.
I can hold it. You want?
All right, I get it with that hand.
Yeah, I've got it. You're clear of it.
Okay. Thanks.
And Chris, you might want to check your BRT in the crew lock bag bundle.
BRT solid. I think what you might be seeing is the ball stack mut.
Copy. And so the bundle is secured to the BRT. If that's the case, we're happy.
Yep, I got paddles out. A little loose and floppy, but tighten that up.
We see it in your WVS now. Thanks. We're just trying to back you up, buddy.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You know what did happen though is one of the doors came open. Fix that.
So Tom, we have you working your way back underneath the MT and then going to the airlock. Chris, you're hanging out near the slingshot position. Chris, while you're waiting, we noticed some discoloration on the handrail, kind of where you're touching right in front of the FHRC. If you could, if you have a camera, could take a couple pictures for us, that would be great.
Mm-hmm. The answer to that, both questions, is yes. And you're looking specifically at the handrail right here, I think.
That's affirmative.
I see what looks like on the other side of the mobile transport system, Tom.
Yep, I'm above the loud and just taking my time.
Do exactly that. Take your time.
And Chris, thanks for all the photos. We appreciate it. Once things get back in going and you're headed back in towards the airlock, just as a friendly reminder, if we could make sure the brake handles of the CETA carts are all facing in the correct position on your way back, that'll help us out.
And facing in the correct position means
ISS forward with 90-degree standby.
Yeah.
Heading down to see this bird, thank you.
Copy. ISS forward, Chris, and a 90-degree angle on the elbows. That is what we're looking for.
Okay, copy all.
And Tom, we see you getting to the airlock. When you get there, just let us know when you open up the thermal cover.
Will do. You want me to keep pressing so I get myself safe, or are we going to hold for anything?
No, you should go inside and attach your waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender.
Copy. Will do.
It turns out one of the best places to finish up the bake-out clock is in the airlock with the hatch open.
Good.
Which is also a good place to be at the end of an EVA.
Okay, the thermal cover's open, Spanky.
Copy, we see that.
Not easier than this pool. Chris, Houston, my right, EV2's right waist tether, closed and locked on the internal airlock D-ring extender. The load alleviating end is also closed and locked, and I am safe.
Okay.
And Houston copies also. And with that, you can give Chris a go for anchor tether disconnect.
Chris, you have a go.
Copy that. All right. And this guy, Tom's anchor hook, is going on my right ring extender. Agree with that, Mike?
Copy and agree.
Okay, coming off, Tom. All right, what I see on my right D-ring extender is a blank anchor hook that goes to Tom's tether. It's got a closed gate and a locking mechanism with the black lines lined up.
Good read. And in that case, I think you are clear to, let's see, stand by. Okay, Chris, I just wanted to triple make sure that we were good. You are clear to release your anchor from handrail 3650 and put it on your mini workstation. After that, you can translate to the airlock.
Copy all.
And Tom, you're clear to hang out at the inside or outside the airlock as you see fit. Chris is coming back.
Copy that. I'm just getting rid of making sure the camera's safe inside.
Copy. Good call.
Camera's vetted to the, it's closed on the inside of the airlock.
All right. My tether is removed. It's on my mini workstation. And my load path is back to the airlock.
We like your configuration, Chris. See you back at the airlock. Don't forget.
This is Mission Control Houston. Chris Cassidy and Tom Marshburn steadily making their way back toward the outer hatch of the Quest airlock. A good view there. This is the airlock that was delivered during the STS-104 mission back in 2001 under the direction of then Flight Director Paul Hill, who's now the Director of Mission Operations here at the Johnson Space Center. How do Cassidy and Marshburn will be entering the Quest airlock for a few additional minutes of bakeout time. Nothing afoul with their suits. This is just a super precautionary measure to ensure that they have no residual ammonia from the vicinity of the work site that they had been performing their primary task of this spacewalk, which was the replacement of the original pump and flow control subassembly box on the integrated electronics assembly of the P6 truss of the station that was suspected of precipitating an ammonia leak on Thursday and causing the initiation of plans for this unplanned spacewalk, one of the big 12 spacewalks to identify and isolate an ammonia leak on the International Space Station.
Going back nicely towards the airlock. These brake handles are ISS forward. By these, I mean port, cart, inboard side.
Looking good, Chris. Copy.
The spare pump package that was installed on the P6 truss is operating normally. It was activated and turned on. It carries about 10 to 20 pounds of ammonia that was released into the cooling lines to basically prime and recharge those lines. That would be the precursor to the actual flow of ammonia into that system through the ammonia tank assembly on the port side of the International Space Station. That's forward work for the flight control team here. So although you can't fully exonerate any other system on the port truss of the International Space Station from complicity in the ammonia leak that was detected on Thursday, prompting this spacewalk, we certainly have come a long way today in identifying a potential source and potentially fixing this problem.
Yes, we do.
Copy. Starboard of the mobile transporter system. Lab zenith right now.
I see you coming.
Okay. I see your tethers doing what tethers are supposed to do. It gets more towards those last like 15 feet where it gets kind of bird caged up.
Has it been doing that to you?
No, not when it's extended out like this. I think there's plenty of room on the reel for it to suck back in.
Just getting out of your way here.
This is the second spacewalk for Expedition 35 crew members. Just 3 weeks ago, Russian cosmonauts Pavel Vinogradov and Roman Romanenko ventured outside the Pirs docking compartment for a spacewalk at that time to retrieve and deploy science experiments on the exterior of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. There will be a total of 5 more Russian spacewalks later this year throughout the next several months, most of them in preparation for the arrival of a new laboratory module to be launched by the Russian Federal Space Agency out of Baikonur no earlier than the end of this year. 2 additional spacewalks are on tap in July for Chris Cassidy and European Space Agency astronaut Luca Parmitano, who is among the crew members to be launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on May 28th U.S. time. They will be joining Pavel Vinogradov, Alexander Mazurkin, and Cassidy
tether caught on my heel.
Parmitano to be launched with NASA astronaut Karen Nyberg and Russian cosmonaut Fyodor Yurchikhin on the Soyuz TMA-09M spacecraft. The spacewalk's on tap for Cassidy and Parmitano, who will become the first Italian to walk in space when he ventures outside the Quest airlock in a U.S. spacesuit with Cassidy. July 9th and 16th are the target dates for those two spacewalks. Cassidy and Parmitano have a variety of pre-planned tasks on their docket for those two spacewalks, including the stringing of cables and Ethernet equipment that will be part of the installation and activation of that new Russian laboratory module, which will also serve as a new docking port for the Russian segment of the station to replace the Piers docking compartment.
It's on the order of 20 minutes. We'll see if we can sharpen our pencils a little bit on that and have some more words for you in just a moment.
That might be just about right.
Once again, this view from Chris Cassidy's helmet camera. You saw Tom Marshburn already inside the airlock. Cassidy will be inside. That is the crew lock section, the outermost section of the two-compartment Quest airlock. Cassidy will be venturing inside shortly. They have a few more minutes of bake-out time before they're declared good to go to close the hatch and begin the process of repressurizing the Quest airlock, which will mark the official end to today's spacewalk.
Okay. Okay, copy. Copy all. All right, it's tethered to you, or to the airlock. Let's see here, what's stuck? You got it? Got it. Roger that. Hey, Mike, on a day like today, it's really impressive to see what the NASA family, Mission Control Center, Johnson Space Center can accomplish in such short notice. We may not have found exactly the smoking gun, but to pull off what this team did yesterday and today and working practically 48 straight hours is a remarkable effort on everybody's behalf. It's the NASA family that did it, in particular with EVA training. We spend a lot of time at the NBL, and the NBL is much a part of success here in spacewalks as anything else. And the NBL family sadly lost a longtime member earlier this week, Mark Gibbs. And it's a tragic thing for all of us. And it puts things in perspective as we come out here and execute. And folks arm us with the material to execute. And it's those folks that are here in spirit with us. Mark Gibbs leaves behind a wife and a daughter, and our hearts go out to them. Nothing that I or we can say make it any better, but rest in peace, Mark Gibbs. You're with the NASA family forever.
And Chris, we'll get those words to Mark and his Mark's family, and we definitely echo your sentiments. This was definitely a team effort, and NASA family is very special and important to us. Speaking for the families and the whole NASA family, we couldn't be more pleased and proud of the crew, of what you guys have accomplished today. Congratulations on a successful spacewalk, and like you said, we couldn't have got there without all the great guys and gals that helped train us, including Mark Gibbs. Good words.
working on the thermal cover.
Hey, Spanky, just have to say it is incredible what we've done in just 48 hours. And by we, I mean all of operations there at Johnson and around the country to do this in 2 days. We felt safe the whole time. Didn't feel rushed. Products were incredible. So thanks very much. We're just very proud to be a tiny part of it.
The team sure appreciates your words, and there were a lot of folks that stayed up really late, many nights, or several nights, it felt like many, to get this accomplished. And you guys performed excellently, the whole entire crew, and we're very proud of you, proud to have worked with you. And now we'll get you inside the airlock and do some ammonia steps,
Roger.
and we'll be happy.
Thermal cover closed.
Copy. Thermal cover is closed. Stand by.
This is Mission Control Houston. Cassidy and Marshburn now back inside the Quest Airlock's crew lock section. Thermal cover closed. They'll soon close the hatch. A few more minutes to wrap up their so-called bake-out procedures, ensuring that their suits are free of any ammonia contamination, having worked in the vicinity of fluid lines and the source of the ammonia leak that occurred back on Thursday. Again, Chris Cassidy and Marshburn both complimenting the flight control team that put together what at one time would have been considered an impossible task of mounting a spacewalk in just 48 hours to respond to a systems issue on the International Space Station.
Ready on the UIA.
Okay. Check that the oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves, that's 2 of them, are open.
Cassidy also paying tribute to a gentleman by the name of Mark Gibbs, who worked out at the Sonny Carter Training Facility, the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, the big pool near the Johnson Space Center where spacewalk training has occurred. Gibbs passed away earlier this week in a tragic loss for the spacewalking and mission operations family. We should be hearing soon from Chris Hadfield, the Expedition 35 commander and the intravehicular crew member for today's spacewalk, who's been following along as Cassidy and Marshburn have been working through their tasks. Hadfield also has been working somewhat with Roman Romanenko in preparing procedures and reviewing descent activities for the Soyuz landing that will bring Hadfield, Romanenko, and Tom Marshburn home to a parachute-assisted landing in their Soyuz spacecraft on Monday night on the south-central steppe of Kazakhstan near the town of Jezkazgan. Hadfield will turn over command of the International Space Station to Russian cosmonaut Pavel Vinogradov tomorrow in a change of command ceremony that will be broadcast on NASA television at 2:40 p.m. Central Time, 3:40 p.m. Eastern Time. Hadfield having served since March as the first Canadian commander of the International Space Station.
EV1 SCU connected.
Copy, EV1. Check that it's locked.
Wiggle, wiggle. Locked.
Copy.
I'm just going to get my mini workstation a little more open here.
Sure.
While we await the closing of the hatch to the Quest airlock to set the stage for the repressurization of the airlock and an official end to today's spacewalk, a reminder that our mission status briefing, our post-spacewalk briefing, to recap all of the activities for the day will be scheduled for 3:30 p.m. Central Time, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time on NASA television, and will include Joel Montalbano, the Deputy ISS Program Manager, Ed Van Cise, today's spacewalk flight director, and Jacqueline Kagi, who is the spacewalk officer for today. They'll be recapping all of the activities that led up to this rapid response spacewalk to try to alleviate, if not fix, the ammonia leak on the P6 truss that cropped up on Thursday morning, as well as the activities associated with the installation of the spare pump on the P6 truss, and the fact that we have not seen any ammonia leakage so far from the site at which the ammonia began leaking on Thursday to precipitate the preparations for today's excursion outside by Chris Cassidy and Tom Marshburn.
And also note is that a TCV setting of 8 will minimize the time for SCU cooling.
I'm throwing the SCU available message.
Hey guys, I talked you into a handover. We're back with you. I didn't know if you copied the water off call.
Did not. The last I copied, Spanky, was bolts between 18 and 19 on EV1 and 2, and that's affirmed.
Okay, sorry about that. So next is we need you to turn your waters off, OFF. You can expect an H2O is off message, and there's a note saying a TCV setting of 8 minimizes the time for cooling.
EV1, water off.
EV2, water off.
Okay, now we are good to go to power to SCU for both of you. Expect a warning tone.
EV1, power SCU.
Power SCU on 2.
Okay, boys, we're checking on our bake-out clock. Stand by. Okay, boys. The good news is bake-out clock is over, and we're almost over with your water-off clocks. You can check that the thermal cover is closed, and you can start thinking about, but don't do it yet, the EV hatch closed.
Thinking. Mike, just kind of mini picture here. It's basically hatch closed, a little bit of repress to some number, and then Drager tube, right?
That's affirmative. There is something like a 15-minute vacuum hold during that time, but that is the big picture.
Got it, thanks.
Hey, Chris, we copied your thermal cover is closed. Can you confirm that the Velcro strap is attached?
Confirmed.
Okay, so we are now clear to close the hatch. So close the EV hatch and lock it, please.
And work.
Let me know what I can do with my feet, Chris.
Are you good? Double checking, no
Yeah, check for fire.
feathers. Okay.
No ammonia cue cards in the way.
No ammonia cue cards in the way. Oh. Checking one more time, please. Okay. The EV hatch is closed, and the locking tab is in the locked position.
Copy. If, Tom, you're following along, we're in block 13. We started a vacuum hold timer. It's going to be for 15 minutes. And Chris, I think it's close to you is the contamination detection kit, the CDK. You can start to unstow that.
And work.
This is Mission Control Houston, the crew back inside the Quest airlock. We are standing by for the procedures that will lead to the repressurization of Quest to mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
Probably 5 times, so they've been to that several times.
And sir, there's no need to go through off to IV, so if they just want to stay impressed, that'll be fine for this procedure. It'll save them some time because going through off is where they had the trouble before. And if you'd like, we'll meet up on Space to Ground 1 after the handover coming up in about 30 seconds.
That'll be fine. Just big picture, we are in the contamination procedure. Block 13 is where I'm going to pick up, and that'll take me to the depress repress cue card, right?
Affirm, sir.
Okay, talk to you on the other side. 1.
The decontamination procedure referenced by Chris Hadfield the intravehicular crew member assisting with the spacewalkers today, and relayed back to spacecraft communicator Jack Fisher, one of 2 Capcoms on duty today, involves the final steps in this bake-out procedure to ensure that their spacesuits for Cassidy and Marshburn are both pristine of any ammonia flakes that may have migrated toward them during the course of their spacewalk activities at the P6 truss today. Meanwhile, here in Mission Control, the Thermal Systems Officer reports that the newly installed pump is operating perfectly. All of its mechanical systems are in excellent shape, good pressure, everything appearing to be in good shape. And of course, the crew members detected absolutely no leakage, no evidence at all of any ammonia leakage from the vicinity of the newly installed pump in the integrated electronics assembly of the P6 truss. So far, so good, but the Thermal Systems Officer also cautioned that it would take weeks, if not months, to fully establish that the original pump that was removed from its slot on the P6 truss and replaced by the spare was the smoking gun causing the ammonia leakage on Thursday that precipitated the preparations for today's unplanned spacewalk. The International Space Station is currently traveling over the southeastern Indian Ocean, traveling from southwest to northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator, approaching the southwest coast of Australia, passing just to the south of Perth. Orbiting at an altitude of 255 statute miles, its systems operating in good shape. The Expedition 35 crew, having had this additional spacewalking activity levied on them over the past 48 hours, will soon turn its attention full square to Soyuz landing preparations and a change of command ceremony tomorrow in which Chris Hadfield will hand over the reins of command of the station to Russian cosmonaut Pavel Vinogradov.
When these 15 minutes are up, but not right now, but in 8 or 9 minutes, Chris Hadfield is going to take over the procedures. He's going to repress the crew lock to 5 psi via the crew lock depress repress cue card. There's going to be a few steps in there for you. You are going to then run the EVA contamination cue card, so you guys can start looking at that right now. That should be available to you inside the airlock, and I think I see it in your hand right now, Chris. And don't forget to go to the back side, which has ammonia on it.
Copy.
This view from the helmet camera on Chris Cassidy as he holds in his gloved hand the repressurization cue card and the decontamination procedures.
But we took note of your actuator valves as they were a little bit sticky at the beginning, and we think we're going to skip the steps, which takes you to off and then back to IV. We think we're just probably going to leave you in press the whole time. We'll play that a little bit more by ear when we get there, but that's right now the path we're thinking of. How copy?
Copy all. We'll follow your lead.
2 copy 2.
All right, guys, since we have another 7 minutes or so, do you guys have any questions?
Negative for 2.
Negative for me.
Just looking ahead, Chris and Tom, it's basically exactly what we talked through last night in our tabletop of going through the big kind of mal procedure that walks us into the decontamination. So we'll just take it step by step, just like we talked yesterday.
That was just last night, huh? Amazing.
And Hadfield?
Yeah, about 2 weeks ago, last night.
Yeah.
Hadfield on 2, we're just looking over your shoulder in the airlock.
Thank you. Are you doing the lipstick cam or the Node 1 camera?
Node 1.
Copy.
Inside the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock, you see Chris Hadfield, the Expedition 35 commander, along with Russian cosmonaut Pavel Vinogradov, who conducted his own spacewalk with Roman Romanenko just 3 weeks ago. On the hatch to the crew lock section of Quest, you see a picture there. That is the picture of Mark Gibbs, who was the diving instructor lead out at the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory, the Sonny Carter training facility near the Johnson Space Center. Chris Cassidy paid tribute to Mr. Gibbs a few minutes ago as he complimented the flight control team for such a rapid response to this spacewalk, without which training in the Neutral Buoyancy Lab would not be possible. Mr. Gibbs unexpectedly passed away last week at the age of 49 and is being honored and commemorated today at the completion of this unplanned spacewalk.
Chris Cassidy a heads up that when we get back in, and Hadfield's already over it along with Pavel Vinogradov, but we're going to take some pressurized photos of your, well, the photos won't be pressurized. Your gloves will be pressurized. We'll take some photos of them, and that's to make sure they're in good shape for your next EVA. So copy.
Copy all. Copy.
Экипаж МКС, информация в канале СГ-2 для Романа. Роман, если
We copy.
На связи.
Да, Ром.
And guys, 3 more minutes. This now's a good time to ask the standard questions, including any suit fit issues that you'd like to report.
Электронный нос. None from EV1. Very good gloves, good heart. Эксперимент закончил, все подготовил к вкладке в контейнер номер 1.
We copy. No suit fit issues for EV1 or EV2.
Замечаний нет по работе.
Спасибо большое, Ром. Хорошо, договорились.
Да, старые фильтры все выбросил.
Принято.
Houston on 1 from the airlock. I just want to make sure, Spanky, where exactly we're handing over from you to us.
Chris, you're reading my mind again. I'm looking at procedure 4.141. It's the ATV4 version. And halfway through block 13, it says when vacuum hold PET equals 15 minutes, I'm going to hand over to you.
Yeah, I have an HTV3 version.
Okay, Chris, let's talk you through, if you go on the uplink procedure shelf, that's a better place to find it. I found it just by typing ammonia into IPV, and then I picked the right one on the search.
Yeah, for whatever reason, that way, when I selected 4141, it gave me the ATV4. So thanks, that got me in the right procedure.
Okay, and if you go to, I don't know, the second or third page on block 13, that's where we'll be handing over, sir.
Yeah, and my apologies to Twofish, who tried to get my eyes onto that, but I messed up. So thank you. I am now in block 13, and we're partway through it. So where in block 13 do you want me to pick up?
Okay, it says when vacuum hold PET equals 15 minutes, and then I'm going to hand it over to you, and you'll start the crew lock, depress, repress cue card to get up to 5 PSI.
Perfect, I'm right with you then, thank you.
All right, we'll count that as a good synchronization, and we have about 40 seconds left. So with that, I'm going to be signing off, and I'd just like to say a personal message from the whole team down here to Tom and Chris. It's been a pleasure serving with you guys. Good job.
You too. Thanks, Mike.
You too, thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Gentlemen, superb work out there. Nice to see you back safely inside our spaceship. That's our 40 seconds used up. What I'm picking up with, just for benefit, is the repress cue card. Partway down where we have crew lock repress, just below the warning there. And we're going to pick up in step 1 when you're ready with O2 actuator to press.
I'm ready. You ready for that action, Chris?
Ready. So we're picking up in step 1 as yesterday. We're going to skip step 2. So step 1, O2 actuator to press, please.
Chris Hadfield and Pavel Vinogradov now awaiting the repressurization of the Quest airlock. That will mark the official end to today's spacewalk.
Here we go.
Oh, you got it?
I'm in press.
Yeah, mine's stuck.
All right, here we go. I'll come help. EV1's in press.
Yeah.
Let me get my main workstation out of the way. Or maybe that way. It feels like press to me.
Yep. There we are. We're in press. We got a good.
Both of us are in
good
press.
round.
Copy. We're skipping step 2. We're going to step 3, which is check that the EV hatch MPVE is closed.
The EV hatch MPVE is closed.
Thank you. Okay. And now 4, as required, the IV hatch equalization valve throttle off to norm, and I'm going to do that from my side.
Copy.
Copy all. Coming up.
Just let me read ahead. It says, after that, but prior to the crew lock getting to 2 psi, we're going to rotate the EV hatch handle, like we talked yesterday, Chris, 60 to 90 degrees back from the closed position.
Roger that. I'll wait your call.
Okay. So I am going to take the IV hatch equalization valve now, throttling from off to norm. And you guys can expect an alert tone.
Copy. Prior to 2.
Did you do it now?
You want me to do it now?
I just stopped it just to be sure. I'm not sure what you guys are seeing, but it says...
I see 1.1.
I'm getting 1.4.
And the number of rotations was what?
It says prior to the crew lock hitting PSI, rotate the EV hatch handle 60 to 90 degrees back from the closed position.
Okay, that's complete.
Okay, thank you. I'm coming back to norm. We're headed for 5 PSI.
Roger.
You guys could sing out in on your gauge. That'd be great.
Copy.
I see 1.3.
1.7 for EVP.
Teach.
2.
Interior.
2.6.
You hit 4 decimal low, you can expect an alert tone.
Copy. Half and 3.
This is Mission Control Houston. Repressurization of the Quest airlock underway to mark the official end for today's spacewalk. The repressurization began at 1:14 p.m. Central Time to mark an official end to the spacewalk with a duration of 5 hours and 30 minutes.
You're passing 5.
5.
Okay, the valve is off. Thank you. It says now is expect an alert tone, and then we're going to wait 2 minutes.
There's my tone.
I've got my tone.
We're just waiting 2 minutes for the crew lock to stabilize. Now up here, let me just see, we're now going, we got that continue steps 5 to 8. Okay, we're doing fine. I'm going to wait till it stabilizes. We're going to record the crew lock pressure and wait 1 more minute. Guys, we need about another minute and a half. I'm just recording the data that it shows here on the PCS.
Copy.
Chris, in 1 minute, we're going to be going to the EVA contamination cue card.
Roger that.
And it says we do it all as written. I'll be there with you as soon as we've done this 30 more seconds on the confirmation that we don't have a leak.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, today's spacewalk concluded with the repressurization of the Quest airlock at 1:14 p.m. Central Time to mark an end to the Cassidy-Marshburn EVA at 5 hours and 30 minutes. Just to throw a few statistics at you, this was the 168th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance.
Okay, Chris, we're going to need...
That has now accrued a total of 1,061 hours and 9 minutes of spacewalking time, the equivalent of some 44 days of spacewalking in support of this complex.
And now we want...
For Chris Cassidy, he has now completed 4 spacewalks for a total of 23 hours and 35 minutes of spacewalking time. Tom Marshburn also completed his 4th spacewalk today with 24 hours and 29 minutes of spacewalking time. The two actually conducted 3 spacewalks together, 2 of which occurred during the STS-127 mission aboard the shuttle Endeavour to the station in July of 2009. So once again, Cassidy's 4 EVAs now totaling 23 hours and 35 minutes. Marshburn's 4 EVAs totaling 24 hours and 29 minutes. And 168 spacewalks now in the books for the International Space Station, 1,061 hours and 9 minutes of spacewalking time. This is also the 2nd spacewalk for the Expedition 35 crew members for a total of 12 hours and 8 minutes of Expedition 35 spacewalking time, one of those spacewalks occurring out of the Pirs docking compartment by cosmonauts Pavel Vinogradov and Roman Romanenko that occurred back on April 19th.
Copy that. Now, this warning here, Chris, I think is an important one, and that is that precise sampling times, of course, are accurate for critical testing, so we need to coordinate the timer here.
Okay, copy. All right, so I will give you a mark, and I'm going to take my EV hatch MPE VE valves to open, and I'm ready to do that if you're ready with a timer.
Yeah, I'm ready with the timer on your call.
Okay. Coming to open in 3, 2, 1, mark. It's open.
Copy that. And as you see, we're going to wait 4.5 minutes, and it's a very small hole, so we're expecting a very very tiny pressure drop. Houston Station on space to ground 1.
Yes, sir, we're listening.
Yeah, 2 fish, looks like step 13 is going to be yours when we get there.
Copy that. We'll take care of it.
Houston Station on space to ground 1.
Yes, sir.
Hey, 2 fish, on the cue card, we're making sure that the crew lock delta P didn't change by any more than 0.1 psi. My readout is in millimeters Hg, but I think 0.1 psi is about 5 millimeters, all right?
Yeah, so we're seeing about 0.02 psi, so we should be good.
And Tom and Chris, I show about another 15 seconds. I think we're going to be fine.
Copy.
And 2 fish, if you can confirm that the EV hatch thermal cover is still closed.
And sir, the thermal hatch cover is still closed.
I need your mark for the close.
Okay, Chris, close it now.
Close it now. The valve is closed.
Thank you. Okay, so 12 is complete, 13 is complete, it is closed. And the crew lock delta P was not greater than 0.1, so we did not have a leak. So I think that takes us, Chris, down to step 15, if you agree.
I agree, and I read that it's acceptable to remove the adapter from the valve to obtain a clearer view in the note. So I'm going to remove it because I can't see it right now. It's fully yellow, and yeah, there's no reaction.
Copy, so that's somewhere between 0 and 2, so 10 parts per million or less. So Houston, if you agree, we're heading on to repress.
Houston concurs.
This is Mission Control Houston. Those words from Chris Hadfield, the Expedition 35 commander from the Canadian Space Agency. We did pause in the repressurization of the airlock, part of the nominal decontamination procedures for any spacewalk in which extravehicular crew members are working in the environment of fluid lines, or in this case in the vicinity of where ammonia leaked out of the P6 truss on Thursday, precipitating the preparation and execution of today's spacewalk. With everything in good shape, the repressurization is going to be back underway here momentarily to get back to 14.5 pounds per square inch. That will enable the hatch that you see there to be opened between the equipment lock section that Hadfield and Pavel Vinogradov are working in, and the crew lock section that is currently occupied by Tom Marshburn and Chris Cassidy.
Grease, but not much. They're basically clean.
Copy, and we'll be taking pictures when you come in, plus I'll have a wet cloth to clean them with. And the next step was the one Houston called. Because of the stiffness of the O2 actuator switch, we can just leave it where it is right now rather than trying to take it to IV.
Roger.
Copy. And Houston, I want to confirm that's what you wanted us to do, right?
Affirm, sir.
Okay, so that finishes step 10. We're into step 11, which is I'm going to take the equalization valve back to normal. And let me just see where it leads us. Okay, and that's going to take us all the way to station pressure. And while that's going on, I think you can do block 20 here, Chris, which is restow the ammonia measurement kit. No, that's my ops. So you can just finish restowing that stuff that you took out.
Correct.
Okay, so we're starting to repress the airlock right now. I should expect another alert tone.
Station Houston on 2, or on 1, sorry. Yes, sir, as you mentioned, you can stow that contamination kit when you get the chance, and then if you'd like, you can press over to hardline for the rest of the card.
Chris and Tom, if you guys are ready, let's take our hard line, switch the comm mode to hard line. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston with the crew lock section of the Quest airlock approaching full pressurization. That will be the precursor to the opening of the hatch that you see behind Pavel Vinogradov. They will assist Marshburn and Cassidy in getting inside the equipment lock, getting them mounted on the side walls of the equipment lock, and begin the process of getting them out of their extravehicular mobility units. All in all, this was a momentous spacewalk in several respects. The fact that it was conducted on just 48 hours of preparation was unprecedented in space station history. The spacewalk succeeded in replacing a pump package on the P6 truss of the International Space Station suspected of causing an ammonia leak in the integrated electronics assembly area out on the P6. That ammonia leak cropped up on Thursday, prompting the preparation for the spacewalk and its execution today by Cassidy and Marshburn. This is an eventful conclusion to Tom Marshburn's 5 months in orbit. He will press ahead tomorrow for preparations to land back on Earth on Monday night U.S. time, Tuesday morning in Kazakhstan in the Soyuz TMA-07M spacecraft with Hatfield and Russian cosmonaut Roman Romanenko. They will engage in a change of command ceremony with Vinogradov, Alexander Mazurkin, and Cassidy tomorrow. That change of command ceremony to be broadcast on NASA television at 2:40 p.m. Central Time, 3:40 p.m. Eastern Time, with the command of the International Space Station handed off from Hatfield to Vinogradov. The stage will be set for the Soyuz homecoming of Hatfield, Marshburn, and Romanenko, with all of that activity planned for Monday afternoon with farewells and hatch closure, the undocking of their Soyuz spacecraft from the Rosviet module of the International Space Station at 6:08 p.m. Central Time on Monday evening, leading to their landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan, southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, on Monday evening U.S. time at 9:30 p.m. Central Time, which will be 8:30 a.m. In Kazakh time on Tuesday morning. And you see Chris Cassidy now being helped back inside the equipment lock. He wore the suit bearing the red stripes today. Tom Marshburn wore the suit with no stripes. And again, as we mentioned before, Cassidy and Marshburn wrapped up their 3rd spacewalk together and their 4th spacewalk overall. Cassidy's 4 spacewalks totaling 23 hours and 35 minutes of EVA time. Marshburn's 4 spacewalks totaling 24 hours and 29 minutes. Hatfield and Russian cosmonaut Alexander Mazurkin, I believe that is, helping to remove the SAFER unit, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue backpack, a jet-powered backpack that is available for use in the unlikely event a spacewalker would ever become untethered while conducting an EVA outside. And that is actually Tom Marshburn being helped onto his mounting bracket on the side wall of the equipment lock. Chris Cassidy will be next. And Vinogradov now assisting Cassidy as he gets back inside. This is Mission Control Houston, a good view of Tom Marshburn on your left, Chris Cassidy on your right, now back inside the equipment lock of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station. Their spacewalk having concluded at 1:14 p.m. Central Time for an elapsed time of 5 hours and 30 minutes outside today, in which they replaced a suspect pump package on the P6 truss of the International Space Station in an effort to alleviate an ammonia leak that was detected on Thursday, prompting a rapid response EVA today to take care of that. They made swift work of the removal of the suspect pump, replaced it with one of the spares outside on the truss, and observed no apparent ammonia leakage, although the thermal systems officer here in Mission Control reports that it will take days, if not weeks, to conclude whether or not the pump that was removed and left outside in a spare slot out on the P6 truss was the smoking gun that precipitated the ammonia leakage on Thursday and the requirement to conduct this spacewalk today. But all's well that ends well, with a new spare having been installed out on the P6, no ammonia leakage currently detected, and Cassidy and Marshburn having wrapped up an unexpected spacewalk, and for Tom Marshburn, an unexpected end to his nearly 5 months in orbit, along with Chris Hadfield and Roman Romanenko, since their launch back on December 19th in sub-zero weather at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. With that, the stage is set for our mission status briefing, our post-spacewalk briefing later today. That is planned for 3:30 p.m. Central Time, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, featuring briefers that will be Joel Montalbano, the ISS Deputy Program Manager, the Spacewalk Flight Director for today, Ed Van Cise, and the Spacewalk Officer for today, Jacqueline Kagi. They will recap all of the activities associated with this rapid response spacewalk and take a look down the road at what lies ahead for the analysis of that ammonia leak and the analysis of the performance of the new pump that was installed today. Again, our post-spacewalk briefing at 3:30 p.m. Central Time, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We will accept phone calls from reporters on our phone bridge. If you call in to the Johnson Space Center newsroom at 281-483-5111, no later than 3:15 p.m. Central Time, we'll get you hooked up to ask questions on our phone bridge. Again, that'll be done by calling the Johnson Space Center newsroom at 281-483-5111, no later than 3:15 p.m. Central Time. With all of this activity having been completed, Mother's Day is tomorrow, and that also will be our change of command ceremony on board the International Space Station, in which Chris Hadfield will hand over command of the complex to Russian cosmonaut Pavel Vinogradov. The change of command ceremony on Sunday to be broadcast live on NASA television at 2:40 p.m. Central Time, 3:40 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, the change of command ceremony tomorrow on NASA television. And then Monday is homecoming day for Hadfield, Romanenko, and Marshburn as they begin the trek back home from the International Space Station in their Soyuz TMA-07M spacecraft. The trio will bid farewell to the new station commander, Pavel Vinogradov, Alexander Mazurkin, and Chris Cassidy, with hatch closure to be broadcast on NASA television beginning at 2:30 p.m. Central Time on Monday. The actual hatch closure planned for 2:50 p.m. Central Time. The second of our broadcasts on Monday will be undocking coverage as the Soyuz backs away from the Rassvet module on the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. Our coverage for undocking to begin at 5:45 p.m. Central Time, with undocking physical separation scheduled at 6:08 p.m. Central Time on Monday night. And then the final broadcast will be our deorbit and landing coverage that will begin at 8:15 p.m. Central Time. The deorbit burn is actually 8:37 p.m. Central Time, with the Soyuz landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan, southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, at 9:30 p.m. Central Time, 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 8:30 a.m. Kazakhstan time on Tuesday morning. The weather forecast for landing calls for broken and scattered clouds and temperatures around 60 degrees Fahrenheit, virtually ideal conditions to welcome home Hadfield, Romanenko, and Marshburn after 146 days in space, 144 days aboard the International Space Station. A team of landing support personnel involving Russian, NASA, and Canadian Space Agency representatives arrived in Karaganda, Kazakhstan, the forward staging point for landing operations, earlier today. That landing delegation will be joined by an additional contingent of NASA and Canadian Space Agency representatives who will fly from Moscow, from Chkalsky Airfield near Star City, Russia, down to Karaganda, Kazakhstan on Sunday to join the team already in place. And then Monday, most of that team will be deployed to the nearest staging area in Zhezkazgan, Kazakhstan, so that they can make their way in Russian Mi-8 helicopters to the landing site on Monday to recover the crew. They will be joined by additional personnel in Russian Mi-8 helicopters who will deploy later in the day on Monday, early Tuesday morning Kazakhstan time, to join them so that they can recover Hatfield, Romanenko, and Marshburn following their landing, a parachute-assisted landing in their Soyuz TMA-07M spacecraft on Monday night U.S. time. So the beat goes on as a spacewalk wraps up, and landing operations now will begin in earnest, starting with a change of command ceremony aboard the International Space Station on Sunday afternoon at 2:40 p.m. Central Time. So with that, we'll wrap up our coverage of this spacewalk today by Chris Cassidy and Tom Marshburn, as you see them being helped out of their extravehicular mobility units, a 5.5-hour spacewalk today to replace a suspect pump on the P6 truss that could be culpable of causing an ammonia leak aboard the International Space Station on Thursday. Until later for our post-spacewalk briefing and our change of command ceremony along with our landing coverage on Monday, we'll wrap it up for today. This is Mission Control Houston.
Science, technology, innovation, education. That's what NASA's all about. NASA Television brings you the universe like no one else can. NASA TV's public and media channels are delivered as a free service in high definition to your cable and satellite provider. Our education channel remains in standard definition so that schools and museums can continue to receive it. If you want to receive NASA TV in full HD, contact your service provider and let them know. NASA Television, bringing the universe to you in HD.